climate change, ongoing wars, the success of a different political party than the one we like, or the cost of living. Frustration of all of these things is quite common these days, and these things can build up to have a corrosive impact on our well-being if left unchecked and unexamined, which they often are. However, if we're able to find a little space between the stimulus of the world and our default response to it, we can use these gaps to reflect on the things that are making us anxious and examine them. We can spend this time to think about things like what we're feeling and what exactly is the cause of those feelings. We can examine what we believe about the world. We can challenge those beliefs and ask ourselves whether or not those beliefs are realistic or whether they're based on assumption or false information. This question in particular, if we're feeling frustrated about the world, is needed more than ever these days. Not only should we question information we don't agree with, we should also make a special effort to question information that seemingly aligns with what we already believe, because of the dangerous tendency for people to simply accept things that seem close to things that they already agree with. This simple act of examination and finding space can provide an opening for us to work through what's troubling us and lessen its impact. For example, a well-used Stoic practice is to understand that there's very little we can control about the external world, if anything. However, we can control how we respond to it, how we behave, and what we believe. To the Stoics, learning to accept the things that we can't control and taking responsibility for the things that we can, namely our responses to things, our thoughts and beliefs, removes the impact of the external world on our own well-being, while at the same time empowering us to do what we can with what we have. Both of these things can go a long way towards becoming more resilient to external events. This idea of acceptance is often misunderstood, so I think it's important to note here that accepting things outside of our control is not the same that accepting that they are moral or accepting that they are right and doing nothing. It's simply the acceptance that there are things that have happened or will happen regardless of what we personally do. Trying to control the uncontrollable or placing too much of our well-being on the things that we can do nothing about will result in our well-being becoming tied to circumstance. This is not a resilient way to live, and is the cause of suffering that can be partly or wholly avoided. Without finding this space that Frankl speaks of, we can't process, we can't reflect, and we can't think about the things that are bothering us. They just build up and fester like weeds in a garden, and they add to the chains that bind us. Finding this space allows us to become the gardener for a while and keep those weeds at bay. If you've had some success with some of these things already, please share your experiences in the comments below. And you can mention what's worked for you, how it's impacted your life, and other ways we can find space in the world around us. And if you found this video helpful, please give it a thumbs up, share it with others, and if you want to, subscribe. All of these things help YouTube know that the information is helpful, and it gets it in front of more people. Thank you for watching, and I'll speak to you in the next one.
Are you crying? Are you crying? Are you crying? There's no crying. There's no crying in foosball.
You fucking cried after 3 days in the fucking holding tank. Looked like a fucking pile of wet rags at court. You should see how I showed up to court after 3 days in the box with the light on.
Please, is there anything I can do, sir? Please.
Does he look like a bitch? What?
Don't do this to my wife, man. You don't know what you're doing to my family, man.
Does he look like a bitch?
Sir, please don't make me sleep in jail tonight, sir. Please. I'm begging.
We're not criminals.
They're gonna make me sleep in jail.
Continue. You were saying something about best intentions?
Josh has never been arrested for recording.
Okay, so that's him getting arrested, and then his friend here makes a phone call that I want to touch on.
They're constantly double speaking like the snake in the garden, right? Trying to convince folks that if they just eat of the fruit of this tree, that they'll become like God. If you just like opt into statute, policy, and code and like don't, if you just submit, cooperate, and comply, we're all going to be safe, right? It's again, the same spiritual archetype of the fork-tongued, double-speaking snake in the garden, trying to convince us to give up our true power, to do the will, to do its will in order to become safe enough that we can be like God. Well, you have to come to the organic, authentic conversion state of choosing a different belief or knowing something different to be true. I can't tell anybody else what to believe or what their conviction is. I've come to a state at some point in my life where I realize I will govern myself. I get to make choices on what I do. No other man or woman in this realm gets to do that. Government only exists because of us. Right? We as men created it. We gave it a limited power in order to uphold our rights from folks who wish to take them. So the moment that they do not fulfill their task, the power transfers back to the benefactor / beneficiary. Government and servants don't get to decide for men and women who has what, when, why, and how. They only get to do that for themselves and folks who identify with that and opt in. Again, ignorance of the law is no excuse. So most folks are ignorant of not only God, therefore they're faithless, they're ignorant of how this system works and the fact that they've opted into, with contract, a whole bunch of obligations that are advisory for men and women and only compulsory for agents of the corporation. You can't write up state code that's antithetical to the federal code, which is pursuant to the Constitution. That's called an overthrow of the law of the land. People just say shit. It's called checks and balances. Everything has to be pursuant to the highest code, which is pursuant to the highest law. Code is a codification of law. The law of the land is we have a right to pursue our happiness and do whatever we want without causing loss, injury, or harm, and as long as we pay our debts. That's what's known as the common law. And it's common fucking sense. When did the servants get rights and abilities more than the men and women they serve? I'll ask it over and over again. And the answer is when you all opted in and put yourselves on record as agents of this corporation rather than men and women on the land with natural rights, and then you acted like a slave. If millions of you on the road are going to ride around with all of the corporate identifiers and do contract with them willingly, what are they going to say when they come across me? Common practice is now the opposite of the common law. Because they're going to go, well, all the rest of us think we have to do it. Right, you have a belief that you have to do what servants, civil servants, and a corporation tells you to do. My God and my conscience and my balls, quite frankly, between my legs as a man tell me, no, I don't. Testing. We're on. We got the red light. That means we're on. The red eye. See the red light, the red eye. It means you're on the air. All right, how we doing? We're back at it. It seems like we were just here. No, we go so frequent, Gators. We're so regular. We don't stop. That it's like we're just here every time we come on broadcast. We were just here. We're 7 fucking days a week. Okay, over 1,000 days straight. 1,000 holy days of unslavia continue. See, the consistency is unmatched, unparalleled, some have said. Okay. Let me thank Clayton W. for his contribution and support, extended friends and family, gifting, non-taxable events. Always a beautiful thing. Appreciate you, Clayton W. Another guy who's in the shadows, but I presume is on the walk, upholding the law. There's a lot of folks who are influenced and inspired by me and this broadcast and what we do here. And they've decided to change themselves and their life and the way that they approach life, and by proxy change the world a little bit. Right? The goal is to change oneself and change one's life. It's selfish to get selfless. By doing so, we change the world a little bit. That's how this shit works, right? Remember Be the Change? They always used to say that shit growing up, huh? Yeah, you actually got to live it, turns out. So Joshua's here, broken system, broken trust. They love to rag on him and shit on him, but it turns out he's got multiple dismissals, just like I do. Anybody want to talk about it? Kfar? Lauren De Laguna, RD, any of the NPC tards in and of the world who've been yelling a lot of bullshit for the past however many years, who just keep getting proven wrong over and over and over again, want to hang out one day and talk about dismissals the other day for gun charges and all the rest, dismissals from broken system, broken trust, 2 or 3 of them so far, dismissals from my buddy Dave, 2 or 3 of them so far, Clayton, the guy who lives over here. I could go on and on and on. And this ain't just whistling Dixie, but then they'll tell you, see, they'll spin on you. A lot of these collectivist slaves who just can't let the fascism hallucination go, they'll spin on you. They'll say dismissal's not a win. Yes, it is. When you have what some folks have called a fascist corporate body who's essentially overthrowing or conflating the law of the land with policy, statute, and code, that's potentially an issue, right? So again, we don't have to necessarily be belligerent and combative. We definitely don't want to overthrow anything. Ultimately, we want our rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith upheld at the courts, on the ground, in the streets as well. So the next step is got to start tapping people's pockets, unfortunately, or getting it on record they're doing wrong over and over again at court so they can be retrained to stop it. So that's where we're at in this actualization, realization journey, right? While the rest of them just lie and tell other people's story as if it's their own, take any opportunity to grift, they never saw a dollar on the table that they wanted to leave there, right? Pushing a bunch of bullshit products and services. We've ran the gambit here. Everyone knows who they are. They know what they're up to. All you fanarchists still waiting for Will Keller and them. Yeah, I name drop from time to time. That's why some folks love me. That's why most folks hate me. They love to hate me because they know I'm going to name drop here. To drop names from folks. It doesn't matter if everyone doesn't know who it is. I know who it is. I've had experiences with these folks. I'm wondering why they keep hanging out with the likes of Mark Passio and Larpin Rose, and all the rest of them, claiming to be fanarchists, not talking about upholding the law and rights, not talking about going to court, not talking about the common law. Matter of fact, when you bring it up to them, they say the common law is nonsense. We don't need to know about that. We don't need that. Who cares about court? We're fanarchists. We're big kids now. As they go take out loans, as they don't own any land, as they don't grow anything, as they don't provide for themselves and their community, as they're softer than baby shit. Let's be all the way clear with ourselves. I don't give a fuck how many of you guys yell and how big you grow your beard out online. And I don't care how much you tattoo yourself and work out at the gym. You're softer than baby shit, the majority of you. When it's time to fucking go to war, when it's time to have to go do time, whatever the fuck it is. And of course, when I say war, I'm talking proverbially, metaphysically, metaphorically, because we're not doing violence here and we have no enemies. And there is no we, right? This circle is so small, it's me and the Holy Spirit, just like it needs to be for you, whoever you are, it would seem to me, right? This is an army, non-army of one. Not doing anything with violence, just upholding the word of God and truth. By proxy, upholding the law, be willing to sacrifice and deal with consequences. So that's not going away. I'm not going away. As long as I do this broadcast, there's going to be some time put aside for me to start name dropping and shooting shots at motherfuckers, proverbially, metaphorically, metaphysically, metaversally, because I'm sick and tired of looking at you, listening to you. I'm sick and tired of people coming to me with what I do, either behind the scenes or on here, because it's regular, telling me, do you know this guy? Do you know that guy? Most of them I don't know of when they bring the names to me. Some of them I do, and then I have to crush everybody's dreams with reality. So you can't call yourself an anarchist. You're a fanarchist. We're Toys R Us big kids now. I get it. Up on the table, dancing on the coffee table for daddy, telling us all about how you're going to run the house. It's not reality. So till you get on the field, till you uphold the law, till you civilly disobey statute, policy, and code because you can't serve two masters, you're a fucking walking joke clown to me. And every time you take $1 from somebody to pretend that you got solutions, and you got fucking courses to run and how to be like the new media and all the rest of it. We don't need new media. Media comes from Medea, which means deceivers. We don't need that. I happen to just fall into this shit, right? I've always enjoyed radio. I've always had an idea that I would love to do talk radio, but I never thought, I didn't see the overlay directly. Right. And then it became a thing with the travel video and me coming on here and just starting to do live streams. And I said, you know what? Nobody's better than me in life. Why can't I do a broadcast? Why can't I do talk radio, non-radio, right? I could show up every day just like anybody else, say whatever the fuck's on my mind, talk about current events, or just shoot shots at motherfuckers and give myself 2 to 3 hours a day of entertainment, information, inspiration, and what would be the word? I was trying to follow the theme there. Don't pimp it back too hard. to get yourself caught up. Every once in a while, I drop a triplicate and then I want to one up and give you a quadruplicate, and then I fuck myself up on it. I get some exorcisation. I get exorcised. I release all the demons. They say Paul Enslaved is ghetto and demonic. Always got the demon in him. Oh yeah, these are everyone else is very loving, caring people. Haven't you noticed? You know, like Rose 777, where's she been? A very loving woman. You know, she claims to be friends with everyone. Oh man, most of these people are so fake and so cowardly. It's bizarre to even be in conversation with them and have conversations with them. It really is. It's such an odd thing in life when you're true to yourself and you're authentic to this cause and you want that to be true for everyone else. And they may say that and they say things and show things, and then you just see over and over. Most people ain't about it. They tell themselves and everybody else what the fuck they want to hear. They love their own brand of bullshit, deception and manipulation, culting, ideology. And, you know, they'll continue on to their own detriment, seemingly, till they get sick or close to death and may repent. Maybe even most of them don't even do that. So. All right, I'm going to leave it there. That's my proviso intro. Shots fired. Once again, they'll say Paulie Boy's the rudest and meanest, obnoxious. He's always firing shots at the truth, non-truth community. It's not a community, folks. Let's get real. Let's get real. I'm part of a community. I'm part of a network, non-network, extended. I'm not calling shots. I'm not telling anybody what to do. All right. This is a consciousness and awareness thing. But yeah, again, there's like non-equally yoked, like the Christ is being said. If you ain't walking it and you're just talking it online or wherever else, and you're complaining essentially, and you got motherfuckers like me and others in the trenches, and we're thankful. I ain't complaining. Me and every other person who's done this walk is so thankful and grateful we've done it. We've learned what the fuck our power is, and more importantly, the power of God and truth and the word and upholding the law, metaphysics, right? So I ain't complaining. I'm not saying, oh, it's little old me and other folks that I know, you know, and influence them and lead with them, and then they influence back and they lead back, and it's a back and forth process. I ain't complaining. Because ultimately, we're having our fucking way out here. Isn't that what Drake said? We're having our way out here. And that's not ego and pride. The way. Because our way is the way. This ain't about Paulie Boy or anybody else. Like I've said many times, running around town doing 65 and a 30 with your middle fingers out the fucking window saying, fuck the police. We're going to do whatever we want. That ain't what this is about. You're never going to catch me going faster than that posted limit because I don't need to. I find that every time in my life when I'm riding on the road, license, registration, insurance, and plates aside, because I've never had that, I don't find it necessary to go faster than what's posted there because I'm not in a hurry and I'm not in a rush. And I'd rather have more judgment, discretion time to stop if necessary in case of emergency. Yeah, that's Paul Enslaved. Drives like a grandma. I'd love to, you know, spice it up and tell you it's exciting, you know, and then I'm living on the edge. I'm a big, badass, tough guy. That's not the reality of it. Right. So I have a care. I have passion for us to do what's true and what's right to change our world and by proxy, the world, if possible. Because at the end of the day, it ain't even about changing the world. Like I don't like certain things about me and my life. So I'm going to change that shit. I would think that'd be everybody else here as well. And I would think that by proxy, if everybody did that and saw the results and got the results, we'd have a changed world by proxy. That's how that works. If not, we'd at least have a changed community and we would all seek each other, right? Like water seeks its own level. You got a lot of motherfuckers want to go uphill with this flow, right? They want to seek somebody else who's already part of something, who's doing something, being something, got results from something, knows that's where it's at and say, I want to be part of that, but I don't want to do what that motherfucker does. That's not how that works. That's just not how that works, right? So, you know, can't take the heat, get out of the kitchen, as they say. If you can't take the heat, don't ever go into the kitchen. And definitely don't claim to be a chef. You got a lot of motherfuckers, the kitchen's too hot for them, but they're running around on the internet and in life claiming to be a chef. The shit is fucking embarrassing. Okay. I swear I'm done. I shouldn't swear. I'm saying I'm done. That might not be the case. You know me. I'll say one thing and do something else. Not because I'm hypocritical and duplicitous, because I just can't get enough. Just like the rest of them. As much as I say they love the gossip and drama and controversy and all the rest of it, I don't love the gossip and drama and controversy. I love the real shit, actually. So once again, I'm going to have to justify my own bullshit. Just like they all do. I'm justifying it, and then you tell me if it's an actual justification or if I'm bullshitting myself. Right? It's not gossip. It's not drama. It's not controversy. It's not chaos. It's speaking and living the truth and then watching them all run around like chickens with their heads cut off because you just spoke the shit nobody was supposed to say. I love that in life, if you haven't noticed. I was that kid, you know, and I can't be mad at it. You know, I'm not a hater either. If I walk into an Applebee's, which I never would, but, you know, for the simulation, I just go waddling into Applebee's and some kid runs up and goes, "Why are you so fat, mister?" I don't get mad at the kid. If anything, I don't get mad in general. If anything, though, I'm going to get mad at me because why the fuck did I allow me to become so fat, in quotes, that the child will look at me and have that response or that reaction, right? Because I got a pretty good sized gut on me, you know. So I'm from the school of it is what it is. If the truth shall kill him, let him die. So I'm out here speaking it, I'm out here living it, and I'm out here putting it out there. And I love the process of grinding motherfuckers' false self egos down so they could see the true light within them that they see within me, that they'll talk about in front of and behind the scenes. They'll genuflect to at times, but they don't want to hold their own fucking light. They don't want to walk with their own light and their own power, right? And that's concerning to me. That should be concerning to them. But much like the daddy I am online and offline, it's concerning to me when motherfuckers don't want to hold their old gold, don't want to hold their own light, don't want to let it shine, don't want to let it be a part of the change and the influence and the inspiration here, right? And I would think that would be a concern to the individual as well. So especially if you're online talking this big shit, I'm a fanarchist, I'm all this. Well, you just put yourself in a leadership position now, boy. That's how that works. Just like in any venue, you want to call yourself a blood and a crip and whatever else, you better be ready to stab somebody. Allegedly, I'm not saying that's what Bloods and Crips do for the court documents. I'm just saying that there's certain lore out there that folks say that's what goes on. I don't know anything about it. I'm not part of it, and I'm not testifying indirectly. You get my point, though, right? If you want to call yourself a coffee maker, you better be real good at grinding up beans. So you want to call yourself a fanarchist and whatever else, you know, we better see it and smell it coming off you. We better see you live in that cause and that reality. Because guess what? We don't need classes on how to be the new media. You know what being the new media is? The same as being the old media, lying on camera. Oh, yeah. That's what Mark Passio and the rest of them want to do. Charge you $3,000 a year to say, we're going to teach you how to be the new anarchist media and teach you how to lie on fucking camera and do it badly at that. Yeah. Could we get right, please? We get right, you know, and let's be real. Most of these folks, I've got the word. I get the word from folks that like, this is what's so great about life. I get the word in these networks that these motherfuckers know about me and they know I'm talking about them, and people come to them and they bitch up and don't address it. They act like I don't exist because that's how the game works. If I don't have 1 billion viewers and 1 billion people didn't see it, it didn't happen. We're just going to play ignore it, right? So that's why I focus on certain people and their name comes out of my mouth, because I'm aware, whether they're aware or not, I'm aware that I know motherfuckers near you and around you who come to me and tell me what they tell you and what you tell them. And I love the game, right? This is politicking like on the streets. I know you're a bitch. I know you're a coward. I know you're on Front Street talking a whole bunch of shit. And I'm putting the word out there that this is who and what you are. And I'm waiting for you to pop up. I'm looking for you as well, right? We're on that kind of time. We're flagging online, not gang related, God related. So you want to talk this truth. You want to talk this high power, high and mighty shit. You want to charge a whole bunch of duped out, gullible slaves who need help in life thousands of dollars to become a fanarchist and become the new media so we could lie better on camera. Well, you got me to fucking deal with that. That's how that's going, right? I'm done with people fucking up every game in town. Every game, the simps and tricks are fucking up dating and courting. The slaves are fucking up courting and freedom and rights. The fanarchists are fucking up leadership in freedom and rights and honor and all the rest of it. I'm tired of weak ass motherfuckers fucking up every venue and every game instead of helping the lead to get it back in perspective on original principles. It's beyond fucking embarrassing. Just like I used to tell the Bloods and Crips, I go, you guys are supposed to be community revolution and progress. You're supposed to be brotherly love overrides oppressive destruction. You're supposed to be out here living on rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith. You're supposed to be governing yourselves. You're supposed to be policing your community. You're supposed to be building something out here, not selling bad dope out the back of a shitty fucking apartment complex. Can we really get real with ourselves and each other about what real masculinity and alpha male and leadership and empowerment and inspiration really looks and feels and sounds like? Because this other shit is just not it. From day one on the street, every venue I go, this ain't it. I don't know what is it. Right? Until I stumble upon the next level for me, which was everything I'm talking about here and have been. I go, this just can't be it. I go, you got all this fucking manpower. You got all these folks ready to fucking kill or die. You got all, and this is it. This is the highest the ceiling, the glass ceiling goes. No, I'm not buying it. And sure enough, God had more to reveal, as always. The universe and its experience and people, places, and things had more to reveal. Right? That's the bottom line, like always. So get on the path. That's all I could say as an advisory. Get on the path, really search yourself, really look at what the fuck cause and effect is about and what history is about, and really look at what the fuck we would need to become in the eyes of God in order to solve the problems we face. And no, the answer ain't this low level, easy, day-to-day, habitual nonsense garbage that hasn't worked yet. You got all these motherfuckers out here trapping. 95% of them go to fucking prison. And for the 5% who get out and wind up making it big, and get a name for themselves, what the fuck are they doing anyway at the end of the day? You're just another slave with a big bank account. You know, that's the bottom line here. A lot of folks suffering from ignorance is bliss. They think, I say it's blistering because it's going to get you shorter long term, this life or the next life. But they subscribe to ignorance is bliss. Ignorance is bliss. If I just ignore it and I act like it's not there, well, then I get to go on my comfortable, exciting, free, non-free lifestyle as a slave. You know, as another manufactured NPC. So, hey, you like it, I love it. At least it doesn't have to be my life, at least at this point. If it changes, I'll let you know. Let's go to the docket. We got Jefferson in the back. Jefferson, we're on a movement here today. Don't hold me up. Don't hold me up. What do you got? Let's go. Let's go. Don't tell me hi and hey, how are you? Let's shake hands or buddy. But let's go, man. What do you got? Give me something. I'm going right to the docket. I got slavery. I got body cams. I got slave news. I got AI deciphering scrolls up there that's been there for weeks, still haven't got to it. I got alien encounters. I got ancient civilization. I got I'm like fucking Sucalis on History Channel with the big hair, man. I got it all up here.
Oh,
so
shit. Use the feel. All right.
I'm on a movement. I don't got time to waste today.
One thing, brother.
All right.
Between states, if you have plates on some vehicle, right, and you go to the other state, and then you start doing a job, right? And then
what state did you go from one mental state to another when you crossed some imaginary line? What state are we talking? Are you talking about you went from America to America, huh?
I went from on California to on Nevada.
Sounds like America to me. Sounds like you went from America to America. All right, tell me more about how that works. Did you pass through some membrane or something?
Just a little border. Not much.
Border? What is that? Like a bookstore?
They check for your vegetables and shit, you know?
Check for your vegetables?
Yeah, they check. If you have a big bag of vegetables, they'll check your ass, bro.
Did you let them check your vegetables or what?
Yeah, no way. I go through. I don't know, man. I just been
right. I know what you're talking about. Up on that fucking highway, there's a checkpoint where they pretty much ask everybody on the way, and it's just another way to fucking slave everybody. You know. Well, for safety, do you guys have any vegetables? We don't want any invasive species being transferred, right? And I just go, I don't answer questions, and they go, all right, go ahead.
Now it's only the big trucks they check because so many people blew through it, I think. But I just been thinking about how I am working in Nevada. They don't really tax you much or at all. At least on the paper, when I filled it out, I said, I'm not getting taxed as usual. So my only question for you lately was, if a cop pulls me over, he goes, oh, I still have jurisdiction over you. And I go, well, see that one plate on the back? I don't have a plate in the front. I have one in the back that does say registered to California. Does that mean that you have jurisdiction over me being in this vehicle, quote unquote, right now? Because I'm in Nevada now? That's just a question because I will remove the plate on this soon.
They're just repeating what they want to be true that has become true, large in part by most people believing it's true and acting on it. So if anyone out there can explain to me how it becomes inherently true that some guy in a costume has an ability to control me because there's something hanging off the back of my car, I mean, I'd love to hear the argument. As far as I'm concerned, it's hallucinatory insanity. Okay.
So it's not commerce then if I'm
I'm not saying that it's not giving a notice that leads one to believe a set of things, either A, B, C, or D. I'm just saying ultimately, like the more and more I live, the more I go, there's lore, there's the law, there's beliefs about lore and law, and then there's I'm just gonna do whatever the fuck I want to do, and we'll settle it at court at some point. And the more that we just go on that, and more it seems, at least like 8 to 9 out of 10 times, we actually have the power. This is the big, very little idea here that nobody seems to want to get a hold of is if you know yourself and you know your truth and it aligns with the truth as far as you can perceive, and you're not an insane person and they can't verify or establish that you're just an insane person and you're saying things that make sense and what you're believing makes sense on some level, right? If they could have their way, they'd say anyone who mentions God is a crazy person. And that's what a lot of people believe at this time. Anyone who mentions God or a higher power or service to something other than self and their shitty culture in the state, right? Anything other than the state of being a monolithic idea as something to serve and being a power structure has now been deemed crazy. Does that mean that I'm going to accept that for me or anybody else? Is anyone else who serves a higher power going to accept we don't have religious rights anymore to choose because God gives us free will and a conscience? I don't give a fuck what they say. I don't give a fuck what they believe. I don't have to believe it. I don't have to accept it. I don't have to argue with it. They have their beliefs. Like Valdez told me, want me to play the video again that was made infamous at this point? He said, you have your beliefs. We have ours. We uphold whatever our nonsense is. You uphold whatever you believe your nonsense is. My nonsense makes way more sense than their nonsense if we're going to claim it's all nonsense.
Exactly.
I can't get anyone from their system to make sense out of what they're doing other than pimping and macking and hoeing and testing from the dark side who and what we are to condemn us of our own convictions. They're not convicting us in their system. They're convicting us internally. Who and what are you? What do you believe? And what are you going to do next? And we're going to throw a bunch of stuff at you to find out what the answers to that is. And folks give it to them every time. Everything they need to call you crazy, insane, incompetent, cowardly, bad faith, dishonorable, just like they do on this broadcast. It's uncanny.
Right, bro. And especially in California, that's why this plate. So because the vehicle came with that, right? I have it on because of, California's California. But when I go to Nevada, I feel like taking it off because I know that they support this shit out there. And
listen, bro, this goes along with, like I said at one point, I still have the car out there that I've yet to get in and use. I was itching today looking at it. I'm going to air up the tires again and get it going. And I'm going to be traveling again. And I'm going to decide what capacity, how I want to do it with what notice. I still have a DOT number on there where I recorded with the DOT that I'm a private conveyance of household goods, non-commercial. That's a status and standing with the federal government, with the federal corporate service provider. That's a status and standing. Private traveler or conveyance of household goods, non-commercial, not for hire, not for pay. And you don't need to be licensed to do that.
Right.
So,
though, right?
Will the locals potentially lock me up in some hick fucking jail and tell me that I'm doing fraud because I went and got a DOT number and I'm using it with their status, private conveyance, not for commercial use, 0 licensed drivers? They'll say, you're frauding. You're claiming to be DOT. Well, no, I'm not. I went right on there and I filled out exactly what they had there. That was an option. They said, how many licensed drivers you have? I put 0. I'm not lying. I'm not frauding. I'm not misrepresenting. I'm just not doing what everyone else does conventionally. I'm doing something unorthodox that proves who and what I am and creates a record and parks me in a federal jurisdiction where a motor vehicle is a commercial instrument, where an automobile is a free traveling private conveyance. Guess what that means? In my world, to my understanding, I can go all over the continental United States because guess what? Everything's about checks and balance and has to be pursuant to superior and supreme law. And you know what that means? It means of and by and for the people. I'm going to ride around. I'm going to go to whatever state I want. I'm going to smoke reefer. I'm going to be responsible. I'm going to pack fucking guns to defend myself. And anyone who doesn't want me to be a free man and an American can kindly fuck themselves.
Right.
That's the bottom line of what this is here. Till we get a hold of that concept and start riding on that, you motherfuckers ain't going nowhere. Because you want to spin the fucking code and this, that, and the third, and look at it 1,000 fucking times. It's all right within you. It's all activating your archetypal instinct and intuition. This is who and what I am. This is what I'm not. I love myself and I love the truth. I'm here to serve the Most High. I'm not willing to comply with that statute, policy, and code. The minute it interferes with my free choice, my empowerment becomes a detriment to me. I just told you, I don't drink or use drugs when I move around on the road. I don't fucking speed. I'm not a direct threat to the public and all the other slaves out there who are vaxxed the fuck up. I'm not here to cause problems and cause trouble and get out of shit that I cause. I'm here to be free and responsible and accountable and empowered. I got personal liability bond. I got minimum coverage up to $5,000 in the case of an accident, just like the regular insurance company does. You go get a contract with them, you sign it, you pay a monthly for them to write up a contract and say, in the event of an accident, we put up $5,000 in the name of Paulie Boy the jerk off slave. I could do the same thing they could do on every level, and I have. I wrote it up and said, in the event of any untoward events, any accident occurs, right? An accident's an accident. I didn't maliciously cause harm. Things happen, though, in the course of a free life and lifestyle. I pledge $5,000 in escrow in the name of Paulie Boy the slave in the event of any accident. Why is that an issue and a problem? Why do I have to pay monthly on a service that I may never use? So someone else can write up a liability bond to cover me up to $5,000 in the event of a crash. I could do that my motherfucking self and save the $200 a month. This is absolutely ridiculous. You go into their code and it says proof of personal financial liability and responsibility. I have that.
Yeah.
I've not been a direct threat to the public. I've not caused any accidents. Nobody's reported me. I travel freely, right? In the event of an accident, I'm willing to compensate up to $5,000, potentially more, if it's deemed to be that I'm the at fault party.
And even
where's the discrepancy? Where's I need the DMV to establish on record that I can move a fucking conveyance around or not? Right. Wasn't that what my daddy was supposed to do? Doesn't daddy take you out on the sled or on the training wheels and say, go ahead, son, try it out. See how far you can get. See what you do. And you run into a little kid. I remember we used to do the sled. We ran some little kid over one day. Daddy was in the thing with me. Still, even daddy being in the sled with me didn't stop us from losing control and running down someone's kid on the big hill. And guess what the bottom line is? No one got sued. Nothing happened because that was still somewhat back in the day where everyone wasn't a punk-ass coward pussy and they took on their own liability. You bring your little brat to the fucking big hill where everybody's going down fast. He's at the whim and mercy of whatever happens. That's called a free fucking country. And if the kid did get seriously harmed and we were deemed to be at fault, we'd have to fucking compensate. Again, luckily, though, we still lived in, at the time, an era where parents said, we're not going to helicopter, we're not going to baby the children. If they want to play and be part of the situation, sometime they're going to get roughed up and get hurt. Hopefully, faithfully, it's not to too much of an extreme degree. Imagine that, huh? That everybody took their own fucking responsibility and accountability and liability into their own hands and understood what freedom actually fucking meant. And then we're accountable and responsible if something went wrong because they actually cared about themselves and their community and how to govern themselves and what's right. Imagine fucking that, huh? Imagine if we didn't have to have big fucking corporations in every aspect of our life giving us advisory code on what we should do next. What? Pay them? Yeah, we know that's what they think we should do next. Give up a few more of our rights, like Obama said, some more sovereignty, and pay them. Right. Your thoughts, broken system, broken teeth, as they call you. Go ahead, sir.
Well, hello.
I'm ranting. What else?
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we got to get to the docket at some point. You're going to force me into even more of a rant and ramble.
No, I put a video in your backstage. If you feel like,
are you breaking up, or is that me?
I'm not trying to, brag about the dismissals. I'm just trying to put it on record.
No, the borders are not being flooded specifically because Americans are lazy. That's part of it. Motherfuckers don't want to work and don't want to. I don't necessarily blame them. I've come to the point where I go, you should work for yourself. Everybody should grow their own fucking watermelons and whatever the fuck else they have, if possible. That's what we need to transition to.
Stop outsourcing everything to somebody else down the block and around the corner and have to hire an illegal migrant in order to fucking pay him $7 an hour to pick the damn fruit. You grow the fucking fruit. You pick it. If not, you don't get any. That's what we need to start fucking transitioning back to, because that used to be real reality. You want a free trade? Free trade. But these big corporations and box stores stacking up all this pre-made shit so that people can indulge in confections that are non-local oftentimes. People want to live in Alaska and drink fucking orange juice. Get over it, because it's not reality. You know, if you can, it's a good gig if you can get it. May not be sustainable, right? So it may be better off if folks just start getting back to what they can locally produce and create, and then be self-sustainable and live within their means. If not, it's very simple. Like an addict, at some point, you got a cutoff coming where you may not get what you like and what you want, and you're going to have to learn that day that that's kind of what discipline in life about being a man especially is about. You don't always get what you like and what you want. Sometimes you got to build that and create that. Imagine that. Imagine if we actually started to build and create all the things that we want and need instead of outsourcing everything, including religion, politics, health, and all the rest of it, to a bunch of folks we never met. And when we do meet them, we feel like maybe something might be wrong with them. Like maybe covering your face and breathing in your own bacteria and taking luciferase in your veins, among other things, might not be the best course of action here. Expert. Yeah, we've all learned, right? Or we at least should have. We should have learned that the majority of the time, what we're getting is not worth what we're paying. And wherever it's coming from, it's not purified. And oftentimes it's corrupted and tainted. Imagine that. When we finally woke up to the fact that we're being genocided while being enslaved. Imagine a corporation and a group of people that go, we're going to take you as slaves only to kill you and break your soul. It's so archetypally satanic. It's the same way when the drug dealers put fentanyl in their dope and kill all their clientele, and more heroin addicts find them and go buy it because they're all death worshipers. They're all satanic scum. It makes no sense. Why would you kill off your clientele? And why would the next people come and rush to get more of the shit that just killed everyone off? Because everyone's a fucking death worshiper. It ain't even about making the money. They run around with the rims and flash the money and go, we got money, we're trapping. No, you're avatared by a satanic spirit is what it seems. Because when you look at it, it doesn't actually make any sense. Why would you want to live this way? Why would anyone want to live this way? Why are you claiming it to be one thing when it's actually something else? It's the aversion to care. You know, we've taught ourselves and each other to stop caring, to do what's true and what's right, either because there's no point, somebody's going to admonish us, or because it's never going to get better, right? We become faithless and hopeless, disempowered and inspired on the whole. So that's what I'm here and others are here to do, to remind us, no, that's not the case. No, you don't have to accept less for yourself and others. No, we can go to the next level, and turns out God will provide. Right? Turns out the same way the devil provides to motherfuckers who are willing to death worship and kill themselves and their own people and race pimp, you know, and fuck the idea of even race pimping, because again, race is a construct, right? This is culturalism. This isn't colorism or racism.
I was going to say, brother, can I say something?
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, sir. Even in California, there's still a lot of good, people out here. And as soon as you say,
what makes him good? Tell me what makes him good if you're going to say these things, because I want you to get me right. What makes these people you're talking about good exactly?
I probably shouldn't have said the word good, but like men.
Again, if that's what I want, because a lot of people say that to me all day, every day. Oh, these are a lot of good people out here. What makes them good exactly? And then they got no answers for me, because I would think that a lying, cheating, stealing, or cowardly slave, you can't be good. That's just why. That's just what I'm.
I agree with that. I should have said men of principle and of honor, that when you say I don't consent and you look them in the eye, they're really looking at you in the eye and in the soul. At least in my experiences with sheriffs and stuff, when I said I do not consent to being searched, because if they did search me, I would maybe be in prison right now, right? So they look you in the soul, they see your conviction. And I'm saying that for every state, not just Cali, but they're still out there. As long as you have that conviction and you know your shit to at least the extent that you know yourself, and you know that this man actually doesn't have the right to breach you. Where's the warrant and where's the loss, injury, and harm? And they, many times out here, I was let go, and they just, after that, they respected me and said, get on out, have a good night. And it just changed. And same with slaving, like we were talking about yesterday. It's like, once they see that conviction and that knowing in your soul, and you look them in the eye, and it changes everything. I just wanted to, that shit with the plates we were talking about earlier. It's like, I just feel like part of me wants to just take them off all the way now, because I have seen that shit, even in Cali, you know? And
well, I never even got to the point, because when I let people up here, it's not your fault, but I start feeling pressured, and I start feeling like people are going to speak and take me off whatever it is that I'm interacting with the chat, and just kind of rambling about. But the guy said, people flooding the borders. This is going to be now the new. It's amazing how these folks loop. They come out of their suburban city dwelling lifestyle for the last 3 years of nonsense and mediocrity. And now they're all socially conscious all of a sudden again, right? Because we got one of these ridiculous elections going to happen. They're all now political pundits. They're all like social commentators. They're all activists all of a sudden. They all seem to think they know what's going on and how the world works. They don't, of course, but they all believe they do. And they're going to give you the social commentary on what's happening and what needs to happen. Newsflash, you're in New World Order, American, whatever your name is down there. It's not a theory. It's happening. They're building highways and got plans for it. All the plans they got are exactly where all the fires are going right now, and all the forests they say are happening because it's just so hot out. In between it raining, just where I just was, it happened. Raining the week before, the week after, which there's military planes flying overhead, and I'm not going to say that they're cloud seeding. I'm not going to say that. But in between flooding the place out and having houses go down the street, there's just raging fires happening, 4 or 5 of them at a time in different places, because it's just so darn hot out, don't you know? Because of global warming. Give me a break, dude. They brought in 2 wings of the same bird. They're playing both sides against the middle, and they're using a 2-sided agenda to get us to one outcome. It's called anti-nationalism. It's called statute, policy, and code being conflated with law. It's called Donnie and Joey and all the rest of them being the leaders and spearheads of it, while claiming QAnon has a plan for everyone. Hello? I am the QAnon white hat. Many others on the ground are that. Nice to meet you, like the intro said. We're the ones actually doing and living Americana and the truth, sacrificing. It's not Don going to court like a little boy in his best suit, his best Easter clothes, answering to a judge who is snickering, charging him with felonies, answering to nonsense, no administrative procedure, conflating the idea that statute, policy, and code and these administrative courts are courts of law, and that we don't have any rights and we have to do whatever this system says. Get a clue on what's actually happening. They co-opted the freedom movement, which is grassroots. There's been thousands of us on the ground for the longest time seeding this and doing it and living it. We're not part of any official movement. We just live true and correct and follow the law and uphold rights and exercise them. Your politicians and bankers and the rest of them don't do that. They make a habit and a business out of not doing that and doing it for profit. Okay? So let's just at some point here get a clue on what's really happening. Both sides are doing New World Order. Both sides are working for a centralized banking cartel. Both sides are using statute, policy, and code, state of corporations, and bills and acts and different forms of governance, which means mind control, to sell you down the river with your own consent and to get paid to do it. And you're going to foot the bill. Fuck slave. That's how governance and political science has always worked from the beginning of time. That's why the Christed being, who we all started this society off of, eventually whipped on people and gladly carried a cross to be crucified, because he was so completely sick and tired of living around a bunch of inept, ignorant, arrogant, blind, deaf, and dumb, heartless, coward slaves who don't want to pick themselves out of their darkness and intransigence and impotence. And no matter how much you show them the fucking way and live it and give them the results, they got other bigger and better things to do, like Coliseum games, and Taylor Swift is on. And maybe I'll go take a shit in the aquifer and poison the whole fucking city before we fiddle while it burns. We'll fiddle with ourselves and we'll fiddle on the roof. This is the reality of it. This place may as well be a fucking purgatory hell realm. Every single time you go to history and look, it's the same fucking looping sickness in game. And you got a bunch of unaware, unself-aware, and therefore unaware of the universe folks just going along to get along. Just fodder for the meat grinder. It's beyond fascinating and incredible to me. At some point, I'm going to start painting pictures out in the woods and getting away from yelling and screaming. You know, like the more I'm back out here, the more I just like spending my day just not yelling and screaming and just being at peace and doing the next right thing and building something. And I'm just going to paint pictures of like wheels of history with just nameless, faceless slaves, the clay and iron, right? The iron of the system that you can't even see, but is working from the beginning of time, just grounding up these clay-like malleable slaves who won't become the molders of themselves and their own societies and cultures and communities. It's too easy to let somebody else mold them right into the shape of what they need to be ground up and reincarnated again, to be taught some higher cosmic lesson for everyone as an oversoul. Beyond fascinating. You can go back 2,000 years, you can go back 200 years. It's the same fucking story on every land with the same type of people doing the same type of things. And the other side is it's other people like me going, this is what we need to do. This is what's obvious. This is what history shows. History will repeat if we fail to learn the lessons. And all in between, you got a bunch of fake heroes and politicos and middle-class wannabes, never was people who want to sell you a bunch of programs and grift and put up posters and yap online. Beyond amazing and fascinating. And I know this is what's been going on from the beginning of time. I can tap right into the historical genetic, to the epigenetic. I can imagine sitting at the bar and ranting like this and being surrounded by the majority of fluoridated slaves of that time, whatever kind of metal and toxin they put into the water, you know, that they were, because they've been doing this from the beginning of time. You look back and you find, oh, all the cisterns are made of, in these areas, are made of this material, which they know it toxifies the humans and drives them insane and makes them unable to know up from down, right from wrong. It's the same fucking thing over and over. Oh, they gave the natives the blankets with the disease on it, but nobody knew. Wink, wink. Right. Oh, they gave everybody the Luciferians to save us from what they put in the air or what wasn't there that they said was there to keep everyone safe. Right. You know, you look back, it's the same fucking story over and over again. Then you go, oh my God, this is what, like, as much as it's fascinating and interesting and exciting, it's never a dull moment. The more you see this, the more you actually want to live because you're just intrigued to see how this ends. The other side is this must be what a light-based holographic purgatory would be like. Just souls just incarnating here from the beginning of time, just looping the same garbage and winding up the same way, and then pretending they didn't see it coming and pretending they don't know how it happened, or just being that fucking unconscious and unaware that it could go on and on and on with few, if any, becoming aware and doing something different, right? And then you got to wonder, what does that then, what are the implications about us? What is prepared before or after whatever this realm is for those few of us who do actually decide to break the generational loops and curses? Is it possible there's something before and after this? I don't know. I can't answer that. Rhetorical question. Broken system, broken trust. I'm ranting and raving and rambling as always. I'm very fucking selfish, self-centered and rude, narcissistic and egotistical. You know the rap. There's many other channels who will tell you all about that. Do you have anything that you want to present? If not, I'm going to hit the docket a little bit, mix it up. We can always come back to get back to me and my bullshit and whatever else.
Yeah, I would completely agree with that assessment. But I did put a video in your backstage because you did start off the broadcast by, pointing out the liars, the deceivers, and the folks that are trying to disempower folks that are getting dismissals on the ground. So I put a little video back there.
Is that Lauren De Laguna?
Yeah, that's.
I already have it up here, sir, and we're right here. We're right here. We're synchronized. We're like swimmers. We're synchronized swimmers. Show me the breaststroke. Show me the backstroke. There it is. Do the cat. Right, we're here.
Do the cat.
Okay. All right. Let's go to it. I got broken system, broken trust. First, we're going major asshole because he loves when I play his videos. Let's get back to me, but this time it's me and him. Even though we're right here, it's like double time. We're going hologram. Then we're going De Laguna.
Yeah, I like that.
The snake,
one
the
more
viper
thing,
de
I
Laguna.
just
No. Fuck
restreamed-
you. Is that you now? Are you saying something now?
Yeah. Real quick, I
No.
Restreamed the
Then I have to. I thought that was you potentially on video. I was right. Fuck you, because you've done that a dozen times, and I'm sick of it. You literally wait for me to play the clip and then go, oh, hold up, one more thing. Please stop that. Please
Okay,
stop
my
that.
bad.
I'm asking you seriously. Could you please? It's like it's an insane pattern with you, and it has to stop.
Yeah.
And it reeks of some kind of power game. Everyone plays power games with me in my life. Just please don't do it with me. Can I just have one? I just want one person who's exempt from constantly testing me, playing power games with me, purposely doing habits that they know are ridiculous and interference with what we were. It was so good there for a minute. It was going so well.
It's a me
What was the
thing,
one
not
more
a you
thing? What was is your house on fire? If your house is on fire, then that's.
Well, the house isn't on fire.
Are you having a heart attack?
I'm restreaming.
Hold on, one
the
more thing. I'm
stream
going to
for
die
the
right
first
now. And then
time.
that maybe. What's the one more thing, dude? Come on, get to it, please.
I'm restreaming the vertical stream on my channel.
Yeah, no, don't tell me that. I'm tired of that. That's the second thing. See, that's what I mean. That's it. Turn your camera off. I knew he was going to do that. You have a habit of stopping me, and then not only stopping me from one more thing, you tell me something I don't need to know that I'm aware of. If you're on panel, you're restreaming. I get it. It doesn't have to be said every time you come here. Just fucking do it, and let's roll, pal. Let's get right into it, okay? We got a stacked docket. Don't do this. Seriously, don't do it. He thinks he's like buying. He thinks every time he comes here and says that he's buying credit with me. Instead, he's pissing me off. Or he's like, hey, just so you know, restreaming. Love ya. I go, got it, dude. I can see it up there. It gives me a prompt every time someone does it. And I'm aware of patterns. I'm like 130 IQ they clocked me at. Means I'm really good with patterns. Means you don't have to spell it out for me. I'm the one always spelling it out for everyone else, right? As you can see, because I'm a super genius. There's no doubt about it. But let's move ahead. Broken system, broken trust, little slow on the uptake, but courageous man, eccentric man, entertaining man, a man who we know and love here. If you don't, you're going to get to know him. And one of the ways is through the clip. Broken system, broken trust loves when I play these clips. Major assholes with me and him. And then we're going to De Laguna. I just said this. See, now I'm having to segue again. I'm a master of segues on the fly, and you're forcing me to repeat. Now it's not. Now it's kind of like, it's almost staged. Take something away from it. The viper, as I was saying. The snake, De Laguna. We're going to go to that.
Excuse me?
I'm going to say how there's no wins. It's not real.
He's an asshole, sir. I know that.
Wait, hold on. I got to restart that.
Excuse me? I said he's a pig. Who is he? He's an asshole, sir. I know that. What's his name? That is his name, sir. Asshole. Major asshole.
Okay. Sir, I'm not going to permit you to speak to anybody in my courtroom in that manner.
How many assholes we got on this ship anyhow? Go!
And if you don't want to apologize, I'm going to hold you in contempt.
I knew it. I'm surrounded by assholes.
Lanto, you're not listening. See, that's why you get in trouble, because you like to talk and you think you know it all, and you don't listen.
Now, is this not hearkening back to like every middle school non-versation I would have with the principal, my father? And then I just end it all real quick. It's real simple. You watch how this goes. Paulie, you're always going to get yourself in trouble because you love to talk and think you know everything. That's you. And I just step right back away. That's you, because you're the one who's done most of the talking here today, and you're pretending like you know everything, and 3/4 of what you're doing is word salad, double speak, fraud and grifting games. Hello? Right. That's called projection 101. Someone got it down there, right? 10 points for public service for truth. That's what that is. You guys are the fake authoritarians who are always doing the talking and the dictating and pretending like what you're saying is true and correct and sound always. Stop projecting that onto us because we're asking questions about your fraud.
All right. And Mr. Lanto, you'll be receiving your notification for the trial date.
Well, objection. I just want to make sure, last time I was here, we discussed the issue of jurisdiction. You gave me a charging document. And on that charging document, if I had you in federal court on a stand in federal court and I asked you to highlight the word jurisdiction, what would you highlight?
So you'll be getting the notice for the hearing for the trial date in the mail.
Always.
Stop projecting that onto us because we're asking questions about your fraud. It doesn't work. Okay? Hasn't worked since middle school. That's when they go, Paulie, you should be a lawyer when you grow up, which is their way of conceding, I'm a better conversationalist than you. I'm better at getting the truth out than you. I just put your bitch ass in check. You got to learn to interpret in this life. For all the youngsters out there, if you get really good at arguing means to make the facts clear and presently known in Latin. If you're really good at putting the facts on record and asking good questions, the adults will tell you, you should be a lawyer when you grow up. That's their way of saying they just lost the argument.
Josh shouldn't be allowed to represent himself in court because he's intentionally prolonging everything.
You want a trial today?
Another bootlicker.
Well, I mean, I'd even be willing to, sign a guilty plea today if the court can just produce the factual evidence of jurisdiction. It should be in my file somewhere.
Josh shouldn't be allowed to represent himself in court because he's intentionally prolonging everything and making a mockery of the court.
Huh. That's amazing.
Huh, right.
Broken system, broken teeth. Are you there, sir? I love busting your balls, you know it. Because I know you can take it. I know you can take it. You're a sick motherfucker just like me. Somehow, some way you can take it. You're born for this shit. I don't know where it is. I'll bring it up. Much the difference. Major assholes. Right. I like that one. All right, let's go to it. Lauren De Laguna says, nobody ever wins over here. It's all sob-sit mumbo jumbo. Dismissal's not a win. And so we don't get them, but when we do get them, it's not a win. Yeah, that's how that goes. So, and then she's going to do it too, like with a duping delight smile on her face. Cause she knows, like they all know they're all full of shit and that they're living in two worlds and they're playing one big game that's going to come toppling down on them anytime. And then they'll just get to hand off the liability to someone else. That's what an authentic corporate males and females does. Did you see the 2008 banking housing collapse and all the rest of it? It's over and over again. Unauthentic corporate males lying and bullshitting all day, every day, schmoozing for a check. And then one day it all topples down and they just get to hand the liability off. So it's someone else did it and someone else will fix it, right? Yeah. All right, let's get to it here. We're on Slave Book now. Concerning.
Broken system, broken trust has lost every single time you.
The people are not moving forward on this matter, so I'm making a motion to dismiss Mr. Lando's case.
Broken system, broken trust has lost every single time he was on panel with us, and he has lost every single time he has tried in court. So,
point in time, it appears that
who's that bitch?
Agreed that we're going to dismiss the current complaint.
Broken system, broken trust has lost every single time.
broken system, broken trust has lost every single time.
What does case dismissed mean to you? I mean,
slave.
I don't know what else to say. Ask questions. Fucking dismissed. You said dismissed, I'm out of here. I'm out. I'm going. As soon as you say dismissed, I'm out of here.
Mr. Lanto, you're not listening. See, that's why you get in trouble, because you like to talk and you think you know it all, and you don't listen.
If everybody drugged this out in court like you did, obviously, the whole system would just be overloaded instantaneously, right? I thought you did a very good job of maintaining your composure. And the judge.
I'm kind of tired of this guy too, who can never fucking talk like he's actually woken up fully. Talks like he still hasn't got out of bed. He's still in his PJs. Can barely put a sentence together. Yeah. If you just and every time they think they're trying to be witty or like clever, they're undoing themselves in whatever work we're putting in. If you just drag this out, we're not in court dragging shit out. Why are you repeating Kafar's ridiculous narrative? Because he's a bootlicking swine. Nobody's trying to get away with anything. No one's dragging out the process. We're trying to establish proper process and procedure of governance, assholes. That's out of American jurisprudence. It's Blackstone's commentary. It's Bouvier's. It's the foundation of law. It's the Bill of Rights and Declaration of Independence. Are you really this fucking retarded? The answer is yes. Please stop talking for him and for me and everyone else. I'll tell him, Josh don't talk for me. You don't talk for him. Same deal. Because most of the time, most of you motherfuckers don't know what the fuck you're saying and what the implications of what you're saying are, and you don't even listen to yourself while you're talking and correct the record. No one's dragging shit out. No one's trying to overthrow. Nobody's being belligerent and combative. No one's being fraudulent. We actually believe this, and we're questioning on what the proper process and procedure is. And when the answers don't come forth, they run out of the room because they ain't got the juice. This is extremely inspiring and empowering. Please stop watering it down and misrepresenting it. Your thoughts on any of that? Am I being rude and mean and not nice again? Impolite?
Well, that could be the case, but I'm just saying, there is, I think, some utility in if they're going to act in bad faith to just drag it out and just kind of, I don't know, just make it as.
So you're repeating it now. As I just said, okay, well then, you know what? You repeat it. You believe that. I don't believe that. I'm not here to drag this shit out. I want them to go the fuck away. If they won't go away, they're in the room with me. I'm not dragging anything out. They're dragging it out by not establishing the proper process and procedure by putting a state of New Mexico on a piece of paper and telling me it's a plaintiff. They're dragging it out.
Yeah, and I do make it very clear as far as like my desire to be left alone. I do that every court date. Every court date, I say, hey, let's just get a resolution today. So I do make the offer to get it handled right away. I say, hey, there's another
not willing to submit and to comply with code or to make a plea and beg does not have anything to do with dragging shit out.
Yeah.
It's like saying someone just took me and put me in a trunk and said, I'm going to fucking be their slave for the next however long or else. Well, we better get to the or else. I'm saying get to the or else. I'm not dragging it out. They are. It's either time to let me go or fucking kill me. I'm not dragging it out. They are. That's what you need. If people would just learn to communicate properly, we'd be so much better off. Because that's what you don't want to say and represent. That we're all just a bunch of hippie tards, pot smokers who want to gum up the court system and drag it out. And now I got to deal with the next wave of Trump tard and whoever else who's going to repeat that narrative that you just doubled down on. That's not what we want to live and put out there from my perspective. We want a speedy trial. We want to get this over with. Where's the delegation of authority? Where's the contract? What's the foundations of law? Quick, to the point. If not, I'll see you later. Well, I'm far from wanting to drag this shit out. We're way late in the game. We can't afford to drag this shit out. We got to get right for ourselves and each other now. If not, we already got big problems and bigger problems coming over the horizon.
Yeah, and just to clarify, maybe I'll put a compilation video together of every time I've offered them if they want to dismiss it. And then I also bring up the fact that in another county, there was a prosecutor that there was going to be no controversy. They dismissed it. Why can't you do the same thing as that prosecutor? And then they have no answer for that. So
that's not, I don't even do that. I'm not interested in asking them why daddy over here did this, that, and the third. They could do whatever they want, say whatever they want. I'm not even going to appeal to a decision to somebody else. At best, I'll say, this is what happened the last time you tried to pull this fucking stunt. Do it again. Simple. Why can't you change your ruling, or why can't you rule in favor of what this guy over here said? Maybe they don't want to. Okay, then I'm going to sue you. That's it. We got like 2-3 lanes here. Well, I'm going to keep showing up and asking you where your fucking plaintiff is because you can't or won't produce one. And if you put me in a fucking box and railroad me, I'm going to do my fucking time in faith, work out, become better, be more conscious and focused on me. And when I get out, I'm going to sue your bitch ass for trying to slave me with color of law. That's all this is.
Yeah, I mean, if I should do that with any of these cases, I mean, I don't know. I've always just kind of left them alone after they've been resolved and just moved on.
Right. The same way if you're a child, you want to get respect. You don't say what mama just told you to daddy. Doesn't fucking get you respect. You just say, this is what I'm doing. You could rule however you want. I'm going to be free and do what it is that I believe true and correct, as long as I don't cause loss, injury, and harm. Saying to them, mama just said down in the kitchen, you can have a cookie, doesn't make you any more of a man. Makes you less of one. When you actually become a man, you don't say what mama told you. Say, I'm going in the kitchen and get me a fucking cookie, and I'm not going to be stopped. Because all this comes down to me being the heir. If your daddy owns a deli, do you ask mommy and daddy to go take a cookie when you become a man? No, because you're the heir to the fucking deli. You walk in and take one whenever you want. And as long as you're not overeating the place out of house and home and putting everybody into debt, nobody's going to say a fucking thing because you become a man and you could do what the fuck you want. That's the whole point. And if you're the heir to the throne, you could definitely do what the fuck you want. I thought this was of and by and for the people. I'm not going to tell them what mama just told me I could do and not do. I'm telling them what I'm going to do. And that's it. And that's the day you become a man. That's the day your daddy shakes your hand and say, son, you become a man, because you're not trying to put this on other people and tell me what other people said and try to compel me to believe whatever. You're just standing on who and what the fuck you are, what you're not, and going to move forward in your own free will. And as long as you upkeep yourself and govern yourself properly, none of us are going to have a fucking problem here. That's the level we got to meet on in common sense. That's the level most motherfuckers never been taken to in their own damn home life or in their own life. That's how pathetic it is. You got a lot of folks running around still 30, 40, 50 years old asking their mommy and daddy to take the heir to the throne. There's no one left, bitch-ass motherfucker. Act like a slave and a child, you get treated like one. Act godlike or act like a man and a woman, you get treated like one. Makes it a lot more easier for folks to hand you the fucking keys to the whole shop and say, you run the motherfucker, because I'm tired and old anyway. That's the reality of it. Your thoughts, Mr. BSBT?
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely one approach. You know, that approach is not like...
There's nobody fighting charges. The guy's asking in chat, what are the typical charges you guys are fighting? Curious, just came across these. There's no... What now?
Can I answer that question?
Go ahead.
Okay, what's the typical charges you guys are fighting? That's an easy answer. It's typically a non-violent, victimless crime, quote-unquote crime, and it's typically used to convert rights into crimes, or what are supposed to be rights, which are really, you know, kind of privileges.
Right, there's no such thing as a non-violent and victimless crime. So there's that.
Yeah, quote-unquote crime, non-violent, victimless.
A crime has to have a victim.
Those are the charges I always get anyway.
Right. Right. So the bottom line is we're talking about traveling freely, no license, registration, insurance, and plates. We're talking about disorderly conducts. We're pretty much talking about anything that involves what will be called a misdemeanor or even a felony, because again, the man just said, oftentimes these codes and policies unlawfully convert rights into privileges and benefits at the whim of a licensing or a corporation. And when you don't follow through with the corporate proceeding, they criminalize your natural rights and your constitutional rights, which are really just a codification and a contract upholding your natural rights and common sense. Right. So there is no typical charges, I guess you could say, when it comes to me. Like I'm not fighting or encouraging myself or anybody to get out of charges like beating up their bitch or something like that. Excuse me for colloquially using that term. You know, beating up the woman you're dealing with. This is a family show. I don't want to trigger too hard, right? Or do I? I don't know. I guess in this moment I don't want to trigger too hard. You never know. Yeah, I'm not talking about like not paying for your children and not taking care of your children or beating up the woman you're dealing with, you know, or doing something, causing loss, injury, and harm, being an irresponsible collectivist slave. You know, I'm not talking about any of that. I'm talking about engaging in rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, having charges put on you through policy and code, which criminalizes your rights, and then making them aware that you know that they know that you know that they know what we're supposed to be doing here. And what the foundations of this land especially are, America, and what we're not going for, right? And just asking questions, just establishing the facts of the matter, just putting forth what it is our understanding and conviction is, and then surrendering in faith. There is no fight. There's no fighting charges going on here. You know, we're either at war with ourselves or we cease the war with self, in which case we live in prosperity and peace, and we emanate that and we co-create that, and anybody else who interferes with that or attempts to cease resolution and reconciliation with us is a wrongdoer. I don't care who that is and what uniform they're wearing. It doesn't change the outcome, right? So there's no fighting going on here with charges or anything else. This is alchemization. This is transformation and transmutation. That's what a charge is. They're taking energy and moving energy, and they're putting energy on you and into you, or revealing energy in you, and then asking you to do something with it and bring it back out, right? It's about alchemization. So oftentimes through this process, what the real deal is turning your fear into faith. Can you be in certain situations where you're gripped with fear and you want to do what everyone else does to avoid discomfort, and you go ahead with what's true and what's right that might get you killed or put in a box, and you transmute that fear into faith? There's nothing like getting a handle on that process and becoming your own master again, right? That's self-mastery versus being the slave of someone else and letting someone else or something else be your master. So that's the key point of what we're doing here and why it's valuable. It ain't just limited to the charges. This is a life skills practice. This is a life-changing life skills practice is what we're talking about here. An aspect of enlightenment, if you will. Go ahead.
It's not consenting.
Again, there's co-creation and there's consenting with coercion and duress. Co-creation doesn't require coercion and duress, and it's beneficial for all parties involved, right? Consenting to coercion and duress is oftentimes not beneficial to all parties involved, and there's a fear element invoked, right? So that's what makes it a quote unquote wrongdoing. Now, how could it be paradoxically wrong and right at the same time? It's exactly what the majority of slaves need to go to the next level in their life. So is it a wrongdoing? Yes. Is it precisely right for you, most likely where you're at? Yes, because you need to learn how to alchemize fear into faith and do what's true and what's right when the whole world seems like it's coming in on you. That's going to take you to the next fucking level in this life as a man or woman. I don't care who you are and where you work and what you do. That's why it's a blessing in disguise.
That's what I mean, brother. It's like you got to be able to say no, and even from like the Eastern perspective and philosophy, it's very Shiva-like, very masculine to be able to just put your hand up and say, no, I do not consent to that. I don't. Period.
They're trying to see if you have guilt of the mind. That's I'll accept that. I'll agree with that.
Right.
You know, most folks condemn and convict themselves before they ever get to trial by the way they show up and present. They present as a wrongdoer, as a guilty man or woman, as a disempowered, uninspired slave who's bad faith and dishonorable. They don't even know they're doing it, and they're doing it, being double and triple minded.
Timmy said the other day, like the tacit consent, that whole bit that Timmy mentioned, it really struck a chord with me. It's like, yeah, there's so many things that people are consenting to, and almost it's subconscious, you know?
Oh yeah, the majority of what I've learned is through these practices, partially enlightenment, you could call it, guru, non-guru, conscious and awareness. What I've learned from sociology and psychology is there are no accidents. There are no coincidences. The majority of this is chosen consciously or subconsciously, you know, as is shown. The subconscious mind makes the decisions for the majority of humanity, the majority of the time. There's no doubt about it, you know? And then some of that bubbles up to the conscious and we make it conscious. I guess a good majority of it stays unconscious a lot of the time, lest you question people and get it out of them. And oftentimes you can get it out of them and speak it back to them, and they'll deny what they just said and what they were part of experiencing. That's how the cognitive dissonance works. People run around saying they're free when they act like a slave all day, every day. That's the cognitive dissonance. And you could literally ask them a question and they'll answer like a slave, and then you could point it out to them and they'll say, no, that's not true. All right, let's go. Did we do the Lagoon Creature? Yeah, we did Lagoon Creature. Josh and Paul and the rest of them never get wins. The dismissal's not a win. See, that's what inauthentic corporate males and females do. In order to avoid not having to compete, they just call it something else and then make something else true, and then they never have to actually level up or learn to compete. So they go, well, Josh never gets wins, Paul never gets wins, because they don't actually win. They just get dismissals, and dismissal's not a win. Bam, I just won. I go, that's not how that works. You just stack the fucking deck like you guys always do. You turned one dynamic into another one. It's unlawful conversion. And then you made a false claim to try to back it, and then accepted your false claim as absolutely true, and then tried to purport that to an audience. That's the cornerstone of dishonor and bad faith, what you folks do regularly. So bravo, Miss Laguna, and the rest of you legal scum. You wonder why you're poor and broke and why you fail in life. And even if you do get to some money, sucking the devil's dick and being a corporate fascist worldly whore, you're never quite fulfilled and you never quite know yourself and you're never quite able to be understood because you don't understand what the fuck you're truly here to do and be. Apparently, spiritually, all you know is being in and of the world and what it's taught you and retaught you and retaught you and retaught you. That never goes anywhere. Beyond fascinating. You can't make this shit up.
Can we break etymology of dis and dissonance real quick?
Okay. On the fly etymology here. I got a Grim Hustle.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Okay.
That I lost track of. Okay, let's see here.
Even that.
I mean, I just like even the sound dissonance, which is distancing yourself from what it is that you own or co-create, which is exactly what it is. Dissonance comes out of disowning who and what you truly are and what you know the consequence of your actions.
Right.
Dissonance etymology. Latin word dissonantum. Dissonance is a term that refers to disagreement, discrepancy, incongruity, inconsistency. The word comes from the Latin word dissonantum, which means differ in sound. The word is derived from the Latin prefix dis, meaning apart, and the Latin verb meaning sonare or sound. Terms you describe a mixture of harsh, unpleasing, or unharmonious tones. So yeah, disharmony, right?
Right. Your vibration is not in harmony with your true self.
Right. That's the disowning of self, right? There's a false self in and of the world, and there's a truer self yet to be discovered through interacting with the mask that is the societal cultural beingness. And of course, mask wearer, person, it's all right there. They put mask on everybody less. They put it on themselves. It's all revealed in the words and terms. So yeah, a dissonance of one's true self would lead to a disharmony with creation and the supernatural, which would lead to what looks to be at times a fucking hell on earth. And a hell within is a hell without, a hell without is a hell within. We know that.
Right. And cognitive is that they know they're doing it.
What is it with these people? Austin Murphy, will you get a job? You're becoming Talcott more and more. Another guy, every one of these guys is a loser failure who can barely talk and open their mouth. Goes around 2 and 3 faces. Never addresses problems head on. Every one of them thinks that if they go to the military and retire after 4 years, they can call themselves a veteran and say they did service and just drink the rest of their life and be a loser, failure, waste hater. Could you please get your shit together? Seriously, could you imagine how many folks I meet who come out of the military industrial complex who are lazy, procrastinating, unfocused, unresolved, undisciplined, unreconciled, weak-ass slaves who can't even be real with themselves and others? You guys are beyond pathetic. You're supposed to be the most supreme fighting force on the earth. It used to be that a supreme warrior had equally as much prominence, right, prowess when it came to their physicality as they did with their spirituality and their mentality. And that is just not you folks.
And
it's just not on any level. And it's beyond an embarrassment.
Yes, sir.
Feels good to be sober and working for a living. Another hating comment. If it felt good for you to be sober and working for a living, you wouldn't constantly be in everybody's chat projecting your fucking bitterness and resentment.
Musashi said the best fighters are the best poets. Fucking dope.
Because now he's going to do the rap holier than thou. I'm not sober because I smoke reefer, right? And I'm not working for a living because I do a broadcast. You're just a resentful, bitter, hating slave, Austin Murphy. And you have been for the last 3 years. You've not changed a bit. Doesn't matter if you were not sober then and not working then, and you're sober and working now. You're still a watcher, waiter, hater, jealous, envious, resentful, bitter slave. That's the majority of folks in the public who want to pretend that their job at Kmart just feels so good to wake up and go to every day. Feels so fucking fulfilling. I totally believe that you wouldn't rather be able to run your own busyness and get up every day and do whatever you want to do, come online and talk like a human being and be conscionable and coherent and be able to somehow generate a livelihood for yourself. You totally wouldn't want that. No, you want to sit in the chat box of people who do that and be jealous and envious and resentful and hating while you stock the shelves at Walmart. Congrats, bro. I'm happy for you. You're working for a living and you're not sober. You're now a part of the rest of the world who's doing just the minimum and the basics. Let me know when you want to join me on actualization and realization. Whenever you're ready. Your thoughts, Ben Rosenrock? Red Rock, I presume. I believe we went over this at some point, but that's what it sounds like. The Mr. Red Rock.
How you
Boy
doing?
smoking the Red Rock down there.
None yet.
Bro, I was gonna say, you know that old guy I told you about, and your quote unquote hitman, Paul, that I had to escape getting stabbed. I
don't know what the fuck you're talking about,
remember-
and I'm not taking any ownership of any claims like that.
No, it was a joke. It was a joke. It was a bit on bit. But I escaped all that. I had to fucking back this dude away from my car with a little sword, dude. I was like, dude, back away from my shit. Like, you're running up on me with your hand in your pocket. This square 40-year-old guy on the side is waiting to get to the gate, and I'm in the way now of the gate. He's like, get a job. And I'm like, bro, you see this shit going down right here, and I'm trying to avoid this crazy fuck. And you just jumped into this. You square. You fucking beta corporate male. That's their favorite line. Get a job. And he thought the whole public was going to be on his side, and it wasn't like that. I was like,
Yeah, that's the first step. I've told that to folks here because I've learned that about myself. You do have to learn to work for someone else and serve a purpose before you learn to work for yourself and serve your purpose in life. You can't just sit at home like Wizard and Talcott and Murphy and down beers and cry in your beer and hallucinate and live in a fantasy world. You got to live in the world, even if you're not of it, especially if you're not of it. Because guess what? You got to be able to generate a living for yourself. And most folks are unemployable who are part of the truth community because they're belligerent and they're oppositional and they question constantly. They question so much, it's bad for their health.
They don't actually get it.
Again, there's a line where things work for you till they don't. I know that because I know me. Belligerent, oppositional, and questioning can work for you till it doesn't. Because you want to sit around and question why God put you on the earth when you could just look around and decide and figure it out. You want to overcomplicate the shit out of everything. You know, a lot of you analytical folks, big dreamers and thinkers who never wind up doing or creating anything. Yeah, I would know. So we got to get past the fucking analysis paralysis. We got to get past overthinking and overcomplicating. We also got to get past the bullshitting ourselves and everyone else, right? Like, I'm sure Wizard and Talcott and others don't like being able to not afford to go down to the store and buy their own fucking weed. Whether lawful money exists or not, the fact that they can't, right? I know how belligerent and oppositional you are, just like me. And you don't like anywhere in life when something tells you you can't. What do you think of that? See how I know me, so I know you? So stop getting online and pretending you're just in love with yourself and your life and it's all great and you're a messenger of God and you can't even afford to buy your own shit. You don't like that. I know you don't like it because none of us like the word can't. And you motherfuckers can't take care of yourselves because you haven't learned how to yet. Or you have learned how to, but you haven't decided to yet completely. Another thing that I can relate to, I'm talking about what I've seen from you that I know is true about me at times. That's the difference between us. I'm willing to get really real with myself and each other and a fucking live audience. That's called accountability and authenticity. We should learn that here in this realm more and more as we go on.
I missed a lot of the lead up to that, but it sounds like the heart of it is the Sanskrit concept of seva, that we're here to be of service. If you're not being of service, you can't be of use to anybody. And in the so-called truth, non-truth community, there's a whole lot of a core of narcissism that leads to positive directions and inquiry into information, but then can sometimes be a misunderstanding about coming back to being cooperative with the, and you look over then again, like yesterday, we're talking about seeing an aspect of the police, an aspect of the court system as being of a certain kind of service. And if you can understand what these functions are doing, there is an operation of service, of being of service and being in seva.
Right, but in the now, right now, most people that are talking about all this Eastern philosophy shit, they think they meditate. They're not even service to themselves of anything to even themselves.
How are you going to talk enlightenment, reincarnation, and Eastern philosophy and be scared to death to be put in a box or killed? I'm not buying it. I got one test for all you punk cowards who want to talk that love and light, enlightenment, reincarnation, Eastern philosophy shit. I know because I've lived it on both sides. So walk with me.
If you really are enlightened and you're conscious and aware and you're multidimensional and immortal as a spirit, you should have no problem spending a few months or a few years in a box with yourself, because everywhere you go is with self anyway, if you're connected to God, and vice versa. You know, you should have no problem be willing to die because you're just going to reincarnate or go off to everlasting life. Not quite sure what she's all waiting for because you're lying. And you think the rest of us don't know ourselves and therefore know you. That's the worst trait ever. I'd rather you just admit you're a fucking coward. You'd get more respect, ironically, than saying you all live without fear, but just shaking in your boots to actually stand up for something because of what might happen. Not buying it.
Nope. The problem with the people talking that language is remembering that people like Lao Tzu, people who came up with these philosophies, used to carry wood. They used to, when you go back to the bomb.
They also used to kill and die regularly. Are you forgetting that part? That a lot of them are warriors at one point in their life. These philosophers, these enlightenment practitioners were killers and folks that had to face death regularly. That's a part everyone just doesn't seem to want to include. They always want to include what's convenient for them. That allows them to sit in the forest in a lotus position and be a weak bitch and forget that majority of folks who were the high-level philosophers and kings, if you will, and enlightenment practitioners were death dealers at one point.
It's true.
And not necessarily for evil purposes, because there's a difference between killing if necessary or dying for what's true and what's right versus doing murder in cold blood or murder for profit.
If you look straight at that Indian culture that people see as passive, it's really not true. You look into the Mahabharata, the famous Bhagavad Gita. That's the story where Arjuna is going to drive back the invading people, where ahimsa as natural law is doing no harm, but it's when you have an invading army coming for your women and children, they were out there amassing warriors to drive them back to establish the balance again. That's 100% correct.
Austin Murphy's going to continue on because he just loves his life and his days living so much that he can't get away from here, and then commenting through secondary chats because I probably banned him from the first chat. So even after he's banned from the first chat, like a child, he has to find a second gateway to be seen and heard by his daddy, downing his daddy because he loves his sobriety and his work life so much. There is no internet cult, Murphy. This is an online community, non-munity, as I joke about, centered around rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, that I and others live here with positive, beneficial results to self and others. Just because you're a punk coward who's never going to rise to the occasion and become an American who served in the military, stop trying to poison the well for the rest of us. You're just another jealous, envious hater because I can't use you because God can't use you. If God can't use you, I can't use you here. Because you're probably not informed. You're probably not enlightened on any level. You're probably not conscious or aware. You're probably not co-creative. You're probably not interesting and entertaining and exciting. You're probably a mundane, lukewarm, mediocre, disempowered bore is what I found. And I know that that goes against what a lot of other loser failures want to proclaim about God and God's people. As if God and God's people are the antithesis of what we see as value and valuable in this realm. They're just completely removed from it. God's people are just uninteresting, boring, broke, poor, loser failures who don't serve any purpose outside of doing the minimum here. Yeah, that's what they are, right? No, it's not. That's what you want it to be because it allows you to not have to do and be and create. You're just a lazy loser failure. Coward. Just get it through your fucking head or go out in the dirt and roll around with the Agari tribe and eat human flesh, right? Go tell me how enlightened and godly you are, bathing in urine every day and doing the bare minimum. It's beyond laughable. Right. You're a bore. No, I'm far from boring, sir. If I was boring, you wouldn't be here along with 170 other people right now. Far from boring. I'm a lot of other things.
This is the most exciting show in the universe, man. Come on.
It's not a cult. A lot of folks are haters because they've never seen true honor and bravery, and they've never seen like camaraderie. They've never seen that in any true sense. All the slaves who ran to the military for false stolen valor and false camaraderie never actually saw a community of people who are bonded in something beyond nonsense and regalia and tradition and mind and heart control. And they're so desperate to get us to be like them, a bunch of unconscious, unaware, disempowered slaves. You've been running around all your life looking for the family you never had, for the community you never had that you can't create. And then you folks stumble upon something going on here that's rooted in the archetypal and metaphysical, that translates to a physical result and outcome that's beneficial for all of us, and you call that a cult. Newsflash, you're the cult. You're in the cult. You serve the cult. You killed for the cult. And now you're calling me the cult and cult leader for asking you all to come out of that. Beyond embarrassing and pathetic. And you'll serve the rest of your pathetic, mundane, lukewarm, mediocre life serving some big corporation that doesn't give a fuck about you and what's true and what's right. And you'll call it a great living. Long as you got your fucking six-pack on the weekends, right? Long as you got your whatever, like the kid said yesterday. O'Shea asked the kid, first he asked the government guy what he does. He said, government's all mafia, but I work for him. They take care of me. Ha ha. And he walked off. It was beyond archetypally satanic. Then the other guy he walks up to on a bench says, what do you want to do and be in life? He goes, I want a lake house. Then he laughs, ha ha, I want a lake house. That's you. You're that tard. You're that guy at parties. And the sad part is, you're the guy who half the women at the party are just as fucked up and empty as you will be going home with to procreate. While I'll be going back to like write some manifesto, like the Unabomber. And of course, I'm doing a bit of a bit non-bit there. I'll cry on the edge of my bed, right, with no progeny, while the rest of these lukewarm, mediocre, empty, vapid slaves run around with the same hats and the same outfits, procreating and popping out the same goofy, just broken, empty-eyed children, slaves, another generation. And they'll all run around together at garden parties, convincing themselves they've arrived. They're the attractive ones. They're the intelligent ones. They're the next level. They deserve to be in positions of power and value. They deserve to have the whole world laid before their feet so they could stamp on it and light it on fire just to be a part of something and say it was their will and their way. While they did the will of the corporations and whoever and whatever inhabits the majority of it. Every single time.
Isn't that the right way, though?
That's the right way for the world and everyone in. Absolutely. It's exactly what's been going on here since the beginning of time, essentially, and has only changed potentially technologically. And the further you go back, the more we find evidence they had all this technology already and we're using it. It's all at the bottom of the ocean. The more we change, the more we stay the same. They go right to the bottom of the ocean, find clocks and computers and all the rest of the crap that this race generates to cope with the fact that it's going nowhere spiritually, mentally, emotionally, co-creationally. It's beyond fascinating and bizarre. And I'm a part of it. You go into godhood consciousness and then you have to remember, oh my God, I'm in a human vessel. I'm here. I'm part of it.
You don't love your distractions? Come on.
Yeah, it gives us something to do, man. At the end of the day, I'm philosophical about it. What the fuck? I could sit here and rail and rant and rave and always settle on a same position. What else would we do here? It's beautiful in its ugliness. It's very coordinated and co-creative in its madness, in its seeming madness and insanity. It's exactly what we need, oddly enough. As much as it scares me to say that, it's exactly the creation that we need to come to fruition, right? The good, bad, the ugly.
Fine that way.
Yeah, like one day, Paul is a nut. Well, that's fine, you know. But which kind of nut, right? If I had to be a nut, we could do like the party game. If you had to be a nut, which one would you be? Peanut, almond, cashew? Huh? Anyone? The greatest part about it is one day, Austin Murphy and the rest of the weak, pathetic slaves will rouse themselves out of their confusion and chaotic life and lifestyle and realize I'm the one who actually cared. I'm the one who was actually willing to do certain things and put myself on the chopping block over and over again. I actually lived and was to you what your daddy should have been that he wasn't. And it's why you're so like him and them, right? That archetypal in the world and of it being. And you're so resistant and rebuking of who and what I am archetypally. These are the people who have no problem following false worldly authority, but when they're met with the true authority from God that works through me and many others who are conscious and aware of that, oh, they rebuke it right out of hand. Just shows them who and what they are, children of the devil and the lie every time. No. We don't want rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, and upholding the law and getting dismissals at court and then holding these people accountable.
We want to keep voting. We want to work for the corporation down the block and pay the slave tax. We think we've arrived because we finally put our our baby bottle, beer bottle down. You know, we think we're arrived. Fuck Paulie boy. He's not my daddy. I'm not part of the cult. He doesn't know what I need. Yeah, keep living, son. You'll come back around at some point or you'll suffer and die. What this is. That's the difference. The conscious and aware can't be validated or invalidated by those lacking such. It's not how this works. Again, I'm the biggest fool here. Once again, I'll take my bow because I'm attempting to talk sense to a fool and convince a fool they've been fooled rather than just continue to let them be fooled. I'll hold that banner here. That's a badge of honor that everyone's got to play the fool sometimes, and I do it every day, at least once a day. I attempt to talk sense to a fool, and when you argue with a fool or attempt to talk sense with him, he's doing the same. I'm the biggest fool here. How could I, on one hand, claim to be conscious and aware, and then on the same hand, attempt to try to talk sense and conscious and awareness to someone who's an unconscious, unaware, slave, fool, coward? I must be a fucking moron. I must love to waste my time, energy, attention, and everyone else's. Luckily, I'll have lifetime after lifetime, I guess, to engage in this endeavor, it would seem. Your thoughts, Mitchell? I never got to you. Real man shit, as he says it.
Yeah, I just joined.
Oh, your tech is fucking up, bro. You're alienated right now. You're doing the whole. That was one of my androids, Mitchell. I'm still working on. I gotta do some tweaking on that. It's a biological android. I'm gonna give way to a race of biological androids who are going to replace all the cowardly, pathetic human slaves who couldn't rise to the occasion. They're going to be liquidated and replaced with Mitchell androids. I've seen, Neo, the killing fields where slaves were liquefied and fed intravenously to those for disagreements. Whatever he said. Liquefied for, that was the best line. Man, Talcott Clip Collection, I fucking hate you, bro. I'll never actually really hate you, but I really dislike you for what the fuck, whatever you're up to. Instead of talking to me and coming to me and using either me privately or this place to do fellowship and work some shit out, you fucking deleted that whole channel and all those videos, man. Like you really, there's nothing. I don't think you could have came here, fuck Jennifer, you know, like kick the trailer, kick the dog on the way out. Like, there's really nothing else you could have done to really fucking stomp on my heart and on my testicle. You stomped on my heart and on my testicles, TCC. You're putting me in full Mike Tyson mode right there. You stomped on my heart and testicles, and you stomped on my children's heart and testicles by deleting all those videos. You make me sick. If I was to get deathly ill, even more ill than I already am in life, like Snafu and the rest of them, I must be. I got lumps all over my body. I got pains all over me. There's times where I feel like I'm at death's door. I'm so weak. You wouldn't know it here. I don't complain. It's true. We're all in the same boat, apparently. Death is a constant teacher and reminder for a lot of us. Sickness and death and darkness, constant teacher and reminder for a lot of us. I'm at death's door, potentially, like we all are here, is in this asylum, and you fucking delete years of genuine, authentic, deep, philosophical, analytical, entertaining interaction and content. Disgusting, sickening. There's no excuse for it, Ben Rosenrock. There's no excuse for it. I don't care what TCC has to say. He's going through some things. He's suicidal. Even he killed himself. Took his own life. Why did you have to delete all the videos that we know and love and have become part of our life and something to remember all of us by? Why? Who does that? What kind of a sick, twisted freak is Talcott Clip Collection? What kind of odd skeletons does this man have in his closet? Seriously. Paul, keep dreaming, young man. Long game. Yeah, this old broad who came into my life, who supported me in various ways, and who is a blessing and an angel in a way, as it were, keeps reminding me somehow, some way that, like, she almost revels in it. She's like, I can imagine, she laughs over there is how I imagine it. She keeps saying this, you're not getting out of here that easy. She goes, you got way longer to go. And apparently her and many others have been through cancer and the ringer and everything else and got rid of it. And they're, lived to a ripe old age and just got to continue to charging along through slavery, being a light, in the darkness, a voice for the seeming voiceless. We don't want to speak the fuck up, stand up, step up, Hey,
did you consider any paranoid theories, like maybe Snafu got to him, threatened his life?
Who?
Talcott clip collection.
It's possible. That's not paranoid, sir. This is a sick, dark, twisted world that I've involved myself in here with complete deviance. Much like myself at one point. If not now, I was that. I'm sure it's always kind of in you. It's not on you and around you. It's in you a little bit. It never quite goes away. So that's not paranoid. It's occurred to me. Someone got to him, potentially kidnapped him, threatened his life, held him hostage. They said, you're going to take down Talcott clip collection and all the evidence of Talcott's wrongdoings and his sickness and transigence and impotence. Yeah. Of course it's occurred to me that this is another wrinkle in the saga. It's never a dull moment. Maybe the beast system got to him, liquefied him for disagreements and hacked into his channel and took it over.
It's just BTUs now.
Maybe Black Lives Matter and a bunch of angry Negroes went over there, burned down the apartment complex TCC lives in because the police station was right next door inadvertently. Black Lives Matter is due for a fucking peaceful protest, which involves burning buildings down. Possible. It's occurred to me. Anything's possible, Ben Rosenrock. Anything's possible. Peaceful. Maybe one of these small-hatted folks, Mr. Rosenrock. Get what I'm saying? Maybe one of these small-hatted folks got to Mr. TCC.
I know many.
Turned him into the latest batch of matzah.
You may be onto something there.
Human matzah. They're gambling with human lives, turning them into matzah. Sick and twisted, dark world, Mr.
Proper matzah has to be made very quickly.
On today's American Justice History's Mysteries, Ben Rosenrock reveals to us a dark and twisted world of insane asylum cases. Gambling with human lives and turning people into matzah. Bill Curtis, American Justice. Before your time?
Probably.
History's Mysteries? No? Or, well, fuck you, Ben Rosenrock. I'm sick of your bullshit. Choose the three most important.
I'm also sick of
I know you would be. It's only a matter of time hanging around here if you get tired of my bullshit.
No,
Choose the three most important mentors of your life: Ben and Joshua and Mitchell, or Mitchell, a hybrid Android Mitchell 2.0.
Mic check. Mic check. Is that better?
Go.
Want you to
Right. I'm the best.
I call my friends. One is called the Grim Reaper. Yes. And the other one is his assistant. His name is Pay. These friends taught me everything about success, growth, and love. Death and pain are ugly on the outside, but they have a good heart because they want to help you. They bring change. Some people want to change through videos, through films, through advice. Some people want to change because of reading a book. Forget it. Change never comes easy and quick, as nothing does in life. Only my two friends will make you change quickly. But, and this is important, they will only bring good change if you bring my third friend along. God. Pain, death, and God are not antagonists. They are three friends, your friends, whose mission is to guide you through life together, to bring out the best in you. Some people can't handle the pain of death and the pain of life because they did not invite God to the party. And some people think there is no merit in suffering at all. They are very afraid of pain and death. Pain has been your friend since the day of birth. He is walking with you, And I give you a promise. He will be your friend until the day you die. Pain is your personal trainer to remind you where you have to change. Because without pain, you just wouldn't. Disuki tried to tell you different, I know. But this life is not about indulgence, about fun, about entertainment. It is about transformation. We are here to change for the higher. And pain and death and God are the only ones to do this. If you are brave enough to take their heads, honor will come.
Well, another synchronicity, Grim Hustle. Right on the money there. Apparently, I'm a part of the Ring of Grim and don't even know it. They've even described what the people of the Grim Hustle ring do, and like 9 out of 10, pretty much. I look at it, I go, that's me. You know, that's us, that's you. So, yeah, it's a thing. Another, I guess, archetypal synchronicity reference. Your thoughts, Mitchell? Now that you're clear to go.
No, just joining you to escape my reality.
Doing escapism, man? Why are you doing that? What about your reality are you needing? I saw the dogs having issues. It's part of the game. You know that.
Yeah,
and you have a dog and you have people in your life. They get injuries. They go through pain. They got to die at some point. What is so bad about your reality that you need to escape it?
Well, I can't practice what I preach. You know, I like to tell people that, you know, if they're fighting with their friends and their family or whatever, they're failing to communicate. It's on them. And, you know, that's me. You know, so I don't know. I really want to find like-minded folks to have a mutually beneficial community with, and it's just,
right. But isn't this again the same idea that we're all mirroring here? That we're not necessarily fighting with our family. We come from families that are extremely unconscious and unaware and focused on certain things that are important at times, but it's their whole of their world and their existence, right? So it seems we have something to teach each other once we can teach ourselves or practice for ourselves what it is that we've been taught, if that makes sense. So I get what you're saying. There's probably resistance, and there's probably some ways where you're creating that in you or in your life, or feeding into that. But yeah, a big part of it, man, is you're in seeking and not realization mode. That like on some level you found that with these people online, including myself. Like just because we don't, we have a limited interaction at times doesn't mean that we're not getting verification of a validation, that we're all not completely crazy in the sense of, at least when it comes to apprehending how certain aspects of this reality seem to be working, mainly the idea of governance and the politics and the medical system and all the rest of it, that most things are not what it seems to be. So by virtue of the fact that we're all a bit, like I said before, belligerent, oppositional, questioning, willing to go our own way in order to prove a point to ourselves about what is true versus what we're being lied to, does not necessarily mean that we're like fighting with our family. Our family is fighting with themselves, whether to love the truth and be able to love and accept us, or continue to live in their own world in a lie, and then by proxy have to reject us and what many of us live for and stand for. Are you not seeing that? Is that not true for you like it's true for me?
yeah, I'm glad you put it in that perspective, because it's definitely true for me. And so yeah, I can't get down on myself too much, because it's the right thing to do. We just need more people doing it. That's that way.
Right, and then we're creating resistance with them, because every time we go around them, we feel like we're back with our family, but not with our people. And why would we want to co-create with and have love for or have bondage with anybody who is not equally yoked with us in this walk, on this path? So we could be with family and not be with our people, right? We could be with our people and feel better than when we're with our family. That's the reality of what we've been taught here. And this is biblical. This is scriptural. You basically came here today to tell me that you're one of God's chosen people and you're so upset about that. Get over it. I mean,
Right. It's a great thing. I gotta learn to love it, and it's just tough, you
right.
know.
Love your fate, man.
Yeah.
You get an opportunity here to be amongst people who either are of greatness or are pursuing extraordinary knowledge and therefore greatness by their endeavors to some degree, right? Who's feeding back and doing that? We got to get headphones as much as possible. I don't know. I think it might be. Is that you, Mitchell?
No, I'm pretty sure it's Josh, but
yeah, he's killing me over here. He's Mr. Streamer. He's restreaming me, and he's over here feeding back every day for years. We go through this. That people need a headset as much as possible, unless they got the right equipment. They need to test this and get a system together. You know. Again, as I'm saying that we're here with people who are pursuing extraordinary knowledge and by proxy greatness, I can't get the folks on panel to get their fucking equipment and presentation together. Regular. I'm back again. I'm hearing myself again.
I'll go ahead and mute if it's on my end, then maybe I'll just drop down or try.
Yeah, it's definitely on your end. That's why I just muted you.
All right, I'll drop down.
You can't make this shit up, man. You really can't. Your thoughts?
yeah, I think you nailed it, man. I just gotta, learn to respect myself for the path I chose and not worry about what others think of me. It just sucks because
And here's the other side of thing. Well, there's a fine line with that too. We don't want to go full Talcott. We don't care what anyone thinks of us because we're gonna do God's plan. And then you go, the other side of it too is there's multi dimensions to this. The other side of it too is we create resistance in ourselves at certain points in our life by not doing what we know we need to do. Everyone on here knows they need a part-time fucking gig. You need to generate currency, non-currency to live in this realm. If not, get your fucking broke ass out in the forest and roll around in the dirt with the Agori and eat human flesh again. We're back to that. Or build a fucking log cabin or show me some frontiersmanship and some homesteading. You got content out the ass. You got purpose and meaning and value out the ass. You got exercise for everybody's fucking hunched over blue light riddled bodies. Everyone's got a screen tan nowadays. Everyone's got yellow, white skin from being in front of a blue light screen all day, every day. There's complete purpose, meaning, and value and principles, along with sustainability and fulfillment and actualization and a whole bunch of other shit right at everybody's fingertips. And they got other better shit to do with jerk offs online and everything else. It's, again, mismanagement of a lot of folks' time, energy, attention, and resource. I was one of them. And that's why I've gotten better at times, at least, at getting that together and practicing that, at least, right? You got to at least practice it and be aware of it, So, yeah, man, it's multifaceted. We can't just go completely the other way and not generate a living for ourselves, because that's how we lack credibility with these folks who we may be more conscious and aware of other things. They're looking at us going, we're supposed to listen to you and take you serious when you live in a fucking car and you don't want to work for a living. To these people and the boomers, we're the antithesis of truth. And there may be some truth to that and the lie they're living. Because, again, it's not acceptable. I'll talk about me and keep it in the eye so I don't offend anybody. I was that. I'm talking about me. It's not acceptable. It's not acceptable to get up every day and go, I want to be free and frolic in the flowers and live about love, man. You got bills. You got gas to put in the fucking car. Everyone wants to chief on fucking cigarettes and reefer like the shit grows on trees. It does. Did you grow it? No. So then you got to buy it. Do you see it? Like, stop me where I'm off on this, because we're living in the real world now. The day-to-day cause and effect. So it can't be acceptable for a motherfucker in their 30s, 40s, 50s, and 60s to sit around smoking dope,
want to get it for free, not want to fucking grow it, not want to work for a living, and be an entitled, selfish, bitch-ass slave. Shit don't go like that in the real world. We got to get real with ourselves and each other. And this is something maybe a lot of our fathers did tell us or should have told us. And either we didn't listen because we want to do it our own way. Okay, great. It's a great gig if you could get it. You want to be a broadcaster, non-broadcaster? Here's the clue as well. Everybody thinks the best job in the world is the one where you do whatever you love to do and what you're good at. Why? Because I've said it, and I'm the god of all media. The reality is, if you just stick to broadcasting 3 to 4 hours a day, 7 days a week, regardless of how valuable it is and how much you get value out of it and others for different reasons, you're still going to become more of a fat, lazy, procrastinating fuck who don't know how to do nothing. And that's the antithesis of what I know I need. So this ain't even all about money. This is about putting it all together, right? Can you do what you love to do that you're good at and pursue your passions and somehow create a livity out of it? And then what are you going to do with that extra time, energy, attention, and value on your hands? You're going to sit around and trade cat coin stocks like Tommy so you can say you finally made it one day, but you're a lazy, procrastinating, up all night, sleep all day, fuck like him in slow state? They should start a club instead of fighting each other. Loser failure club. Loser failure meth club. So the reality of it is, broadcast or not, value or not, still as a man, you're going to have to work your fucking body out. You're going to have to sweat to detoxify. You're going to have to be up somewhat early, in bed at some point, not up all night, sleeping all day, rolling out of bed at the crack of fucking noon, and then expecting the world to drop at your feet and for a living to come along with it. You got to be fucking kidding me. And God just fucking cries. God, like me, goes to the edge of the bed, wherever God is in the clouds, goes to the edge of the bed and fucking cries with its head in its hands and smokes. It chain smokes, whatever the being is. Chain smokes reefer and cries with its head in its hand. Because while you're praying for it to bring you a fucking livelihood, sitting somewhere like me and everyone else like a bump on a log, it's praying back to you to help your motherfucking self and do what you're meant to do. And oftentimes it's pretty obvious. But again, a lot of folks in the truth community like me, we don't like being told what we can and can't do. We don't like being told we got to get up every day and serve something or someone. We don't like being told that we got to be somewhere on time. We don't like being told we can't stay up all night and jack off and have loser conversations with Brian O'Shea in the middle of Denver. You get where the fuck I'm going.
But Paul,
we don't like it. We want to be free. Yeah, free is only good when you do something with it that's productive on some level. Like free is good when Mitchell's telling the cops, "You're not my daddy," real man shit. You know, telling him the cop he had herpes on his lip and whatever else because it was funny, and getting dismissals at court. That's great. When it comes to him being so questioning, right, and not want to be told what he can and can't do or has to do, that he, like me for the longest time, don't want to be somewhere every day and don't want to serve somebody or something or have to push a product in order to make a living, it's going to work against him. Unless he can somehow figure out a way, which then, you know, what winds up happening, like all of us, we get in the mode where now we wind up rollerblading around town and trying to get arrested or waiting, like subconsciously going, I'm going to get arrested again at some point, like I do. Because I go, the odds are there. It's probably going to happen. So let's kind of make it happen / not make it happen. Instead of being the fuck somewhere, preparing what we're doing, having our habits every day that lead to success, managing our time, energy, attention, and resources. And hey, along the way, one of these motherfuckers is going to catch on to us and be hating and want to interfere with how we're moving anyway. That's when we deal with them. It's this and that. It's not this or that. Right? We got to learn that in life, it seems, that we came here to trade positions at times. We got to become like these boomers and these other people in certain ways, and they got to become like us in certain ways. Right? I'll never take that away from my father. He was in bed every day early, partially because he was narcoleptic and had anxiety and issues sleeping, so he'd sleep even throughout the day. Let's not get into it, because as I'm saying, I'm giving him credit. I'm also being critical, but hey, the reality's the reality. There's reasons why he couldn't sleep and still can't sleep properly, because he won't take accountability. And when a motherfucker won't take accountability, it's hard for them to sleep. Boy, I sleep like a baby doing what I do here, especially, and being put through the tests and challenges, you know? So at the end of the day, man, he woke up every day early, right? Went to bed somewhat early, worked out, went to the gym every day before he would go to work 6 days a week, would be somewhere an hour early. I don't care where it was, 2 hours early. Sometimes it would be a ridiculous event. I would joke about it. Because I go, you get places 2-3 hours early and set up a camp just to be on time. But again, this is on some level an ethic. This is how you become successful in life. This is how people take a second look at you, which is what respect is. I've had to learn that the hard way in my life because I don't want to have to put the uniform on. I don't want it to have to look a certain way. I don't want to be told to have to. Again, it's setting a standard for yourself is really all it is. A lot of us motherfuckers who do what we do, we've accepted so less for ourselves and turned it into a life skill that we're willing to go to jail and whatever else because we're Mr. and Mrs. accept less for ourselves and somehow turn it into a positive. And then at some point in some places, you got to set a fucking standard. You got to set a marker and enforce it, so to speak. You know, you got to draw a line and nobody can cross it, you or somebody else. That's, again, why I do this broadcast the way I do. I show up 1,000 days straight here for me because I know part of my issue is I'll go Talcott. You give me 1, 2, 3 days off smoking dope. If my bills and everything are paid for, like if I do this and it's become on some level valuable and I can afford to, which at this point I could, you know, I don't do that because to me, it's a detriment. It's going to get me on the back end. I got to show up every day, you know, here and there. I could take a day for myself if I wanted to, because I'm so in that groove at this point. It probably wouldn't affect me, but I don't even take chances. Right. And again, I had to learn that at the warehouse. It's not about doing a broadcast and being like, there's days now after fucking 5 years, I go, I got a fucking broadcast. You imagine that? You go from going, I'd love to be someone who sit on my ass and talk some shit and be able to have everything I need and then some, you know, to going, hey, I've done this 1,000 days straight. I'm almost like yearning to go back to working a regular job. That's how crazy it gets. The grass is greener syndrome. Another thing that we all like to do. People from this non-unity don't know what they got till it's gone. Aren't thankful and grateful. Don't treasure the opportunities that they have because they're just so willing to accept less for themselves or don't believe that they really deserve what they fucking have or more than that. You know, that's the reality of it. I've seen so many fucking holographic reflections and overlays from people who come to this place and places like this to myself and what I've had to look at and become conscious of and actively practice working out of at times, if not just becoming philosophical about it to not kick myself. I got Timmy and Lewis down there. I'm gonna let them in. Greetings, gentlemen. You want to interrupt my babbling brook?
No, just add to it. I mean, Lou will probably be interrupting. But Lou, keep chewing, please. I don't want to get meat blood on the screen and
Can I
my face.
interrupt you for a second? You mind if
You're
I
fucking
interrupt you for a second?
Go ahead, go interrupt. You fucking guy. No, I was gonna say something to Mitch. I want to throw my hat in the ring. I've had some level of reasonable success.
Shut up while I'm interrupting you.
Time freedom. I'm just gonna ignore you. Time freedom, and do whatever. And then I realized, like when I was sitting on the beach one time, like after like 10 minutes, I'm like, this is it. Like, great, it's a beach, fantastic, right? So, you have a luxury. You've constructed your life to have time freedom, right? Now you got to figure out what to do with it. And in my experience, in my life so far, the most fulfilled I've been is during the progress, where I focus on one thing for a month and like I really want to figure it out. It's something that I want to build. A lot of the times it is conceptual, but like I get extremely all the way into it and I really want to do it and build it and figure it out. And then I do, and then it's fucking magical. But it's really about the progress, that day to day, like I'm building something. So somebody could be a sculptor and they just like to sculpt. And, who made the bronze horse? Da Vinci, right? It took 7 years to build the bronze horse. And then somebody came along and just destroyed it in one of the wars. He's like, okay, well, I just build another thing, right? But he liked to make sculptures. I think that ability to have those things that you do that you would do no matter what. And you've got so many things that you do like that. I mean, that's living, man. Like I snowboard, I just go out there and snowboard and I'm in heaven. I do the shit that I do. And I'm happy with my time, man.
Yeah,
So,
I think it's an easy misconception to think that my lifestyle comes with like a lot of free time. And I guess in a sense it comes with a lot of times for me to be doing things outside of the norm. But it really comes with a much higher level of responsibility, because if I don't do what I got to do to survive, it the fucking elements will eat you up. So it's like, it's not really an easy life. But I created it to not be dependent on others. And I realized, in that process, nobody's truly independent. And so I want to be a part of a community. I want to be a productive, contributable,
Right, but
part of.
what do you see yourself, right? And this is not at all, because again, I'd be hard pressed to what I could do is infinite. What I'm able to do now that I can offer to a community is probably very limited. So what do you see yourself, or if not even see yourself, let's get really real with ourselves and each other. Like I always say, what are you able to offer yourself and a community, vice versa? Because it's always one and the other, right? What are you able to offer in the sense of what are you willing to do? What are you not willing to do? What are your skills and talents and abilities? It's like if Lou goes, hey, I want to be part of a community, I want to come on land. Well, I go, okay, come over. I've already told him we should get on the land. He should leave that shithole Canada. Not that this place is much better, but at least we have, like they did, some foundation for common law, universal law, and guns to back that, I guess. To whatever that's worth. Again, not that I'm really looking to be using that, and not that I'm willing to use that necessarily in order to get that done. Because I believe if we have to go to civil or revolutionary war, we've already essentially lost because we've had to kill or die in order to co-create and communicate. In which case, there's really not much point.
All that's left, as far as I'm concerned, for America, is that the people in their hearts agree and love self-defense. They understand the concept, and most people in the world have been trained out of it. And it's the only thing that's going to really make it any different, in my opinion, anyway.
All right, let's stick on the subject, though. If I asked you to come down here, which in a way I have indirectly, or I've said I look forward to at least seeing what you've done, what you built and whatever, he can build, he can, teach me and others things. He's an asset rather than a liability, right? So that's the thing we're going to come across in a lot of these situations is you're either going to have to do what Talcott would describe as, and what I at one time when I was immature, would describe as menial work. He's too important and too good for that. He doesn't want to mix concrete and pour it. He doesn't want to have to plant seeds and water them once or twice. He doesn't want that. He can't do that. He's too good for that. And that's a horrible quality, a quality that I have in me and have lived through, and it doesn't work for me or anyone else. Whether it's part of me or not, it doesn't work for me and everyone else. So, again,
I think that's
it's like,
what caused my dissonance or disharmony or whatever you want to call it. That's why I'm out of balance right now, is because I haven't, I had a pretty stable job situation, and so, I wasn't working a ton, but I was working enough to feel satisfied and like I was productive. And so that's a big part of my mental health, I think. And I think that's just very natural. People really need to work and be productive. And I just feel like I do have a lot of valuable, things to offer, but it just goes to waste if I keep it to myself. And so I don't know. I guess I got to find a balance because I can't really find.
I honestly think, Mitchell, that it's a will thing, just like it is with me. And I'm not, and at the risk of me constantly doing the one self thing and potentially projecting onto others something that may not be completely true. I detect this thing with you where you got a fire in you, and it's either blazing and out of control and misdirected, or it's like smoldering and barely lit. And that's just the allegory I'm trying to come up with. You got to find a rhythm in life where you can, that pilot light is always on. It flares up when you need it to do whatever it is you're formed to do. And then, you know what I'm saying? It's like getting the daemon, the fire within you, under control to be directed to do the work that needs to be done. Right. Cause I know that was one of my biggest, if not biggest problem, was either not having the fire in me, or it being lit for the wrong reasons at the wrong times and not seemingly under my directive and control. Has to be somewhat a self-starter situation where you go, you know, like the boiler. It's time to boil now. We got to make something happen. I got to go into pilot light mode and flare up and do what needs to be done, and we'll worry about everything else after the fact. It's a skill. It's a skill that a lot of folks just have, and I don't think they realize how many folks don't have that. And we have to work extra hard to be self-starters and get out of bed in the morning, be where we need to be, in quotes, need to be, where we know we need to be, to do what we need to do, to get what we need to have, to care for ourselves, to round out the picture, right? Because again, in our world, we're so used to accepting less for ourselves, we go, fuck it. We'll get there whenever, or we don't need that. We're taking a day off and whatever. And that bites us in the ass every time, because then we wind up getting more guilty, more insecure, more alienated from the family and then other people who are doing the normie thing. And again, we have to find a middle ground. So even if it's subconscious, you know, I believe you know, like I know, because it's oneself again, you know, you don't feel better about flaking out on your responsibilities and accountabilities and your jobs and careers. Whether it's one thing to leave something because you go, this is not fulfilling me. I'm passionate and lit. I'm going over here to do this. Like I talk about, I went to public lands in a tent to start a broadcast and to travel around without anything. So I'm living it. Whether people realize it or not, it could be very boring and mundane and not pretty, but I'm living it. I'm full of purpose. I got the passion. My flame is lit. It's directed. I'm doing what leads to more, right? Some way, somehow. More is not always better, but when I say more, I'm saying more opportunities, more conversations, more value. The list goes on, right? More changes in myself and with others that work on the ground in certain ways. More entertainment pieces, you know, pieces we can look back on and whatever. More creating record. So, yeah, man, I think that a big part of this game, this lifestyle skills game, is activation, being an activist, like they like to say. You got a lot of folks who they come on the camera. Half of them can't even summon a fucking energy within them. The ones who can, it's for the 2 hours and then it goes off and they're back to their lukewarm, mediocre, mundane shit. You know, really being burning with that passion and being alive and then directing that, I think, is something that is almost being bred or engineered out of us purposely.
Yeah,
and
that's
we're
what
like,
I feel.
yeah, and we're like double downing and helping it, because now what that means is we got to try extra hard to go, oh no, I can't afford to take the day off, because then they're breeding a good slave who's pretending that he's free by doing without and putting me in a position where I'm going to have to eat bugs and whatever else, rather than being truly free because I'm minding my own busyness. I'm directing my passion and my flame and my energy to create something bigger than me and beyond me that can feed back, right? It's like, you know, it's a feedback loop process, much like the universe, right? Really getting, I think, in touch with that electrical life and energy within you. And again, easier said than done. Life will have a way of sapping that from you, in a sense of just the day-to-day nonsense, the day-to-day interactions. You keep unfulfilled and unfulfilling people around you who don't nurture that, they'll zap it from you. You know, they'll suck it out of you. This life force energy, man, this is what the Eastern cultures, as kid was talking before, Eastern cultures talk about chi and all the rest of it. This is our life force, right? We're lacking, a lot of us, in life force because our chemistry is off for various reasons. And if it is there, we're either not adding to it or conjuring it or directing it properly, or we're misdirecting it. You got a lot of folks like Snafu and the rest of them, while he's dying on a fucking deathbed, coming on here screaming and yelling pedo pogo every day. I go, bro, you got all this fucking time, energy, attention, and willingness to do this. If you just directed that 1/10 toward caring for yourself and creating a life for yourself, you'd probably be a successful person on every level to some degree, because success is relative and there's levels to everything. You know, to be rich in spirit, to be rich in that life force within you, to share that with others on a daily basis, to have that be an extension of you and what you create, and be prosperous on some level and be able to say you're self-made with that God force. That's a different experience, you know? So again, that's
also,
to me what it's. Go ahead, Lou.
If I could say also, it's about getting out of your comfort zone. because
Yeah.
for me anyway, I spent a few years where I just got comfortable, and then the more comfortable I got, the more I laid back, the more I sat back, until after a while I found myself sitting on the ledge looking out the window thinking, should I jump? What's the point? Right?
Lou, it's the first floor.
You know, but it's the truth. I mean, the more you stay in your comfort zone, the more you get nothing in return.
Yeah,
And
I
the
can't
more
really relate to that, but I feel like my problem is just not being able to direct that energy appropriately, and I've been waiting to find and seeking, you know, a community to be, you know, to participate with, and I guess, you know, what I'm picking up from what Paul's saying and what I've kind of realized recently is I just got to give up on that, and that's what I'm in the process of, is letting go of all of that hope and working with family and whatever, and I'm just gonna get my
Yeah, but
own
see,
piece of property.
even that, though, Mitchell, right? You don't have to give up the idea of being part of the community. The community has presented itself here and other places. We're all seeing the same thing. We have the same experience, the same background. We can relate to each other on some level. The point is, you got a lot of motherfuckers who haven't become the community. The community has showed up, but they're not becoming the communion with that energy and that force and what their purpose is to reflect that. Right? You get what I'm saying? It's the same thing Timmy does when he talks about the shit. Me and Timmy and Lou and others could immediately and probably should get on the ground and get in proximity with each other. And if nothing else, just know that we got each other at arm's length if necessary. Hey, he's down the road and around the corner. These are community members. But we have to become that. It means we got to be able to care for ourselves. We got to be able to have resources. We got to be able to generate value. We got to be able to be somewhat able to work and understand systems dynamics and have some kind of get up and go. Quite frankly, I'm supposed to be Paul Enslaved, the head of the community. I probably struggle with more of this shit than Timmy and Lou do, you know, individually or put together, however you want to look at it. Right? Like it probably, I'm probably more relate to you in the sense of knowing what it's like most of my life to do without, to live without, to not have, to be a drifter, slacker, and Talcott it out. That was me, you know? So I'm just talking about something I had to really get real with myself about that I don't even like talking about, but I can't escape what the fuck it is. And I'm not going to try to turn it into some other holier than thou bullshit like folks like to do on here, because it just doesn't work and it's not real.
Yeah,
So
I think
it's
you're
like,
in tune with reality, that you're not really trying to be like a cult leader. You want to cooperate with other leaders, you know? And
it doesn't even, let's say I wanted to be a cult leader, bro. I'm not so unaware that I can't look around and go, what's actually happening? I go, I want to be a cult leader? Well, I better be able to have so much power and influence, you know? And how do you do that? How do you get that? You think I'm going to lie, cheat, deceive, and kill and whatever? No. So then, okay, let's say I'm a wannabe cult leader, and then you need those things. How am I going to get that? I have to be good at what I do. I have to be a self-starter. I have to be the community. I have to lead from the front. So it's like, even if you gave me the Socratic method, as I like to call it, that they'll tell me in chat, it's not Socratic method, Paulie doesn't understand it. Okay, it doesn't matter. Worst case scenario, I'm a wannabe cult leader. How am I going to get power and value and influence and all the rest of the things a cult leader needs? I got two options then. Lie, cheat, steal, kill, deceive, try to dominate and whatever else. Not going to happen, especially with this crew here who emulates me in a lot of ways. So if I'm going to do that, the only path for me is hard work, dedication, being really good at what the fuck I do, and impressing the people around me who may be really good at whatever the fuck they do. Sounds like a lot of responsibility and accountability and authenticity to me. So turns out, even if I was a wannabe cult leader, based on the fact that I have a conscience, it would only still turn out to growing more into who I'm meant to be and being able to commune with my fellow man and woman, or at least bond over shared value systems. Because even if they can't relate to me and we can't communicate necessarily as effectively as we could, we can at least trade and share certain aspects of our life that's mutually beneficial, it would seem to me. Again, there's a hierarchy there, right, of needs and wants. Go ahead.
Can I say something, Mitchell? I'm not against you. Can I use your own words not against you, but for you. You use the word waiting. You're waiting, right? Nothing comes to those who wait, in my opinion. So maybe change that idea in your mind about waiting for this community to come. It's not going to come. You need to, like the old
Well,
the
I was
movie.
waiting and seeking, and I was also explaining the fact that I just decided I need to build my own, and
Well,
so that was the
that's it.
context of what I was saying.
And
But,
they will come.
all right, thanks, Papa.
I'm not trying to down you or anything. I'm just
No,
giving you
you're
what
just
I.
always condescending, and you got, you're not better. You're
Well,
just different. So
I'm
I
not
get
saying
it,
I'm
man.
better.
I already explained what you're reiterating. It's cool. Whatever. I don't know why I'm in
Okay.
resistance to what you're saying. I just don't have a.
No problem, Mitch.
I guess it's based on history.
You cannot. It's just what I saw. What do I know? I'm just a dumb wop.
We all are. It's fine.
Well, since we're quoting from the Matrix tonight, it's when Neo goes to the Oracle and she says, you could be it, you could be the anointed Christ, but it looks like you're waiting for somebody to give you permission to do it.
Yeah, but I'm not. The context to that was also seeking and also realizing that I need to build it myself. So,
Yeah, it's the
that,
same old scriptural idea that we it's Nostradine on the donkey riding around looking for his donkey. We're seeking the kingdom of God and the community when it's all within. And then we cultivate that from within and bring it outward. And then whatever the expression of that is, we work with it over time. It's like this has been a long game from the beginning for me. I don't know how I'm going to play well with others or play at all with others. I come from having little to nothing and having few, if any, talents, abilities, and skills, or anything you could market to a community or that would intrigue a community. Ultimately, the majority of communities, if you want to call it, that I've seen, I wouldn't be a part of if they asked me to, because they have, and I haven't. Because I already see the move of what it is they want me for, and it's just there's no longevity there. I know the game. I know what it is people want from me or with me one way or the other, and I'm not willing to use that and exploit that for a short-term benefit, So I already see, I go, no, these are not my people. They're not willing to do certain things, and they also have entitlements for other things. And I just see the dynamics, right? So at a certain point, I go, this isn't about that. This is about a walk with the spirit to perfecting oneself, and through that process, everything else is revealed and brought forth. And that's pretty much how it's happened. Every step of the way, more and more people have been brought into my life, either on here or on the ground, to be a part of whatever this is that this is going toward and moving toward. And the same is to be said for you in certain instances. I bust you or Brian O'Shea's balls about having loser failure conversations, but ultimately you're brought into the experience for certain reasons and certain similarities that you both could individually and together make work for you, or it could take you guys down if you let it, which is always the case, right? Because I know that about me. That's why, again, I won't entertain certain things and I just move on with my day or my life. And I shut shit down when I feel that energy waning, right? Because I'd rather be with myself in peace and recharge in order to come back rather than just, let that shit fizzle out, that energy, right? I'd rather burn out than fade away, like they say. So,
I think
I keep that energy moving, and I keep that inspiration, and if you want to call it positivity or co-creation energy high, I'm about creating something and making something happen. I don't want to be just sitting there kicking, looking down, kicking at each other's feet, playing footsie, and wasting the time away. So it's this and that, right? I come from a very peaceful, sort of isolated position within myself and within life, and I use that to take myself in the world while not being of it to create something daily. And I see that for everybody. The question is, what venue are going to pick to do that? And are you and can you feel yourself really showing up for yourself and others every day like that? Because I told you, bro, you could do broadcasting. It could be a part of your deal. Like a lot of folks on here, you could broadcast half hour, 45 minutes, an hour. If you did certain things, talked about certain things, started to work on keeping that energy going, keeping yourself focused, not doubting yourself. Because I watch you from time to time. People who do what they do here, I watch them.
You're on it, and I think that's it. It goes back to what you were saying originally, or towards the beginning, is that we need to have some sort of part-time gig, and it's what you're describing to me is that it takes work to alchemize that energy and turn it into something productive and positive and satisfying, and instead of just experiencing, passively experiencing whatever. And so, yeah, that's where you know, I'm making my next move to try and figure out a way to get some property, and I'm passionate about frisbee golf and nature and whatever. So
That he goes, he's on about this frisbee golf shit. He goes, I want 3 frisbee golf courses. I don't even know what that is, but I imagine it's throwing frisbee into a hole because it's frisbee golf, right? So I'm pretty astute usually with this stuff.
Yeah, it's just like regular golf, but with a frisbee and a basket.
I guess that's better. Regular golf sucks to me.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
if I'm gonna
totally
go golf,
different
I'm
culture.
almost like I'd rather go frisbee golf than regular golf.
Yeah, it's a totally different culture, and that I just think that I'm overcoming this fear of then not having the ability to build this what I envision on my own, and it's just like if I have strong enough principles and a foundation and get the ball rolling, then things will continue to grow. People will want to join, and it'll work itself out in the end, I figure. But I got to put the work in and really start pulling things together. I kind of just was hoping things would fall together, but it's hard to find that, and I think we need to be that. So that's the moral of the story for me.
I would, sorry, Mitchell, I'm very opinionated, but I would be careful about discounting the idea of being in a comfort zone, because from looking at it from the outside, right, I could see being in your situation or Brian's situation. It's a pretty free situation that you got going on. You live in your vehicle. You're really accountable to no one. You really don't have to do anything. You pull up some gas and you're good to go, right? So
yeah, it's free, but it's not free from responsibility, or you end up looking like O'Shea.
I'm not saying it is, of course.
You know what, Mitchell? You're
course,
way ahead
gotta
of the
survive.
game. Mitchell's way ahead of the game. Lou's way ahead of the game. I can't believe Paul would even compare Timmy to you, Lou. Timmy's a fucking Jew that sits online. What does Timmy do? I see Mitchell.
You know that I'm not going to entertain your nonsense. He just did that to you.
It's true. Timmy ain't do shit.
I'm not going to entertain your nonsense because you are the epitome of a toxified being, to the point of coughing and hacking on air, dying in a bed, you're rotting, and you literally show up to cause discord, dissent, discontent, to try to create false dynamics. We're actually being honest with ourselves and each other and trying to put the nonsense past and the ego and bullshit aside to do fellowship as grown men, and you just can't get on board for it. I swear to God, if I had a counseling center, because I've thought about at some point opening, as sick and twisted as I am, I am sick. There's no doubt about it, that I would open a center to bring these type of people into my personal life to try to work with them. I have to be insane. I'm literally thinking about opening a rehab, non-rehab asylum center that will be like a social experiment and also therapeutic and also cause more self-awareness and realization, because there'll be an audience to some degree somewhere in the process. And it'll also be very real. And it's like, if you were there and you did this, you're going to test my faith. We're going to have an issue. We're going to have a problem. Like, and then I'm going to have to develop some system to not wind up being in court every 3 days, where like I'm going to have to become like Jack Doherty or one of these little white kids, where I just keep like 3 big black guys. They just walk around and they just throw you the fuck out and anyone else who wants to play these games. Because I'm not doing it with you constantly. And you want to talk about on your horrible broadcast this morning, dying and hoping that I would hear it, and I did, that you would beat me up and you'd put me, and you didn't you say it here yesterday too? You put me on a certain bunk or whatever else. I love to see you make the hour trip from where you are from me right now and make that happen. I'd love to see you humble me and you be the one. Please be the one.
like he was just talking about? Because you said I need to be humbled. You said that. And you're an hour from me. And you said if we were locked up together, you'd punk me out and bitch me up and all the rest of it. I would love to see, for all of our sake, because I can't keep getting on here and running my mouth without somebody testing me and checking me. I mean, the state of New Mexico couldn't do it apparently a couple weeks ago. Someone's going to do it at some point. They're going to give me a real good run for my money on all levels. I would love it for it to be you rather than the United States government and whoever else, government, non-government, the feds, whoever it's going to be. I would love it for it to be you. So please take the hour trip down, get some gas money together, come over here. We're in the middle of the desert. You could do and say whatever you want out here. There's nobody for miles.
Well, you make.
And I want you to just, I'm going to leave the trailer open. There's new solar, so you can walk right up in here, punk me out, bitch me out, and you can have everything here. And then you won't be poor and broke sitting online in your area saying you need $1,000 to fix your car, you pathetic coward who has a daughter. You have a child. Someone somewhere somehow managed to fuck you and go through with it. I don't know what kind of drugs and alcohol or sick, twisted, sordid past they're involved with. They somehow allowed you to enter inside of them and conceive a child. And you can't even fix your ratty ass fucking car for $1,000. And you're online fucking with me and playing games and fantasizing about beating me up and punking me if we were locked up. Dude, you can barely even fucking get out of that hospital bed you're in saying you're going to die every fucking 2 weeks. What's the point of all this? Why are you this sick and twisted? Who are you working for? The devil or some...
No, I was telling Lou he brought value, construction and so forth.
You don't get to tell anyone what kind of value and skills and abilities they bring because you are and have nothing. Hello? If I'm off here, somebody get me right. That's what fellowship is part of. I could be the leader of fuck all. It doesn't matter. I don't get to dominate anyone. I don't get to tell anyone what they get to do and be. I get to tell people if I want them here or not and remove them. Because it's just like, you know.
This is a good example. Like Mitchell, would you want snafu
Jimmy,
at your community?
Jew. You're a fuck.
Would you
All
want
right,
snafu?
so you're gone. I'm throwing you out. I'm not going to continue with this retard. Every fucking day with this retard, I can't get rid of this kid.
Yeah.
He's beyond an agent of Shaitan or some corporate structure. He shows up every day. He won't go away. He tries to force his will on everyone around me and myself. He gets his 6 or 10 retards with him to strike channels. The kid is beyond sick and twisted and purposeless and valueless, and he's got to be either getting paid in coin of the realm from the devil, or he's got to be getting paid from some corporate structure to just misdirect, deceive. It could be and or, I guess, because they go hand in hand. I don't think he's that. Anything's possible because this tard apparently was involved with Alex Jones, like so many others, and where I stand on that. While Alex Jones has revealed a lot of interesting things and he's been a spearhead of a movement, non-movement, we saw how he shows up at court and the dumbass lawyers he hires to talk for him and how none of them give a fuck about the actual law and rights and they're punk ass cowards and they submit to the fraudulent courts, don't even speak for themselves, don't even care about none of them don't even think they have to care about courting and law and how it all works. So for me, they're nothing,
Mitchell, I want to hear
They're
your
agents.
answer.
That's the bottom line there. They're agents, and everyone who comes out of those fucking camps seem to be agents of nothing but chaos and fear porn. And when you ask them what the fuck they're doing on the ground or what they're actually building or creating and changing, they got nothing except maybe a house in San Antonio, and a warehouse somewhere.
He's not like this on his channel, right? He's a totally different character when he's on his own.
You've seen that. Okay, so you've seen it. He's a completely different person, and he's absolutely right. And I've said it before.
How does that work, in essence, Snafu? Like, what is that? I mean, you can't be normal coming up here.
Again, Lou, he's proving the point of my question. Like, I'll speak for myself, would never have him anywhere near me or anything.
Okay, so Timmy, here's your new role, okay? Because I'm tired of this game too. You got keys. You're a co-host. If the kid comes in and I'm overly forgiving or faithful because I'm like Talcott out, as I've said many times, we can laugh and joke about Talcott. Then I have to go off camera and go, holy shit, I'm basically Talcott, without the long flowy hair. I'm in trouble. And it just motivates me to like do and be and have and get more, you know, or understand more or change myself if necessary. It's really what it serves to do. So if I'm too forgiving and faithful or just want to be entertained by sickness, because I'm like, I'm used to being around it and being a part of it, please make an executive decision and say, Paul, you told me I have the power. This is not productive. The kid is sick and twisted and seemingly can't or won't change. I'm throwing him the fuck out.
Yeah,
just,
for sure.
Just do it. Just take an active role whenever.
I did 20 minutes ago when I just kept silently muting him in the chat, hoping he would just disappear without you seeing.
No, he's AIDS. He doesn't disappear. It doesn't just go away. You have to cut it out like cancer.
But this is a good, like, it is like pointed though. Like, again, if this dude showed up at the gate, it's like, I'm saying no. Like, my vote would be no, because this dude, you know, again, maybe he's a completely different person in real life, which is yet to be seen. But that's, you know, my question for a lot of folks. It's yet to be seen how folks are in reality, because the amplitude of emotion, the amplitude of like just like instability is very off-putting for me personally to want to actually be around or live or build anything with anybody long term. So that's a big problem. So, you know, that's what I'm saying. So that's why I asked you, Mitchell, like, because
yeah, I don't think it would work. Honestly, it's just I think conflict is very natural. Like I don't mind having conflict as long as resolution is the goal, and that that aspect doesn't seem to exist with him. There's no peaceful resolution with him. He's just looking for the next reason to fight, and that won't work in my community, honestly.
Right. I mean,
that's
at the end of
the place. That's his comfort zone right there. That's Snafu's comfort place.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, it's about intent, right? Like you know, no man can know another man's intent, but at the end of the day, like, we've got to give it our best presumed determination of why anybody's here or why anybody's anywhere, right? So especially if I'm gonna be near you and put my progeny near you, you know, and put my life's work, you know, around you, property, etc. So, you know, it's a big faith jump, I guess. But not everybody is cut out, right? Like, let's cut to the chase and be real. Like, not everybody is cut out to be even valuable at a minimum. At a minimum, to just like go with some kind of flow and be like, yo, I got no skills, no resources, but I got faith, I got grit. Lou needs me to build houses, and it's like Lou's gonna be the fucking director of building 20 houses in the next 3 months. I'm one of those motherfuckers. Like, all right, I'm in. Like, I can do shit in the Matrix and like extract fucking fiat magic squares and fund some things, perhaps.
Yeah, the energy can be very valuable if it's appropriately directed, you know. And I don't know. I had something else to say, but it slipped me. Sorry, I got distracted. But yeah, there's a.
Snafu, stop spurging in the freaking chat. You're like
my thing was crashing. But yeah, like I don't know what happened. My shit crashed. You know, everybody has a different skills, right? Some people, you know, fucking O'Shea at night is fucking doing comedy.
Hold on, I gotta report something, Timmy. This is breaking news for Lewis. He'll love this. So my father was supposed to come here, right, on the 27th. He's now telling me he won't be showing up because once again, he had an opportunity to face the truth and the reality of what we live. There you go, Lewis. Give him the Italian bullshit, right? Give him all the Italian bullshit for the machismo and the bravado and the bullshit and the lies online that he told, right? And this all stemmed from the other day when I went somewhere else and they repeated to me a lie that he told online. And it bothered me a bit. I'm human. The great Paul Enslaved is still human. You know, it bothered me a little bit that a rumor that was being repeated other places where they don't like auditors and want to discredit them came out of the mouth of the person who's supposed to lead, guide, and protect and be the godlike father in one's life as me being the son, right? So it's just kind of like, again,
his response to that was, it's okay for him to make up lies and besmirch me and my character online by telling lies because I talked about truths of things he didn't want told online. That's not the same thing. Gaslighting narcissistic freak. That's not the same thing. If I talk about a truth, even if you don't agree with it, I really believe what I'm saying. You said things you don't really believe because they didn't happen. Just to fucking get back at me for talking about a truth I really believe that I'm sure on some level you know happened. That's not the same thing. And for you to then do it and then equate the two shows why we can't have a relationship. Because you would think you would equate me saying certain things I really believe happened to you telling out and out lies just to get back at me because your fees were hurt about me talking about a truth in public that I really believe. Those are not the same dynamics at all. So, and then you show your ultimate cowardice and inability to come here and look me in the face in conscience like you always have in your life. You make up lies, you fuck with people's character and their reputation to get back at them because you don't want to be accountable for a truth we lived, right? So now you make everything worse. And instead of you just showing up and moving forward because the guy's got cancer now, another guy every one of us, cancer, it seems like. That's the new game for everyone, it seems. But especially this lot over here, So instead of us showing up for ourselves and each other and being really real with ourselves and each other and accountable, the coward's going to cancel flights and whatever else as if we couldn't see this potentially coming, right? It's just it's so predictable and dramatic and egotistical and prideful. And it's all just done to escape the reality of what is, as it has been the whole time. And they wonder why I don't respect them. They wonder why I call them readily in front of everyone, punk fucking cowards. They wonder why, even though I got a whole inheritance I stand to inherit, that they say, I only want them for their money. I don't ask them for nothing. I don't borrow nothing. Everything's been me and whatever I do and create after a certain point, I've even gone the other way and said, I spent too much time counting on other people who may have something to offer me in certain venue, but I don't respect and resonate with as people. My father being one of them. Sorry, Dad, that I had to be honest with myself and you that you have little to nothing to offer your women and children because you have no inherent hierarchical power and value systems. You have no self-respect and principles and ethics. You're a coward. In my world now, the world I live in, a man who is not willing to practice courage for what's true and what's right and willing to be accountable and authentic is not a man and has little to nothing to offer whatever women and children he has in his life. You get to decide that. And once again, given the opportunity, you drop the fucking ball because you're weak-minded and weak-hearted and you're a follower slave. And the reality of it is, like every good inauthentic corporate beta male, you got an inauthentic corporate beta bitch by your side who's encouraging you and enabling you because they do want to get to that money. And that's already been put on record. Like the story always, isn't it always the same archetypal stories over and over again? It's fascinating. We're living a movie. You got a woman who literally one day showed up in my father's house, like just didn't leave one day. And I go, is she living here now? And he goes, well, yeah, you know how women are. They just eventually come in and don't leave. And then they're living wherever they are because they put their stuff somewhere. And I go, and you're saying this to me, but won't tell her that? Another example of your fucking punk ass cowardice and you being able to not run your shit. And that's why they'll say Pauly Boy's evil and bad and wrong and cold, because I've told Jennifer this whole time, whether I'm in love with you or not, whether I love you or not, I want to have our own space. I want to have our own things in our own areas. Fuck. She's been someone who has had more than me this whole time. I ain't got to worry about her worried about what the fuck I got and looking at it. And the same her back the other way with me. That's the whole point of a power couple or an empowered couple, so to speak, or community. Everybody has their own shit. Everybody doesn't have to look over their shoulder who's trying to take something from them because they got their own shit and they're doing their own thing. And we come together to share whatever it is we create or what we have. It's amazing. Every one of these inauthentic corporate beta males, he even told me one day back and he goes, every woman I date seems to be a gold digger at some point. I go, yeah, well, because you put all your value as a man on the things you have. You don't have any other value to offer a woman or child. So how could they not see you as that? I go, the same thing that you shit on me for and disconnect from me for, you should respect me for ultimately, because I've never held my tongue when it comes to truth to get money from you or anything else. I'm that guy. I could be with one. He's even said to me, Paul, you with one hand will ask me to borrow money and the other hand slap me in the face. I absolutely will. That's to me a testament to me being ultimately authentic and real, as crazy as it sounds. I go, I could with one hand say I need to borrow whatever at that time because I didn't have my shit together, good luck. And then in the other hand go, I also don't respect you for these other things. What, you think I'm going to come to you like everyone else in your life and put a smile on and say, I respect you and love you in all ways and everything's great because I want something from you? No. That's the thing, man. Not everybody who's supposed to be your people is your people. They can't take the heat. They can't cook in the kitchen because they can't take the heat. And when we're on a fellowship journey of actualization and realization and showing courage and bravery and faith and trust and equity and all the rest of it, they don't want to be or can't be part of it. They're too weak. They're too cowardly. They got too much of the spirit of their mama, a lot of these men. And I shouldn't even use that term. The spirit of their mama. I should make it clear when I use that term. It's their mama, not women in general, not mamas in general, right? I can get a bad rap for that. The spirit of their inauthentic corporate beta male mama who was only in this life and with whoever man she was with for the comforts and the money and the bullshit. Not really down for the man and who and what he was and what he was about, because he wasn't about shit anyway. They can get 10 more of you at the bar. There are 10 more inauthentic corporate males at the sports bar who are going to drink half their paycheck away. There's 10 more inauthentic corporate males at the gym that you go to. Are you kidding? For a woman to date in this world, in this economy, the way the majority of males are, it's like changing clothes. I go from Timmy to Johnny to Jimmy to Bobby to Joey. You're all the same motherfucker over and over again. You got the same way of talking and walking and doing business. You got the same fucking 2 parties you vote for. You all have the same fucking brands of clothes and the same goofy ass cars. It's like you come out of a factory.
Ooh, not me.
Well, I say Timmy because it's a common name. I mean, I'm not necessarily saying, that. Timmy. But that's there they go. Then they have the nerve to show up at MGTOW events and go, women are all gold diggers. You don't have anything else to offer, simple, weak-ass, impotent motherfucker who lacks true value. You don't have, I'm going to say it again, you don't have anything else to offer, because when a bitch or your own son asks you to show up in truth, you can or won't. When a bitch or your son asks you to show up for rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, you can or you won't. So if you can't show up for the truth and God and yourself and what needs to happen next, what the fuck value do you have exactly as a man to any woman and child? I'll wait. Nothing other than this. So you should be thankful that unlike your harlot bitch over there, your Babylonian bitch who took the jab and is waiting around to get a piece of that house she moved herself into, I'm willing to throw it all the fuck away. I'll give it all away to be giving it back through what's true and what's right. I don't want your dirty money. I don't want your dirty slave house. I don't want none of it if it ain't meant for me. And it ain't meant for me if you ain't going to be real with yourself and me and show up for yourself and me. Go give it to that dirty bitch who ain't never going to create her own fucking life for herself. I don't need it. I'm good at this point. I'm going to be good. I know that. I know that more each day. I've had to know that because I got no other choice. I got no option. That's a good place to be. When you got no other option but to know you'll be fucking good come hell or high water. That's called confidence in yourself and trust in the faith and the truth and the process, because that's what the fuck God and the people been showing me this whole motherfucking time that I can't even get over. And you got to get it that way. You and your beta bitch got to lie, cheat, and fake and front and all the rest of it to get the little that you get, and you're going to squander that as well. Go ahead.
That's why I pipe up, and a lot of people like to shit on me and say shit, and I'm just like, yo, look at the motherfuckers that all you men, non-men are following. The fucking Tates, degenerates, father CIA, fucking Alex Jones, family military intelligence, fucking Elon Musk. These are your like masculine leaders today.
No, it's not even that. My father would have to step up to have any of them three to even be their lead. There's levels to this shit. He's still at the Trump and the.
Yeah, I'm saying all of it together. It's just like, look around, and I'm like, and obviously the past 4 years, every male around me fucking proved their worth, and people think that it's these external things that are going to qualify them and why they should get anything. They've completely lost the foundation and core of honorability and principles.
These are such bitch ass men that they would instead of just take accountability and be honest with themselves, would try to text me and go, just so you know, I won't be there on the 27th. Bitch ass motherfucker, I've known you've been a coward for the longest time. You just confirmed it again. You can't show up for yourself or me or anyone else and look me in the eye. Just like you can't come back to this panel and won't come back to this panel and be honest with yourself and everyone else here after lying on me and my name to try to get back at me. You're beyond fucking pathetic. There's no hope for you, it seems, at this point. It's sad, but I'm not directed by my emotions, really. I'm kind of numb to a lot of this shit. I almost expect it. You know, this is a motherfucker like the rest of them who's going to go to their death and use it to create guilt, they think, in me. What am I going to be guilty for? Having another 1,000 conversations with you about reality while you insult mine and everyone else's intelligence directly and openly with your overt, narcissistic, ignoring, arrogant bullshit? What am I going to do? Like I didn't put my time, energy, attention in, like I didn't really care, like I didn't tell you not to get jabbed up and be with jabbed up, money-hungry bitches and all the rest. I got to be your daddy like everyone else. I didn't try, right? I didn't care. Oh, it was. I didn't do it in a nice, kind, pleasing tone enough. I wasn't real and honest and authentic and honorable in a nice, kind, pleasing tone enough. Go fuck yourself. How about that? I've already reconciled that we're all out of here. I reconciled that death is around the corner for everybody because it's part of life and it's our friend in a sense. It ain't our enemy. I'm not going to avoid and escape from it. So if you think you're going to guilt me, you should know me better than that. Just like with my uncle and everybody else. At some point, I chose me and God and the truth. I'm done with you motherfuckers. I'll leave you where the fuck you stand and everything you got too that I'm supposed to inherit. Because quite frankly, on some level, beyond me not wanting to fucking do deals with the devil so you can come back in the afterlife and lie on me again like you did here, like they always do, I don't want the fucking karma. I don't want the karma of having to receive potentially a bunch of goods that are fought over, that are desired by other slaves who won't get right with God themselves and do what needs to be done. I don't want to fight him in courts and everything else because I know it's coming. That dirty bitch is not going to get the fuck out of that house. This guy has cancer now. He wants to go to the medical system to treat it, another dunce. His own brother died with the medical system not treating or treating him. My mother died, medical system treating her definitely. My uncle, they didn't get to till the end because he's like me, he won't fucking go. Grandmother, same deal. He's watched everybody in the family die of being treated by the medical system for the same thing he's got. And he's going to do the same thing they did. There's no hope for these motherfuckers. I've had to reconcile it. They don't understand. I have so much more love and care than them, and they'll paint me out to be the cold one who doesn't have the love and care. I'm the one with the love and care. So much so I didn't slave up. So much so I did what was true and what's right for our name and our lineage and for our supposed God and culture and country. I have so much love and care for me, I wouldn't sell my fucking soul. Where's your love and care at? Bitch ass, fake ass, weak ass motherfucker. Don't spin the narrative. You are the ones lacking in true love and care. You are the ones lacking in discipline and will. You are the ones lacking in conscience to adhere to truth. And you're not going to gaslight me anymore and spin the dynamic that I'm the black sheep of the family because I want to promote us doing what's true and what's right and not being a pack of fucking weak-ass cowards. You and everyone else who has the same name and blood attached to me can go fuck yourself inherently, indefinitely, eternally for living the way that you live and then having the nerve to bullshit me and this audience and the living God in front of all of us. You got some fucking balls on you and balls for all the wrong things and all the wrong reasons, unfortunately. What do you think about that?
That's a curse that you brought about on yourselves, all of you, from the beginning of your incarnation here, that you haven't changed yet and seemingly won't change. And there's only a bit of fucking hope or faith for me because I'm at least willing to see it and practice changing it. I may have to bear the fucking curse sent down by all of you by the end of this physically. At least I'll get the ability, if I'm dying in a fucking bed of cancer, to say, I at least tried to serve something beyond myself and my arrogant, egotistical non-will to my own detriment and embarrassment. I at least tried to fucking do and promote what was true and what's right and put myself on a line of sacrifice for it. I could at least fucking say that with a clear conscience. Surrounded by fucking cowards, infidels, and slaves. Money hungry, but not equally or even 1/10 as hungry for the truth and to do what's right. And you think I'm going to be able to love you when you're not love-able? You think I'm going to be able to respect you when you're not respect-able? You fucking arrogant pig swine. You're not even, you'd have to elevate to get to the level of them fucking pigs that are out there right now. A pig is a beautiful, intelligent animal on some level. Gets what everything it needs, has everything it needs and knows it. Will get even more than what it needs by pursuing its wants, has a drive on it, chase you around all day to get some extra food. You motherfuckers can't get you to do shit for yourselves or anyone else except show up at some bitch-ass company, put in your 8 to 10, 6 days a week, and be an inauthentic corporate male and work for a master and vote for a master. And then want to rebuke your own fucking son with the living God and truth within him. I can't, Timmy, I can't get over it. Someone save me from my rant and my ramble. Go ahead, Lou. I see you all coming on camera. Go ahead and cut it anytime. Save me from. There's no point. It's falling on deaf ears and broken souls. It's the reality of it.
I just wanted to say pigs are tasty too, but really they're like your loan shark. No, I don't want to go off the subject. You know, loan shark always wants more. Pigs always want more food. But as far as Mr. Laporta goes, because I know you're listening, maybe just try. I get what I probably have a sense of what you're feeling. Like, hey, this is your son, right? He should be listening to you. That's just your pride.
No, I'm his fucking daddy. Why don't you get it right? I should not only not been listening to you. The only reason we're here even talking right now, because I did the antithesis of everything he's done. You should be listening to me, motherfucker, factually. Those days are over with the ego power play.
I'm saying.
I'm not even going to meet you in the middle. How about that? I could meet you in the middle, and I have said it before. We're all here to exchange qualities and abilities and meet each other in the middle. Fuck it. I'm done with it. You need to listen to me. That's it. Your ego needs it. You need to be checked, and you need to be humble.
Now, relax.
I'm going out the window.
No. You can always go
I got
back.
a golden parachute.
You can always go back to Laporta to the pride.
I'm never listening to a motherfucker again who I don't want to have what they have, be with who they're with, or be like who they are. Never again are you going to trick me out of that power and position.
Just put the pride aside and come up.
Accomplished author in your own fucking mind. What type of position are you in where I could sit with Slow State and do a line of meth? I wouldn't, and I never have. But for the bit, sit with Slow State and do a line of meth, smoke a line of meth off of a light bulb, and joke about the fact that my father put he's an accomplished author on the only book he ever wrote that sold no copies. It's beyond. If I took it to a therapist, they'd say off the charts narcissism. You wonder where I get the God of all media thing from? I'm doing a bit non-bit from what's flowing in my veins that I become aware of. That's completely errant. And if misunderstood and misused is the bane of our existence, don't you get it?
Yeah, but he put accomplished author and printed it on.
And I'm the God of all media because I said so on the only broadcast I've ever done that at least someone watched.
Yeah, but there's 1,000 in a row at this point, right?
Yeah, right. I can at least say I've accomplished 1,000 broadcasts before I say that. Writes one book, nobody buys it, puts on the back of the only book before he ever. Imagine this. That means he would have had to put it on the only book he ever wrote before he ever had the opportunity to sell one, and then says he's an accomplished author. So I guess if I ever fuck one woman, I'm an accomplished porn star by that logic. You are beyond narcissistic, ignorant, and arrogant, and that's coming from the God of all media, self-proclaimed, of course, because I'm doing the bit non-bit. It's glorious. There's no other way to say it's glorious in its sickness and dysfunction.
I don't know what, like the boomers, what is their, they love to just have this the arrogance about them just existing. Like, and
yeah, because they got their mama at some point, after beating the first two children to the point they went insane, their mama and their daddy got together and said, maybe we should do something different. And then they taught, see, this is how sick they are. They go from abusing one generation and breaking their soul to building an ego on the rest of them over the soul that is equally as dysfunctional and just an opposite in mental emotional illness. They go, we're not going to beat and torture this one and break this one's soul. We're going to cultivate an ego that this one can't do any wrong. We love you so much. You're so great. We'll give you whatever you want. Great stuff. Once again, can't meet the middle way that the Tao is. The way to the way is the middle way. They can't hit it on any level. Republican, Democrat, torture the kid, give him everything. Doesn't work. Dumb chimpanzee slave. It's called being an extremist slave is what it's called. Every level you look. My uncle was completely the antithesis of my father because they beat him, tortured him at school, at home. It turned him insane. He was at least self-aware. He was at least philosophical. He was at least had a warrior spirit. This guy, complete fucking punk coward, talks a big game, won't fucking show up, tried to attack me one day. I literally held him there at one hand. He couldn't believe it. I said, all this shit you've been talking and all the rest of it getting in my face, it's archetypal. It's like out of a movie. Daddy and son, right? And then they'll tell me I have daddy issues. No, I don't have daddy issues. I have issues with punk-ass coward motherfuckers. My father's just one of them. I got a long list of folks I've encountered in this life. He's just one of them. And I'm glad because I've spent the rest of my time focusing on how to not be that as much as possible.
It was funny. I got a Uncle Frankie who everybody said has had screws loose, and he would collect newspapers and shit about about how everything's a scam and shit. And so my family always compares him to me. And it's funny. He fought in World War I think, and he drove a tank. But then when he came home, he was driving around with no license and saying, "Fuck you guys! I don't even know this license."
Uncle Frankie, every time. It's archetypal. And of course, that's the one who's most like me. You come through your father, and the universe throws a curveball at everybody and says, "We're going to make your son just like your brother, the guy you fought with all your life, because we want to continue to watch you all dance." And they just don't get the move. They can't see the move, how it's meant to bring us all to the middle. I'm just like my uncle. Even good, bad, and indifferent, even on the negative aspects. Don't want to work for myself, don't want to be entrepreneurial, want to be lazy, Talcottian. He goes, "You're just like your uncle." He's telling me that all my life. I go, he's not wrong. And they still haven't figured out how to bridge the gap. And even on the other side of it, they still haven't figured out how to bridge the gap. I go, "Asshole, I've become more like you in order to be successful and be holistic. When do you do the part that's obvious here? Become like me so you can be holistic and successful. What the fuck is your problem?" I'm totally willing to meet them all in the middle. They can't even get it done.
It's funny, your father would probably get along with my son more than you. My son likes money a little bit.
Your father would get along with your son now, and now me and you get along. You see how? Do you see the game this thing is playing on us like a kaleidoscope? You twist it one way and it twists back, and it's fucking fascinating. It's all holographic mirrored reflections. This or that.
I don't want to misrepresent my son. It's just that he likes his money and he likes to make money, but he has the other side of him where he's doing it because he just likes to be free. So he's not really doing it because he wants to get rich. He's doing it because he wants to be free. So when he has, in the wintertime, he fucks off to Florida and does whatever he wants to do.
Right.
So,
the reality of it is it's probably good, especially when you're got the Talcottian swing in you. It's probably good to even develop liking having money because of what it represents. I don't want to have to be a burden on people around me. I don't want to have to go to people to use them for what I want or what I need. And I don't like when people do it to me. So if I don't like when they do it to me, then I don't want to be that, right? It's one thing to be charitable at times and to help out. It's another thing to have to be a source of someone else's value because they won't find their own. You know, if I got it within me, you got it within you. If I got it in the world, you got it in the world. I ain't better than you. So, you know, there's a fine line there between helping out, working together, sharing certain things, and becoming a burden or being burdened. And there's reasons for everything, right? So, yeah, it's probably good to like getting up every day and going to work and be money motivated, right? If you can't find any other motivation, I guess. I would think that like a really perfect world would be where you're motivated by being able to have everything you need and then some, and also pursuing what you're meant to do here. I would think that they could both exist in the same reality, in the same beingness. Where you go, hey, if somebody pays me for what I do, like here, somebody, you know, I'm not doing income revenue, products and services. If someone gifts me because of a relationship that they have with me, with the truth and the broadcast, it's motivating. It's inspiring. It feels good. Who doesn't want that? You know, the problem is when we love the money so much that we're willing to chase it to our own and everyone else's detriment. The extreme example, of course, is the bankers, politicians, and everyone else who will do wrong and evil shit because they'll get a check. They're emulating them. You know, that's all this is. They're emulating their masters. So ultimately, that's the thing. He ain't, and they ain't going to guilt me. I'm here for a spiritual reason. I'm here for a cause and for certain ideas. Those ideas, like, don't die with me as a physical body. This has been here before us. It'll be here after. I'm getting in alignment with it as a result of what I'm here to do. You don't want to do that? Then we ain't going to be in alignment. That ain't hard to figure out. You can't solve a problem with the same level of consciousness that created it. You don't want to get in line with what God and the universe and truth wants from us, and I am and have, and that's been clear. It's on record. It's not a belief anymore. We're not going to be in alignment, and that's okay. You're the guilty one, obviously. I've been the one here going out my life. I talk about our interactions. I'd like it to be different. It's obviously not meant to be that way, mostly because you won't let it be that way. I've had to reconcile that most of the people in my life are going to die unactualized and unrealized because they're just too comfortable in their suffering and their slavery and their ignorance and arrogance. And that's okay. I could love you or care about you or just be from a distance. It doesn't have to be any which way for me. You know?
It's been here forever, the duality. It's been here. It's always been here probably, and it's always going to be there. Some people are going to choose one side. Some people are going to choose the other. Most people choose the side that's easiest, right?
I just can't believe that's my point. I can't believe how many times, and even me, I'm probably doing it while I'm critiquing it on some level. I can't imagine how many times folks are going to take the same path over and over instead of just do what seems to be counter instinctual to them. And like, instead of him going, I'm being a coward right now, I'm feeling fear, which is why I'm going to duck out of showing up on Tuesday. I'm still going to show up and look you in the face and just surrender in faith to whoever it's meant to go. You just can't do it, can you? You can't do it anywhere in your life. You cannot practice surrender and faith, and that's why you're going to keep suffering.
And they fall every time. It's like riding a bike. When you're about to fall to the right, you don't shoot your body to the left. You shoot it to the right, and you straighten your bike out. But they always shoot the opposite side and fall on their ass.
Bro, they act like I don't feel the same things. He acts like I haven't been feeling the same things he has. The difference is I've already been planning to overcome that fear, to go down there, to look him in the face, and if necessary, have a conversation and move forward. They can't get it done. Their comfort zone is what kills them every time. And then the dumb bitch next to him who got a vax, doesn't know the first thing about self-care or love in general, is going to convince him he's doing the right thing by not interacting with such a negative character as myself. Good luck. And I'm telling you good luck because you don't have faith and you don't have godly discernment. That's obvious. You're not connected with your spirit. Your spirit is broken. The transmission is interfered with. So we have to resort to luck now. You know, I guess God protects babies and fools on some level. So that's where your luck will be derived. Ultimately, it'll still all extend from source. You know, you'll still get a reprieve from your ignorance and arrogance because you'll claim you didn't completely know, even though I've said this hundreds and thousands of times, and you've rebuked it to continue in your own insanity and your own cowardice.
I suspect you're saying in your mind, I don't want to do it on this broadcast, Mr. Laporta. But what better place? That's really just your ego because you don't want to look a certain way or not.
It's always the way.
But like I said, fall into the fall and you may straighten out. Don't fall away from it because it'll always tear you down. So just come up and have the conversation. What better way if not to
imagine this logic? I don't want to look like a deviant, punk-ass, coward infidel, so I keep doing shit that makes me look like a deviant, punk-ass, coward infidel. Great logic. The same logic that compels the same guy to vote for a president over and over again while his life gets worse from it. You can't help these people. There's no relating with them and to them. They're completely gone and broken. And the worst part is their ego's the only thing keeping them from accepting it to then change and become better so we can actually have a relationship. We can both relate to each other by relating to the truth. How can I relate to an insane person who can't relate to what is and what's true? You want me to just be how I used to be? That didn't work either, ironically. Just insane enough to continue to do the same things over and over, expecting different results while also going to work, making money, and not doing drugs. The only drugs you do now are the pharmaceutical type. To either numb out and deal with your depression that you've caused or to treat your cancer and all the rest of it. Beyond embarrassing. This is a guy who told me one day only weak people do drugs, Paul. Later on then was too weak to tell me that he went on drugs for his depression that he caused, which this is archetypal. I remember being on heroin and telling him, even on heroin, you're so egotistical and prideful and foolish, you don't realize there's going to come a day where you're probably going to lean on drugs or alcohol, even though you've never done it in your life. And that day came. And instead of him once again conquering his ego and hubris by being accountable to the facts of what's been shown, he chose to live in an alternate reality and lie to me about it till I had to question him because I'm an expert at this point. Well, let's claim who's an expert. If everyone else is going to do it, I'm going to do it. I'm an expert at reading people and knowing when something's up. And when I ask 2 or 3 questions, it just starts closing in on what it could be. Every question that I ask that you won't answer closes in on, even if you won't answer it, what it could be. You know? So it just is just a repeated pattern. It's over and over again. I'm venting on some level. There's a bit of frustration there, but I've had to reconcile over and over again. The majority of people that I may even love and care for, or maybe my family, I'm going to have to let go and resolve myself to the fact that they're going to continue to destroy themselves and each other and even make me a part of it while claiming they're trying to help. This is just complete Luciferian inversion land. This is where you want to talk enlightenment and detachment and practicing patience and all the shit they give me credit for at times. I go, no, you don't understand how it happened. Don't give me credit. I'm born into a slave house, shit house asylum. I'm crazy as a shit house rat, right? Like they say, you know, but I'm not stupid. I see this for what it is. I see the dynamics. I'm not exempt from the dynamics. Because I'm not exempt from the dynamics, I've had to learn either to work around them or live with them while the rest remain ignorant of them. Go ahead, Timmy, Mitchell, someone else take over. We'll hit the docket if nothing else. We zoom past the 26 minutes after the 3rd hour mark. I'm ranting and raving and rambling as always. And oftentimes on the same, you know, ongoing loops that I find myself in my reality.
It's on some level the same thing with the talcotting, when you do the thing where you're kind of like, you're super forgiving. And I'm not saying it's a bad thing, man. I on some level admire it, but on the other hand, you know, at some point I just broke trying to do that. Like became like broken, right? Like fighting that fight with the blood relatives. And I just you know, I guess the best way to say is surrendered to the fact that, you know, maybe they'll come around at some point on some level in some venue, but maybe they won't, and just kind of come to terms with that. I know it kind of sounds kind of like giving up or I don't know, kind of weak. But I don't know. I fight with that, man, because I mean, both my parents got the medication, and on some level, I told them about it ahead of time. But it was the immediate. What are you talking about? That like immediate, like
You don't know nothing, boy.
yeah. And it's like, I think I said it here. My dad was basically in a coma for a month, like right after my mother passed
Incredible.
out.
It's fucking incredible.
My mother was strong as an ox. She never had no health problem. Passed out like the day of. Oh, she just passed out. It's just a side effect, whatever. But like, so
it's working.
But yeah, man. I mean, I see. Look at the other end of the spectrum. Is like Pineal. He's like at his grandma's like deathbed, just like still like vacuuming, ruining the broadcast by like vacuuming her like room, which is like 90.
Vacuuming her dried feces from her cage, her hamster cage. Vacuuming up wood chips and dried feces.
And so 10% of the slaves in the chattel area will be like, and that's why he just runs away and forsakes his family. It's like, nah, it ain't like that. I mean, there's only so much you can do.
They chose to forsake themselves by forsaking truth and what was right. They did that.
So, it is what it is, man. There has to be some kind of that healthy boundary, if you will, of like, okay, I can just do what I can do, and we can talk sometime, but I mean, you know how it goes. It's just like can't even get through like a fucking how's the weather for like 5 minutes. I just can't do it, and then it just just deteriorates from there, or really the lies deteriorate, right? Or my attempt. It's like acid, like the acid of truth is like I'm like on their slave shield. It's just like it burning that shield makes them go ah. Just nonsense comes forth from that. But I know nothing I said is gonna help, and it's just kind of what can you do, laugh or cry, honestly, right? It's just what it is.
These people on some level have been dead to me all my life. I can't relate to them. They don't seem to serve any purpose in my life other than to show me what not to be. And they don't seem to know or be able to show true love and true care. And by virtue of that being the circumstances, it's tempered me to be able to do what I do and not to fall into emotional patterns that are not beneficial for anybody. You could argue it's also allowed me to be a little bit too detached at times from probably my own inner space or others' inner space around me who I may have loving care for. So I'm indirectly emulating some of those negative qualities that I'm seeing in these beings.
Yeah, that's
the other practice, right? It would seem.
The sad part though is that they think they're loving you, right? Like that's the sad part.
I don't believe that either. I don't really believe that. I don't believe 3/4 of the shit people tell me. I don't buy it.
In their mind, that's what they believe, right?
No, in their body, it's not about their mind. In their body, they're going to be the path of least resistance and do what allows them to feel the most comfortable. You really think we're really supposed to believe my father thinks right now or ever that he's really loving me and caring for me? No, he'll say that. The feeling might be there. The actions don't show that. The actions show a fearful, cowardly man who will do anything, including lie to himself and everyone else, in order to get safety from that fear. I pity him. In a way, that's the reality of it. I've come to pity the man because really that's all this amounts to. Fearful, insecure, no real confidence and faith, presenting false strength. And when you peel away the false strength veneer, there's no core of any static value systems, principles, ethics, logic, moral, or sensibility. And the sad part is the last 4 years has shown that he has, like we've all known, an ability to be that and more. And he's seen glimpses of that. And we've bonded over glimpses of that. He can't really jump in and dive in. He'd rather do the whole, it got crazy for a little bit there. We got through it. We're back to new normal. and we're gonna like go back into our hole of escapism and numbing out and pretending. That's not what this was, dude. You're not getting it.
It was a beta test.
Yeah, beta test.
That's what I mean.
You got the exact right word. Beta test. And the majority of the beta males and females are failing miserably.
Oh, I got to take a Jibbity Jew? Sure. Oh, wait, it didn't work. I got to take another one? Yeah, sure. Wait, I got to take 4 more? Okay, 4 more.
Yeah, pay the slave tax. You know, let these bitches run your life because you don't know what it's like to just be with yourself and be thankful and grateful for you and God and learn to love yourself. Keep attracting in goofy bitches who don't care about themselves and what's true and what's right, then claim everything's okay. You know, rebuke the truth that's been working through your son this whole time for the last decade or more that they drugged me for and persecuted and prosecuted me for on every level. It's like at some point you got to have some humbleness and humility and go, I really am a piece of garbage and I fucked up over and over again. And I really need to get my ass together at some point before I leave out of here. Especially you would think when these folks what fascinates me is they get cancer diagnoses and all the rest of it and continue with their lying and their cowardice and their bullshit. I go, man, there's nothing here. Then I wonder how much I'm missing and how much I need to work on that I'm not going to work on because I'd rather live in my own fucking reality. You would think that's the day you go, I'm just going to stop bullshitting myself and everyone else for the rest of the time here because they're now pretty much telling me I'm going to be dead soon. Not even that's enough to get them to drop the false self and the bullshit and just get really real with each other and stop being a fucking coward and a liar.
Like I was saying, in his mind, taking you down and drugging you and putting you in some fucking mental institution, in his mind, he was trying to help you. He was loving you.
He's trying to help me be like him. Could you stop with the whole, you're not going to gaslight me, Lou. You're not going to gaslight me.
No, you're
helping me be a slave like him is not really helping me. It's helping his ego.
I'm not saying it is. I'm not saying it is, but it's how they think sometimes.
Yeah, and from his trauma cult, that's what he would like it to be. He'd like to pass on the back of the book where he became an accomplished author. It says there, everything I've ever done was to help Paulie Boy. He'll convince himself of that. But really, it's to help me be like him, which is a detriment to me. Because I don't want to be a cowardly punk-ass slave who's unactualized and unrealized with goofy bitches who have no principles and value system. That's the antithesis of my marketing and promotion, if you will. Right? Because this is a guy who also told me at one point, just stop standing for rights, freedom, and principles. Just do the broadcast and sell products. Right. Because I want to be a punk-ass, fake-ass coward like you. That's going to go far. I've already got everyone and their brother looking for every fucking period and comma and every I haven't dotted to where I'm a fraud and can't come up with anything. And if I let it be where he said one day he bought all my equipment and pays for all my shit and produces the broadcast and a list of other things he lied about to say to fuck with me and what I do, you know, and make me look a certain way, embarrass me, humiliate me. As if he could do that any more than I've already chosen to do for myself, right? Not likely, pal. I'm here with the likes of Lou Bass. Okay, I've already brought myself to the depths of humiliation and embarrassment.
Hey, my children are all doing better than me, and none of them got the Jibbity Jew. Not even my, not my father, not my mother. I convinced them all to say no, stay away, and they all did, except for one sister.
They're all from the same systemic trauma cult. Where at some point someone cast down what the slave was supposed to be, and every slave after has formed the slave under them to be like that original slave, and that's their version of helping you. And I appreciate it. You've done so much. What do I owe you? But now I'm out. Right? Thank you for playing. That's where we're at in this story.
Yeah, for me, that's why I always got along more with my grandfather than with my father, because my father was like kind of like your father, really. I mean, he wasn't a bad man. He always worked. He made money. He did his thing, but he had no interest in any sort of philosophical, deeper argument to this world, this life, this space, this time, this whatever it is we're doing here. Never. But my grandfather was always a little bit different that way. So I was always with him because he was on a different level, right? He worked as well. He did what he had to do, but he had a more deeper philosophical understanding of the world and was at least looking to see it differently than what everybody's presenting.
Your grandpa was going through the fucking the early parts of the century, right? The 30s, fucking both wars, right? Yeah, that's kind of, yeah. I feel like everybody had to. You're like almost forced to, kind of like now, right? I mean, the boomers is just like, you know, whatever.
Well, they had basically the easiest time in history, and got what they got, and they think they got it because of them, right?
They were so special and so
they were
competent.
so special, but they literally had it handed on the like a freaking golden platter, you know.
My father, like, you know, just the way that these folks develop in these realities, these fishbowl realities, they'll just repeat, oh, I'm a graduate of such and such with high honor. What does that mean to me? You're talking to me now. You're not talking at the water cooler to a bunch of other jerk-offs who are going nowhere in this life. We're a bunch of fake-ass cowards. You're talking to me. In my world, what does that mean? You graduated from some fraternity, high honors. That means you were really good at sucking dick. Taking whatever they put forth and repeating it back. Now show me the information and the payoff from how you live it. I'll never forget. He pointed one day, he goes, he basically said, I'm summing it up, but it's basically what the upshot was. I won this argument because I'm smarter than you because I have a degree on the wall. I go, you realize that's not how that works, right? The degree is supposed to signify that you are at a state of attainment of understanding that you can exemplify the understanding and live it. Just pointing at you passing the test and getting the paper does not equate to wisdom. That's knowledge put into action. If you can't take what you supposedly learn and put it into action to generate a result, it's been wasted. You're less than a knowledgeable, wise individual. How do I get it across to them that what they're claiming to be by pointing at the thing actually makes them less than what it is everyone else is or claiming to be, because you just use arrogance and ego to claim something that you can't attain or be. It's just another defense mechanism from the reality.
Bro, I deal with this shit fucking daily out here in the fucking East. I got my fucking brother-in-law, wife's brother, wins physics student of the year, the whole south of the country. Number 1. This motherfucker leaves electricity cords in puddles of water. And I gotta go, bro, how? And it's just like, it's like, and then the next day, she called me, the fucking electricity exploded in the apartment. I'm like, and then we go and look, there's a burn mark on the floor where that fucking rice cooker is at. It's so detached from fucking reality. Oh, Maron. Your thoughts, Lou?
all these whatever universities, colleges, all that shit. It's an exercise in learning how to fucking memorize shit is all it is. They don't really learn anything. I mean, you just fucking learn how to, 1 + 1 is 2 and that's it. Or whatever they say it is. Could be 3. But as long as you learn it, remember it, you pass the test, you're fucking top.
And the dynamic here is perfect. You got with them, I'm not going to air everybody's private shit, but just it's archetypal. You got the devouring mother that does everything for the son. He's fucking useless. And then you got the father that's never like actually
the tyrannical father. That's the other side of the devouring mother is tyrannical father.
There's tyrannical father, do this, do that. Again, at the end of the day, the kid never learn nothing. It was never like, come here, son, like Lou probably did with your kids. Here's how a fucking electricity cord works. Here's what the resistor.
Well, think about what it creates, Timmy, directly. The devouring mother never allows the child to learn how to be free and independent outside of a will of some other creature. That's why I say they got their mama's spirit.
Yeah.
And the tyrannical father never encourages the child to learn to care for what's true and what's right, only for his false position in the authoritarian system. It's the perfect Freudian disempowered couple. You have a power couple, so every dynamic here has its opposing reflection, right? Or it's mirroring. So the opposing reflection of mirroring would be a disempowered couple. That's the majority in authentic corporate beta males and females. Their only power and value in this realm is the money, non-money. And they're usually, through their mental and emotional defects and lack of holistic resolution, become that devouring mother and tyrannical father, producing the modern day species of slave that we see here today. This is not, I can't see any deviation and separation from it. You go to Moose Creature, you go to, I didn't have the mama in the home. I didn't have that dynamic. So that might be why I broke free from it early or was never subject to it. But you go to Brian O'Shea, you go to a lot of these folks, you know. I seen it with Jennifer. We even had to have a discussion because it came from her mother, right? Well, that's Italian special, right? Italian special archetypal is devouring mama, tyrannical father. It's fucking, it's one for one, man. You can't write shit like this. They make movies off of how reality is engineered and organized and seems to be structured like a movie.
I had 3 of them in my household because I grew up with 2 families, my uncle, my aunt, and my grandmother and grandfather. So I had 3 devouring mothers, only 2 tyrannical fathers. That's why I gravitated to my grandfather, because the rest were just lost. They were just a mess. So my time was spent completely with him. Wherever he was,
there's always some male figure usually we gravitate toward that we emulate more or we resonate with more, who's usually somebody who'll be more real with you and level with you. Instead of trying to bullshit you because they think you're stupid or you're a child or you can't know, like we don't have instincts or we didn't hear something and we didn't, you know. So you usually wind up developing bonds of trust with some uncle or some figure who's willing to be real with you and level with you and just stop bullshitting himself and you and everyone else and telling you do this or else. You know?
And also be a supporting figure rather than a finger wagging figure.
Right.
You know?
Authoritarian.
Right. Yeah.
And then, of course, you know, a lot of these situations, which is becoming more and more typical in certain situations, you got devouring mama, an absent father, or you got completely disengaged mama, you know, which is another, I guess, developing archetype. Mama who's so plugged into the matrix and the digital experience, they're not even available to be devouring with their child because they've developed, it's like seemingly one generation after the next develops some adaptation to be able to survive slavery. So they become like the slave system. It's completely disengaged, you know, inactive, removed, in vice, in bondage. And then at some point, like the Matrix shows, the next generation at some point will just be a produced creature completely raised in a lab and by institutions, just completely institutionalized, you know, like just alarm clock in the morning. This, you know, this is your universal basic income. This is where you can go, what you can do, what you can't do. Everything's in the code. Run the code. You got 10 codes to run. Anything outside of that, you don't exist.
That's my youngest sister. Holy fuck. Just pegged her. And her sons are going to be like just robots in this system.
I saw with the woman whose children I was taking care of. She was so engaged with the digital, you know, interface and the other world and the promises of being rich and famous for being a hoe. You know, that's the new archetypal woman who has only dreams of being independent, rich and famous, not being under the thumb of said cowardly, tyrannical male. And all they have as a skill or an ability is being a hoe. You know, that's the new OnlyFans bred modern day female that a lot of folks keep, you know, speaking about. So, yeah, we're watching the progression. There's no way to deny it. If you go from you could go back wherever you want and pick a time and then watch, if you move forward, the progression of the regression of morals and logic and values and ethics, and the progression of what they call progressivism, which is the technology, the state interface, the code interface, just completely enveloping the individual, to assimilate, right? Just like the Borg, just more and more, as you go down the line. And then again, every so often you have, this is what's fascinating to me, why they write movies off this. You have the anomalies, the ones who they'll say the star children, the chosen ones, this, that, and the third, the ones who, for some way, somehow, the human element says these ones are not going to be part of it, and they're going to make complete waves down the whole back of this system. It's interesting to watch that cycle.
I would venture to say it's generally the ones that were left alone in some way. Not alone, but the ones that were isolated from the rest of the pack. They're generally the ones that gravitate towards a different direction.
Right, but what comes first, the chicken or the egg, right? This is what's so fascinating. By proxy of the Matrix getting everybody under its control and the next generations being born, cast out from their families, they'll get an even greater opportunity to become part of God or the devil. So it actually, to me, ups the chances because, again, scripturally, it's kind of sound that if these parents are not actually parenting and doing what's true and what's right and leading by example, they're not fit to be that. And the more that the being is turned out into the world and has to find faith and trust and equity or create that and be that, I guess you up the chances of both. If we're going to talk archetypal, God, the devil, good and evil, all the rest of that, to reduce the situation down to a duality, which it seems to be part of the quality of this earthly experience, I would say. Maybe not holistically, like everything is one on the highest level, but on the lowest level, there seems to be a dualistic component here, even down to right and wrong. Again, we go to real life scenarios. The last 4 years is a perfect simulation. There was a right way and a wrong way to do life. You could argue with me, but I'll make the arrogant claim that in a lot of these situations, there's a right way and a wrong way to do life. And then you could tell me, well, there's my way, his way, your way. No, there wasn't. You either voted for Republican or Democrat. You voted for a tard or a tard. You got duped again. And you either wore the mask, covered your face, took the shot, or both. And you're either regretting it or you're completely ignorant and arrogant about it because you don't want to look at it and know you're going to regret it subconsciously. There was a right and a wrong way to do this shit. Like, turns out there's a right and a wrong way to go to court. There's a right and a wrong way to sign these papers or not. There's a right and a wrong way to do etymology. And this is just, I go, Polyboy, you're so arrogant and egotistical. I go, I'm actually not. I go, that's you. I had to kill off my ego in order to align with what was already there. That wasn't my idea, in order to learn the right way to do shit. That's why they say rights come from God. Even the right way to do things comes from a godly apprehension, godlike, having the vision and discernment. The rest of them ain't got it. So why they still at this point in their Luciferian swing haven't checked their ego to take a fucking step back and let the truth lead through a motherfucker who's willing to sacrifice for truth is beyond me. That's their hubris. I go, if you're not going to walk this shit and live this, why are you talking? Why are you questioning me? Have we not got to the point where every step of the way I go, I know more than you. I see more than you. I know what's true and what's right. How are you going to do that? I do it and then some. At what point does the other being shut the fuck up? It's the same process you do with a woman. I was going to say a bitch. It's a family broadcast. They used to tell me, Paulie, act white. Instead of act right, act white. I'm trying, Dad and others. This is the same process you go through with a woman. At some point, this goofy bitch has got to fall back and say, he's got it. I get her apprehension. She's got a list of beta males who are incompetent, incapable, and cowardly. Hi, nice to meet you. I see the same thing. I've experienced it. We can bond. Now, after I show you 3 to 5 times that I am that am and I have an understanding and I can move correctly, are you going to fall back and stop trying to play the man in this relationship because you had to in the past? Are you going to stop playing daddy because you had to in the past when I've had to become that man archetypally in father God consciousness alignment?
Again, at some point, state actors and everybody else got to stop playing and acting. We got to stop pretending with ourselves and each other. They're so like burned up inside to just go, some people can know and see more than us and tell us and show us and we can learn and be better. They'd rather just keep doing the wrong shit so they can say it was their way. That's how fucked up this is. They'd rather help light the world on fire just to say they did it their way, which ain't their way either. It's another being's way. There's like two consciousnesses, again, sun and moon going on here. Other punk coward, just like his daddy Trump, ain't going to show up for himself or others. Can't face the music, can't look me in the eye. Just like none of them can't. The judge can't, the prosecutor can't. None of them can look me in the motherfucking eye, come to think of it, now that I really think about it. Just the other day we went to court. None of them can ever look me in the eye prolonged anymore. There must be something going on with me. I must be going through one of them changes again. Because it seems none of them want to get around me. None of them want to interact with me. They can't look me in the fucking eye. And they definitely can't be competent with me when it comes to living and speaking the truth. They're too damn fraudulent and cowardly. Not that it's a competition. I would think that that would be the solution here for all you bitch-ass motherfuckers, like the accomplished author, my father, who said in the middle of the book that ego was his biggest problem in life. Well, I'm glad that you identified it for effect in the book to make yourself look humble with humility. How about fucking exercising the antithesis of it or the solution to it? Usually the cowardice and the egotism are linked. It's because you're a fucking coward. You got to develop a false self. If you just work on stop being a fucking coward in all ways and submitting to your fear, practice faith and become a faithful being, you'll probably dispel with a lot of your ego and you'll be able to live in more faith and trust. Then things will start coming together here. You'll start getting more revelations how to be a fucking human being. Any one of these decades now, Timmy, we're going to get these supposed fathers together. We're going to get the Republicans, the Democrats, and the fathers, and then everyone else in name only. You got Democrats not democrating, not for liberalism, right? Unless when it comes to like, chopping off genitals and doing wild and wacky shit. They're totally for liberalism all of a sudden, like true freedom. Liberal used to be somebody who was oddly conservative. It's weird how that worked. In the sense of American values. Liberal used to be like for radical freedom, which is really conservatism nowadays. They don't know it. Don't tell the conservatives that it's not about being a fake ass evangelical corporatist. I got things piling up here. Ryan Horde says, for blessings, be back soon. Been super busy. Salute to him. That's the captain of Unslavia, constantly flying around. The pilot that he is, from coast to coast. Thank you for the education and sharing your time, Molly W., which I believe is a fairly new name, unless she's been here a while, but it's on and off. You never know. That can happen. That's good to see. That's inspiring and motivating. Thank you, Molly W. That's Uncle Ryan Horde, and that's Cousin Molly. And Julian B says, thank you, Paul. Well, listen, this is my catharsis, right? This is my form of self-therapy. I come on here, I rant, ramble, and rave. I do my own loop within the loop. I inspire some folks. I annoy others. I empower some folks. Other folks just get a headache from me being loud. And that's just kind of the name of the game, right? You can't please all the people all the time. I'm most interested now in being the egotistical narcissist that I am, pleasing myself, and more importantly, the God within me, as much as I can get it done, right? It seems that somehow, some way, being born in this body as the creature that we are, the hominid creature part-time that we are, it's almost impossible to achieve whatever it is that we can conceptualize. And that's, interestingly, what seems to make it such a fascinating journey, is we're doing Mission Impossible here. There's a conceptualization and archetypal that we have to hit. We can never hit it completely, but by aiming for it, right, it's to shoot to the moon, land among the stars philosophy, it would seem.
Yeah, and then you got like this comment made me laugh. And then they wonder why their fake celebrations are not naturally enjoyable. All right, I have a mission for you guys. The next time you find yourself at one of these fucking birthday parties where they're like, and everybody's singing all, and then the child is like, ugh. You see why the children are always crying at these things? Because it's fucking demonic. It's just a bunch of zombies thinking that they have to sing happy birthday, and they got no energy into it. Please just go, like, no, like, let's not do this. Like,
and then they gaslight the most conscious and aware children because they're part of the cult. They go, Jimmy, like these do, Paulie, why are you not robotically acting like the rest of the cult members here on cue and faking emotion like we're taught to do in this culture? And I go, because I'm just not feeling it right now. And they go, there's something wrong with that boy. Fucking, this cult of culture will gaslight the shit out of you and do it in the open. And everyone will say that it's the right thing to do. Something's wrong with that boy. He won't turn on and off fake ass emotions to be part of the group and collectivize. He's bringing us down, right? Meanwhile, in the background, like the kid says up there, this is where you know you found your people, because he's saying the same thing I said while I was being gaslit by everyone around me, that I was crazy and sick. I go, you guys are doing cowardice, slavery, and genocide at every turn, and you're going to gaslight me that I can't turn on happiness at a Chuck E. Cheese party? Sorry. Sorry for that. I really brought the energy down with Chucky and the Manimals, whatever his friends are named.
Debbie Downer, and then they'll just go like this. They'll do this to you metaphorically, right? They'll just
throw me out. I'm no. Go ahead and do it again. Throw me the fuck out because I'm negative.
Happy birthday. That's the
thing. I've been shown a sound. I've gotten used to, hey, show me a cell and don't even give me a phone call because the people on the outside don't want me. It's a sad story. I'm not appealing to anybody's sensibilities either. I'm just saying that's the reality of being somewhat conscious and aware, even as a child, born amongst a bunch of unconscious, slaved out adults. They will literally, like the Queen, brought one of their relatives or a couple of them who are retarded. Every time you have kids, especially if you're fucking your own relatives, it's a family show, and here we fuck relatives, apparently. I don't know. They do it. We don't do it. If you fuck your relatives, especially, every few of them comes out retarded and disabled. They tell me. I don't know anything about this. I haven't seen it, but they tell me about it. I've seen clips of it. And every so often, a royal baby comes out a little retarded, and they just leave it somewhere. They go, that's not one of us. And they go, we're pretty sure this is the Queen's sister's aunt's baby, something. We don't know. Don't know. Someone dropped it off in a box one day. That's where we're at here, people. You're not living amongst loving and caring, enlightened, conscious, and aware people. You're living amongst sick, disempowered, insecure people who will literally drop you off like a retarded royal baby because they don't want to be associated with you. Oddly enough, and again, this is archetypal. They write movies off this. They're going to say someone out there right now is hitting some kind of contraption that looks oddly like a dildo. Like they're hitting some salvia weed combination. They go, Paulie boy, do you know about the latest movie or a movie from 1950 describing that? I go, yeah, it's called Jesus, you dumb fuck. Or Moses, or one of them. I'm the dumb fuck. They dropped some baby in a river, sent him down the river, didn't want to be associated with him. Turns out he was more conscious and aware than the whole fucking bunch and attempted to lead him out of their own slavery. They, of course, shit on him, spit on him, and killed him for that. But hey, it's part of the experience here, is what I'm told. Okay? We're learning here. Tammy, where do we go from here? I did an extra hour. This has somehow become my purpose and meaning and value. I don't know what just went on. I take little to no responsibility for the negative results of anybody affected by what just went on. That's your problem and your choice. You didn't have to be here.
Timmy wanted to sing happy birthday. Go,
Timmy. No, I'm not going to do a Marilyn Monroe. Lou. That's you. Hey, somebody should do it for.
Paul Revere rode a horse. In my story, the horse rode me into town. The horse rode me into town while I also yelled, "The slaves are coming! The slavery's coming! The slavery's coming!"
See, fucking Talcott Collection, if you're fucking here and had your balls.
Oh, he can go fuck himself. All right. It's that quick with me. I go from loving you and everything you do and praising you. I don't worship, but I praise you. I give you credit. You're like my right hand man. It's that quick. He can go fuck himself. He's a selfish motherfucker. First of all, anybody who goes that, listen, I understand depression. All right. Please. I understand. Half Irish, half Italian. I grew up in New York. I understand anxiety and depression. It's part of what we do. We perfected it over there, you know. But it should be that selfish to not only be anxious and depressed, know when you need to do something, not doing it, so you get anxious and then depressed and all that. Selfish, deleting all those fucking clips and all the rest of it. Yeah, I'm, you know, that makes me sick, Timmy. All right, and I told Gorilla Gems too. I said, listen, okay, if you're gonna pull a fucking TCC, do it now, please. Don't wait. Don't drag this out. Don't make me feel like we're doing something here. He's working on new videos this week, apparently. He told me, but I go, please. Don't I can only take so much in this life. Everyone's turned their back on me. I'm just like Jesus and Jack Talcott. Everyone turned their back on me. Everyone shits on me. Everyone gives their love and offers to me and then revokes them because they have some selfish twist they go into. I just didn't love them enough. I didn't give them enough. I wasn't there enough. God forbid I live my own fucking life. And you know, God forbid they go, you've done enough, Paulie boy. You know, you've loved us enough and yourself and the truth enough. You showed up enough. We're going to take it from here. God forbid. I know. So very selfish. And that's why I'm being selfish right now. Okay. I'm not denying it. I'm being selfish by emoting and venting once again. TCC, you hurt my heart, TCC. Hurt my heart, Lewis.
It's not just selfish. It's also self-destructive. He's destroyed his own creativity. Like
that's what's sickening.
Whether he likes
He's so good at what he does. It's just another example of wasted potential and talent and genius from someone who can't manage their own inner space and affairs. I can only hope this man comes out infinitely better for this and that he saved everything that he pretended to delete. If he actually deleted everything, I am sickened and disgusted. I hope this was just a play for attention and being dramatic.
To hurt you or whatever he perceives you've done, he's throwing his own creativity to the wind and is giving it no value whatsoever.
I don't think he's doing this consciously. Again, I don't think there's any accidents. I think it may be an unconscious thing. He may not even be aware of it, but this isn't, I don't think, a conscious thing to me. It's kind of a fuck you to me, you could argue, subconsciously. But I think he's got something he's going through. I think he's got some identity crisis or some thing he's got to figure out. And for whatever reason, he doesn't want that there. He doesn't want either a reminder or he doesn't want I don't know what it is, you know. But again, subconsciously, yeah, whether he's aware of it or not, part of it's a fuck you to me. Because you could be going through some shit and still have a care for me or respect me and say, hey, bro, I'm going through some shit. I'm going to get the fuck out of here and not come back. What do you want? You want to keep any of this shit? You want your shit at least? Like the shit with me in it. Why would you get rid of that and not offer me to have that? I don't know. It's just weird. Maybe I'm thinking I'm too important in these people's life. I just figure we come here every day. We've been through all the shit that we've gone on through here, the good, bad, the ugly, everything in between. I figure there's some fucking bond and camaraderie. And then these motherfuckers take off. You don't see them no more. You can't get an answer out of them. And they burn the fucking house down on the way out. I go, really? I go, I'm hoping a phoenix rises from these ashes, I guess. Another example of where you got to cultivate faith, I guess, Lewis. It's all we keep learning here. Got to have faith. You the George Michael.
Maybe that's what happened. He's in some friggin' public washroom somewhere doing really horrible things.
He got raped and beaten like George Floyd. You know, they sprinkled fentanyl on him. He passed out. He woke back up. He fucking saw Jesus. He had a complete life change, and you know, he had to go his own way, man. Paint pictures, do yoga in the forest.
He's a classic story of just like fear of success, like afraid of getting in his own way. Like I had to ask him like 4 times, I'm like, yo, please let me pay you. I want to please make a project for me. I gave him an idea.
Well, that did occur to me. It's funny that you say that because I believe it somewhat corresponded with that week that I got in the algorithm and I was doing like 150,000. And that shit can fuck with people when they start going, okay, what? And dude, you can't tell me on some level, like Zetetic Warrior, whoever, that you can't see from day one, like he says, the X Factor. You know, on some level on camera, I'm meant to do this, and it's very well possible there could be big numbers. There has been in the past, and there may be in the future. You prepare for that on some level. You have to be aware. I don't get it, man. I really don't get how people go through life and aren't aware of shit, and then when they become aware of it, they're so reactive to it. Instead of go, well, what were we doing this all for anyway? Not to say we have to do this for the numbers, but if we do this and it gets the numbers, then you take off and delete shit. That's when you make more shit, if anything. That's when you get re-inspired and re-motivated, and you get more gas in the tank for the next 6 months, because you may have to get out of the algorithm and go back to working day to day here with the few folks who show up relatively, right? 1,000 folks, whatever it is. I don't get it. Like everywhere in life, these motherfuckers, you're doing 80 on the freeway and they decide to just tuck and roll. And I go, bro, why do we ever get in the car to begin with? I don't get it. Boosted the same shit. They all do the same shit.
I mean, yeah, like I sent him a message. I'm like, yo, here's a project. Gave him all the details, and then after like a month, he went 3 weeks without replying. He said, hey Timmy, I'm sorry for the delayed response. I don't think I'm going to be able to do this because I reviewed the video multiple times and I can't pretend to understand what he's talking about. That doesn't matter. I said to him, I'd help him out no matter what. And then he said, I can't even manage my own life. I'm not going to pretend to be a video editor. Yeah, he does. How many, like 50 videos he made. I'm not like mad about the videos he made for the channel. Like, that's amazing. Clearly he's a video editor. Like, and he said, I edit everything on my phone, which is insane, by the way. I don't even know how that's possible. And then he said, I was going to offer to do it for free for fear of fucking it up. I don't want to waste your time. And I'm like,
forget about all that, bro. I'm not going to start getting into going down. I want to keep it specific to the, I get what you're saying, because it all goes hand in hand. And I'm sure he's aware of that. The kid's a smart kid. I could tell. I've had limited interactions with him. I can tell he's highly intelligent. And that's a part of folks' problem here. The more intelligent folks are on the IQ level here and can make connections, the more they're bound for pain and suffering at some point till they work it out. It would seem to me, So I'm sure he knows that. I'm sure he knows certain things about himself and whatever else, and he can't work it out. So this is an attempt to work it out. But again, it's like, dude, on some level too, you got to accept who and what you are. You don't have to hate yourself and be reactive to it to go, I'm not where I want to be. I'm gonna get there. This is a long game. I give myself credit for XYZ along the way. The kid was motivated enough for whatever it was worth to do whatever he did there and establish that catalog. That takes a lot of work, time, energy, attention, and motivation and skills and ability to do all that. And it like he had his own reasons and motivation. This is what's so fascinating about this walk in life and consciousness. He may not even have known what his reason and motivation is that has now been shown to him. And he doesn't know how to interpret that or cope with that. That he just did a whole catalog of material that revealed to him that he needs to work on more of him. And now it becomes this mirror that sits there that you become afraid to look into because you know what you're going to see and don't want to see it. So like I have to now almost interpret in the dark what may be going on with him in order to try to reach him in some way, because I presume he listens from time to time still.
Maybe he saw his father, his like Talcott. Maybe that clicked in for I just a wild guess, but it's what came to my mind. That who knows, maybe at some point he realized, wait a minute, my father's this guy. Or not actually Jack, but
or I am this guy. Yeah, it's like it's even. I think it's it's
I am
because I've seen it. Yeah, and I mean, again, that's good self-reflection and introspection. We live to see the truth, and the truth is we're all oneself, and it scares the shit out of us on some level. Then you have to be able to interpret the nuances there. You don't think Jack Talcott's a bright guy on certain levels?
Oh, yeah.
You don't think that he knows how people perceive him? He just doesn't give a fuck. I can relate to that. And there's parts of where he misinterprets, and there's parts of where he's just willing, I think, to lie to himself and others to get what he wants.
Yeah.
And I think that he actively plays off of knowing that he has a side of him. How authentic it is or not, I haven't quite worked it out. But there's a side of all of us that's jovial and childlike and loving and caring. You can even argue an unnurtured, broken child that was never raised to pure consciousness and awareness and discernment and accountability and all the able words, right? It still should be, potentially working on that. He plays off of that.
he knows that there's a side of all of us that's like that, and he purposely allows himself to go to that place or be that at certain times to pad his accountability or responsibility. You know, that's the Jackie boy. Jackie boy is going to go into childlike mode to avoid liability and accountability. You could be loving and caring. We all should be on some level. You should also have discernment and accountability, responsibility, and be able to manage your funds and affairs in your life. It's called, we got to put it all together. I know this is tough, guys. We come here every day. We're getting the huddle. We got to put it all together. We got to be able to make a living. We got to be able to have resources. We got to be able to court either four walls or with the opposite sex. Some folks with the same sex. I'm not judging them. You know, we're equal opportunity here. It's not about that, Lewis. Okay.
PCC also came in to this thing when we were doing a lot of fucking shooting up Talcott.
Shooting up? What?
Yeah, we were all shooting up Talcott a little bit.
We were we were in a full bender.
We were on
It was a lot.
We were on a real bender.
Shooting
with Talcott.
Talcott.
We came in right around that time, right? So maybe he figured, what the fuck? What have I become part of, right? Maybe he missed.
Listen, bro, you could do the holier than thou. Again, how do we meet in the middle where we observe that we're all oneself? We all are capable of the same pitfalls. We're all here to learn and do better. And we also have to have a good humor about the fact that we're all characters in this realm, whether it's YouTube, the universe, like what we can't meet that. Like if you're gonna play off that, everyone's played off that, you know, to some degree. And then it's like you'll play off that till you don't like that, and then you react to it. You're trying to fight the mirror. You're trying to fight the reflection. You know, it's like, dude, I get it.
See, Timmy's
that might be part of his journey, though. I don't want to judge it. You're probably right. I don't want to judge it. He might, you know, again, there's always times of pause of reflection, introspection, where we look at it and go, you know what, I can become a little bit more XYZ. I'm going to work on that. And you may be inspired from something you see and hear from the least likely sources. You know, again, Jack Talcott, whether it's authentically his life and his experience or not, he speaks things at time that can be true, mostly because he got it from someone else who lived an authentic, fulfilled experience. That doesn't change the fact. So you may use him at times, which is what he's counting on, and it doesn't discount the experience and the lesson. You can use what he says that's not always authentically his and relate it to him to teach yourself something if necessary. You know, again, or remind yourself, because it's not really about teaching. This is a reminder scenario. Like, we seem to be creatures a lot like the fish we see swimming in a bowl, forgetting it was just there. People keep doing the loop and forgetting they were just there, right? We all do it. So I think that this is just ways where we create talismans through the people, Talcottismans, the people we experience to be like spirit creatures to remind us a certain thing. It's very sort of, what do they call me? Pantheistic. That's their new word for me that's going around. Paul's a pantheist, whatever the fuck. As if I can't like step back and look at how all of these different philosophies have the same truth in them. They're just described in a different way.
Is that like a pansexual? Like you?
Yeah, like we may. Lou, please. Right to the gutter with these Italians, these full Italians. Yeah. Yeah, it's like whether it's authentic or real or not, if Talcott wants to sell himself as the archetypal being of love, you can accept him as that as long as it's not detrimental to you. That's what I worry about. I worry about that his grift is actually taking hold with a lot of folks because subconsciously we can't get away from the fact that we're all loving and caring people. So we could simultaneously learn something from someone and how to be a better person, even if they're repeating it from someone else. And also know we don't want to live like that person completely. I may be a shocking example of that dynamic where you could call on the unslaved, quote unquote, spirit at times to do certain things. You may also want to let that go. That's advice to me, if nobody else, you know, or remembrance. So, you know, if we had to deduce it down, right? If like the unslaved spirit was something other than what's presented as the Talcottian love and care, man. I don't know what mine, I guess mine would be more of the passions, right? Love and care can get you killed and fucked up in life.
and tricked out of position. Passion can get you killed and tricked in life out of position. You know? So there's a time and a place, for all of these modalities, it would seem, and these aspects of self. The trick is, I guess, choosing the right tool for the right job.
All right, any of you chattel folks, slaves that have been talking shit from the chat want to come up?
Chattel, yeah. Let's brand him, Timmy. Let's mount him, brand him, hog tie him. Really let him know whose ranch this is.
Send him to freezer.
Yeah. All right. It's see, unlike at the Talcottian camp where the covert narcissism becomes overt and no one's quite sure where the line begins and ends, we're open with our abuse here at this cult, non-cult community, non-unity.
That reminds me here. You were talking
and we
about
only do it usually to outside members, right? Like unless they see, this is like almost like slave club, fight club, because we usually do it to trollers and passersby, but if they're not available and someone elects, they get to come to the center of the ring, right? Which is equity. Why not? You can't only beat up metaversally on the passerbys and the trolls and the other slaves. You can't feel them. Every once in a while, we need one of our own. He volunteers to jump in the pit into the fray and have it out. Well, he's the sacrifice of the day for the content and for the truth. That's how it works.
Come on up, Cody.
It reminds me of what you were saying earlier. You were talking about doing a counseling thing where you counsel people, right? And I got this vision of, okay, I'll call it me. Like, when I'm sitting at the ledge, right? And everybody's saying, no, don't jump. We love you. And then Paul comes along. Yeah, go ahead, jump, motherfucker. I want to see you splat on the floor.
I say go ahead and jump because it's the first floor. I know you're going to get hurt, but it's not going to be a permanent injury. That's the perfect middle ground. I'm that guy, right? I'm the guy who I'm conscious and aware of all the elements, so I already know we're on the first floor. And you go, I'm going to jump, and I go ahead, just because I know it's going to be a great show. And there's not going to be much actual harm done. I'm not the greatest influence.
Sometimes that's what people need, though.
It's what goes on this broadcast. It's essentially a bunch of dramatic slaves and their feelers who go, I'm going to jump. And I go ahead. We're on the first floor. And I push them out. I go, you're going to get everything you need out of this experience.
I'm not jumping because you told me to. Fuck you, I'm not jumping. So inadvertently, you're directing. Anyways, I'm going to go to sleep. The chamomile tea is kicking in. The joint kicked in a long time ago.
The adrenochrome's wearing off from all the blood you're drinking from living creatures.
Yep, the adrenochrome.
You are such a grotesque animal. I don't even know why I allowed you in here today now that I think about it.
Don't worry, I'll get you drinking blood one day. Don't worry.
Dude, there's baby pigs that were just born out there, and they're so amazing to look at. And just knowing that
what are you guys doing with these pigs? You just fucking feed them and that's it?
First of all, they're not mine. I don't take any liability for it. I want nothing to do with it.
You don't even make sausage.
This guy over there is looking after them. I don't know what the owner of the I don't know what he's gonna do with them.
They grow old and die.
I told him, if I'm staying here, you do whatever you do. If I'm like that, where if I don't hear it and see it and know about it, I can't say nothing. I'm not going to do deaf, dumb, and blind, hear no evil, whatever else, but I'm not going to tell him how to live, how to conduct his life. But ultimately, I don't like keeping animals in cages. And listen, they'll give me the same fucking logic, and it may even be true to some degree that they'll give about me and everyone else. We got to keep them in there to keep them safe. To do what with? The same thing you're going to tell about the citizen slave. We got to keep him in that cage to keep him safe from himself and others and whatever else is. Okay, to do what with exactly?
No,
again,
wait a minute.
I'm not looking to be eating these animals. I'm not looking to kill them.
I'm not trying to keep them safe, although I love them as for the time that they're here. But when it's time
to bro, I can't see a reason why you can't just eat fucking pizza and peanut butter and whatever the fuck else and get your protein somewhere else.
Because it made me sick.
Okay. Well, you're already sick. I don't think there's anything going to undo the sickness you have anyway, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. So why not let the body follow anyway? You know, I'm not really trying to keep you alive with endless amounts of protein to be a sick man in this hell realm.
No, it's not the protein that helps. It's
Let
the
go,
fat.
Lou.
You need the
Okay.
fat.
You do what you want to do. I'm just saying I can't imagine at this point in my life killing those animals unless it was absolutely necessary. I don't view it as necessary. If I'm shown to be wrong, I guess I'll let you know.
Oh, whatever. You can eat whatever you want. I don't give a fuck. You can eat rocks. You can eat rocks.
If you think I'm kidding, and I'm not saying that the meat doesn't smell good and doesn't taste good, and that there's not a part of me because my brain, like any other drug or experience, doesn't crave it.
No, but you don't think God put that in you?
Lou, I'm not gonna get into this with you. I'm not gonna. I'm at the point now where I'd probably feel less. I would probably feel less guilty if I killed you and roasted you and ate you, than if I killed one of those baby pigs out there, because
I'm too lean now.
You are supposedly conscious and aware swine who won't do what's true and what's right in life. That pig does nothing but follow what nature puts down for it and what it's given, its limited circumstances, and it has limited, if any, entitlements or demands other than, you know, the basic living within its means. So maybe not even you, because I know you, and it'd be kind of weird to kill you, roast you, and eat you because I know you. Maybe like a stranger slave, like a slave stranger. Like if I like came across one of these Antifa rallies or something, and I go, man, it's been days since I've eaten. Like, what's on the menu? And I go, we're gonna have to kill and roast a slave. I'm probably less guilty killing and roasting Antifa slave than a baby pig. I'm not gonna do it.
You'd get high. They're all full of drugs.
Well, whatever. That's an added bonus.
Go to the pig pen. Go to the pig pen and fall down and act like you're stuck in the mud. And then tell me what happens after a couple hours.
Hey, listen, Lou. If you think this is his guinea logic, if you think I'm going to take personally that those pigs might consume me, I'm not. That doesn't change that I'm a conscious and aware being with empathy, and I don't agree with taking life that doesn't belong to me when that creature is going to do the same reactions to me killing it that I'm going to do to someone killing me. I empathize with it. I don't want it done to me, so I'm not going to do it to another living being as much as I can help it. If I had to, I could kill just as good as anybody and get over all the rest of the gore and whatever else. It's just again, I'm not even really choosing at this point. It's something that has been awakened in me that I'm involved and engaged in harm reduction as much as possible to other living beings and not overstepping certain boundaries, right? I don't, it's not something that I agree with my constitution at this point, my inner being.
No, I get that, and that's fine. Listen.
And I also think it's hypocritical and duplicitous. If I'm not going to kill the animal and go through with that, well, then what gives me the entitlement to eat it? Let's say I wanted to eat the meat and I didn't want to do the dirty work, so to speak, because I think that it's not moral to take life that doesn't belong to me, the same way I wouldn't want David Rockefeller to walk into this room right now and pick someone from the chat and hold them up by the foot and gut them. I don't think that it's appropriate. Okay. If you absolutely had to, I guess, if it's you or me, well, you know, it's a different thing. It may come to that at some point.
Let's not go too far into it. People get bored. But the truth is, nobody lives without something dying. Whenever you're going to consume, something has to die for you to consume.
No, people don't get bored, Lou. Call it correctly. People get put off by me saying that I feel empathetic toward animals while they go and eat a steak.
I'm not put off by that at all.
They don't want to access the part of them that's empathetic, that's going to see the life in that animal the same way it does in themselves. So they want to check the fuck out. That's why 20 to 30 people just left alive, and then a few of them come back. Because they don't like when Paulie Boy does the whole, he has an actual organic, authentic process of, it's not bleeding heart liberalism. It's not like, you know, holier than thou. It's like, I actually see, I've trained myself to see life as life on life's terms.
and to see God and life and nature and everybody. And it creates an empathy and a connection with all living beings to some degree, almost instantly. So I can't at this point, in good conscience, take that being's life. As a matter of fact, I was telling them, and then he goes, go in that cage like you just did and see what happens to you. I said, dude, number one, I'm not really that worried about it. I'll deal with it, if nothing else. And it seemed to me that the more that I went to go in there, the more they were running away. They didn't seem exactly like they were going to chew my feet off.
No, they're not gonna come after you if you're.
So I was more inclined to take the baby pig out of there, who's this big, surrounded by a bunch of big pigs who are stomping around, and take care of it and whatever else for whatever that's worth. I'm not claiming that that's even noble or whatever else. I'm telling you that that's what my inclination is.
Sometimes in a situation like that, you have to take it away because they'll just stomp it and eat it or whatever, right? Pigs are. It's like, I'm not kidding when I say they're like a loan shark, right?
Yeah, it's a beautiful animal. It just was born. Yeah. It's a beautiful little animal. It's already walking around, and I want it to be cared for, and I want it to have a good life. And I don't see how that's not a positive quality. If anything, even if we're just going to remain neutral, like I would want to treat the being how I would want to be treated. Maybe it's like a mommy thing because I didn't have a mother or whatever. Like I've become some of the thing that I'm lacking when it comes to especially newborns or whatever. Like I don't want the being thrown away and cast out and not cared for and treated like a fucking slave. Maybe I'm over projecting my whatever inner space trauma and misplaced guilt onto the animal. But I just
I think it's more to do with where you grew up than that idea of the mom, because in New York specifically, big cities like that, there's a lot of emphasis on that type of idea, right? Where they get into a righteous mind space that we can do no harm. So we have our little puppy and we take care of him and we feed him vegan dog food. But it's a mindset, because had you grown up in a different situation, like in the Midwest and you know, around farms,
are you retarded?
You wouldn't have this. Most likely.
Timmy, he really is just retarded, right? I grew up eating meatballs and sausage and fucking pork and
yes, but the brainwashing is still there.
Are you retarded? You are this retarded. I grew up in the brainwashing that you just eat anything that doesn't eat you first.
Okay.
We would go to fucking eat ostriches at the what do you call it? Wild boars, all types of exotic fucking meats and animals at the Brazilian place. I loved every bit of it. It was interesting. Ultimately, at some point, I had a change in my beingness where I'm explaining to you that if you want to call it neuroplasticity, we could talk clinical language. It seems I went full Charlie Sheen, Jack Talcott, and changed my brain and my inner space on various levels to do some kind of whatever here. You want to call it enlightenment or insanity? Whatever you want to call it, you be the judge. I'm telling you, I just see it differently now. And I could probably work my brain and my mind back to another position where I could eat everything and anything again. That's just how it seems the beingness works. The point is, I seem to have an ability to choose, so I'm going to choose to do what to me makes the most sense, and I'm inclined to do empathically and intuitively, which is to not kill and take life beyond what's necessary. And to me, it's not necessary to feed myself to do that at this time.
And I don't want to change that. You do you be you. You eat what you want to eat.
You do, because you send me emails rather regularly pointing out how.
Well, I care about your health, actually. Really,
I get that, Lou, and I appreciate that. And you may be right about this. And I may be stubborn like the bull that I am, Taurus. You know, that's the sign, like they always tell me, stubborn like the bull. And I may have to learn the hard way, like everything else in life. You know,
yeah,
I don't know what to tell you.
You know, let's move on. I'm gonna go catch some Z's.
Relax. You're gonna go catch for Z? You're gonna let Synthetic Warrior mount you?
Yeah, I'm gonna let Z mount
catch
me
some
tonight.
Z?
Yeah, I'm gonna let Z mount me tonight. Catch a few Z.
That's a change. I would have thought that you'd be the top in that relationship. You're a big guy. You're powerful. You got muscle from working out.
When he was around, I went through some of his videos. If you watch some of his videos, he's definitely
Oh,
gay.
he is so fucking sick, man. These
He's
people on
gay.
here are so. It's not even about that, Lou. It's.
I don't care if they're gay. I don't care who's gay, but he just doesn't want to say that he's gay, but he's fucking gay.
Well, yeah, no kidding. You got a lot of folks. Again, this is pure archetypal ego and pride, or just unconsciousness. You got a lot of folks who are not willing to look at aspects of themselves and be somewhat honest with themselves, if not others, and then want to call everybody else that, instead of look at it. So, ultimately, what I'm getting down to is just the seemingly duplicitous, multi-dimensional nature of these folks, how they could be 2 and 3 and 5 different people depending on set, setting, and venue. And I would envy them if I didn't look at it as desperate and antagonistic and dishonorable. Because it's like, why show up in different venues? It's one thing to have different aspects of yourself that come out at different times. You've seen that with me. When I talk with people and I play these videos of me in the room with people who are on the same page or really want to talk about the truth and get to know what I'm doing and understand this and maybe be a part of it, I got a different energy a lot of times, especially in the beginning of this shit. But it's the way that they put on the mask and put on another mask and stand next to people and say they're part of something. And then when it doesn't work, move on to that's a nature thing. That's that hoe nature, right? Like from back in the day, like you have some people who've always been like that and some people who've always not been like that. Yeah. That's the difference between loyalty, right? It's like you're loyal to the soil and the cause. We do what we do because it's what we do. And then you have other folks who show up and say that, and then when it's time to do it, they won't do that. And then they move on to say it about something else. That shit's embarrassing, man.
Always looking to take something too. Always looking to get something. Always looking to capitalize. You could see them coming a mile away. It's all a fake.
And that's not how it happens. And that, your boy over there is the best, man. They're all the best at fucking, and I may be doing it too, and we're all part of a revelation experiment then in that case. But a lot of these folks, if I'm not seeing myself clearly, I'm seeing them clearly, and then someone's got to do the analysis on me. Have at it, because they all got together one day and did it. But your boy came on, and he was with like Ian and Talcott and all the rest of them. There was like 10 of them on panel one day, and he said, "Man, I've come to realize there's financial opportunities on this motherfucker." And I go, "Bro, you ain't that bright, are you?" I go, "What's so crazy about shit like this is you motherfuckers been around me and whatever else has been going on around here with other people for the longest time, and you act like you didn't know that, or you didn't want to be conscious of that, or you wanted to make everyone else conscious of that. You couldn't get at. You've been conscious of that and been working toward that. It hasn't been working, and you had to like spell it out for everyone else." But it's just so interesting how they'll say out in the open what their actual motivation and intention is and not realize you didn't learn a motherfucking thing from dealing with me, have you? And from the experience with me while claiming to be the same thing and about the same thing. Like, dude, newsflash, I didn't come on here thinking that I was going to get to anything. That's what makes it so miraculous and so beautiful, is the fact that I came on here with the intention, like I was with Zoom, to talk about certain information and share certain information that I believe was life-changing to the individual and to others, and that I believed it was solutions to the problems we face. It's completely a genuine and pure intention and motivation, and I almost have to nurture that and remind myself of that at any turn and corner where I get unthankful and ungrateful and entitled. You motherfuckers never did that and had that and came in with the entitlement and rode with it. It's fascinating to me. There's just no self-reflection, self-check-in mechanism with a majority of these folks, where they can't even then project outward and go, what did we see from Paulie Boy? Showed up 1,000 days straight. We can't even keep 6 months going at a time without losing energy, without faking the funk, without bringing 10 other loser failures on to carry the fucking broadcast with flat earth and nonsense. I go, when are you guys going to get that this is about the spirit of the law here? I'm not talking even about the law according, whatever. It's the spirit of the law here in this creation. You give what you get what you give. You want to come in with impure intentions? You ain't Bill Gates. You ain't fucking Elon. You ain't none of them. I'll tell you one way you ain't none of them, because them motherfuckers work. You could call them evil and whatever else. They do what they do full fucking time. They sleep 4 hours a night and they're at it 20 hours a day. That's the reality of it. You ain't, most of you on here ain't as smart as them. And if you are, you damn sure don't work as hard as them. So you got to get it a different way. And when you hang around other motherfuckers who get it a certain way, every way that they, or the way that every one of them told you ain't going to get it, you got to start to look at that and what it means for you. Right? So they can't seemingly or don't want to do that process because they already know what they're going to find, right? Pathetic warrior knows what he's going to find, where he began, calling himself a warrior, but not wanting to end the war within and his war with truth. And by proxy, serve God and the truth while calling himself and others truthers. You don't want to get on the ground with me. You already said it. You don't want to uphold the law. You don't want to have to go to court. These are people who show up. I at least give him credit and respect. I don't even know if he knew what he was doing when he did it, because oftentimes these folks lose themselves in the moment. I think everybody's guilty of that at times. Coming into the interaction, calling himself my beta. You know? I mean, he was screaming it and using it as a position of power almost. And I'm like, dude, that's not what I'm looking for here. That's not what you need in life. You know, that's not what this is, because I don't need a yes boss guy. You know,
It's a manipulation.
You're not with me. What's that?
That was just a manipulation in my view, right?
I never completely know. This is what's crazy about it. I never completely know what these people are doing in the moment. I just know what I'm doing and not doing. And it oftentimes does not align. Because I would never see myself jumping into some broadcast and going, I've been watching 2 or 3 years and I'm a warrior and all the rest of the shit and I'm a truther, but I'm this guy's beta. That's just not, I just don't perceive it that way. Like coming or going. I just don't perceive it that way. I go, we're all men here. Some folks may be doing better in certain ways because they've applied themselves in a different way. That's not beyond anybody's reach. Who's a beta to who? We're not chimpanzees here. It seems like we all act like it at times. But there's like alpha and omega. You're begun and you're living fully and you're activated or not. You know, you're the unbegun and you still want to like shuffle the shit around in a different way and hope it's going to work. Like the latest broadcasts are doing over there with Rose and all the rest of them. It ain't going nowhere. And you could say, you could get 1 million views tomorrow. It still ain't going nowhere. Because to me, going somewhere ain't about views. It's about, can you look at yourself and your authentic journey and say, I've actually grown from this shit. I've actually stepped up to the plate. I've become a better version of me. No, you motherfuckers shrink from chaos and controversy. You shrink from the temperance of the fire and the judgment. That's why you're not fit and worthy of for certain credentials, if you will, or credibility. So again, they'll say,
go to bed. Good night.
Go to sleep.
Shout to me. Good night.
Look, now Vera's coming up, all in the camera like this. What's going on? Hello?
Hello. Hello. How does O'Shea do it? Hello.
Hello?
Oh.
I can't hear you. If you're talking barely, I can't hear you.
Oh no.
You're very quiet, Cece.
Oh yeah, no, there's something. There's a letter. I heard something. Hold on.
Say something now.
All right, go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
I can. It's audible now, but now you're cutting in and out.
Boo. Oh well.
All right, what's up? Come on. Yeah, I can't.
Well, now I can't even hear you. So it's no, it's not even.
All right, I'm throwing you out. See? Signal. Best service technology signal in the world. Right here. Elon. Trump. The whole thing. Alex Jones. Elon. Trump. Bezos. Motherfuckers work hard, man. There's no denying it. They're at it.
Motivated by
There's all the
something.
warriors online and truthers.
I don't know.
Just in the middle of I was just in the middle of my ranting and raving, knowing that folks will listen and then take it back to each other and reflect and know that they're pathetic and embarrassing. You get a thrill out of that. Might be my pride and ego, Timmy, but I get a thrill out of it. There's one truth here, right, that we need to accord with, and nothing less than that's going to get this done, people. I know that shocking and arrogant claim. I'm going to go ahead and make it tonight. I'm full of THC, smoking good reefer all fucking day long. Who gives a fuck? Go ahead and make the claim. There's one truth, true enough. We all have to shoot for here, especially in certain situations and venues. Nothing less than that's going to get it done. If you're looking for rights, freedom, principle, any kind of faith or hope, don't look for it unless you're going to be it and create it. I'm telling you now. Okay? So for all you warrior, non-warriors, truth or non-truthers, who don't like the fact that Daddy, as Snafu will also call me before hating me and then trying to play power games with me. They love to hate me. Ever since I did the daddy thing, that really pissed everyone off. Timmy, you realize that? Taking on the archetypal father God consciousness to rant and ramble here and do monologues about rights, freedom, principles, and spiritual faith. I basically had to become the archetypal father, grandfatherly figure who's not interested in anybody's bullshit or what they're talking about or what they're doing or have to say. I got a one-track mind. Hey, remember in my day when there was rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, I used to walk to school on my hands just to exercise rights. I used to walk on my hands. Timmy's eating now. Go ahead, Timmy, eat. We're just going to bramble on here. Oh, man. Where are we at?
The chat saying you should make only slaves.
Only slaves? We already have that. It's all of media.
It's reality.
Only slaves. That's all it is. Slaves trading various pieces of digital memorabilia.
Slave.
Oh, here's a picture of my pussy. Here's a picture of my cat. It's called Facebook. You already have that. Only slaves.
All right. That's true. Godheart says, "Oh, you should do Twitter Spaces." Hey guys, look, part of being a fucking man or woman that does shit and gets shit on your own, just do shit, you know. Just do shit.
Well, now I have enough THC in me to bring Snafu Snaps back, and we're 4.5 hours in. So anything I do from here on out, hardcore listeners only. I can get away with whatever I want and fuck off and be a loser failure. Snafu Snaps, if you're constantly watching, waiting, and hating on me, now's your time to come up and interact with me.
The slave beacon
He was on a roll yesterday. He was on his like little shitty broadcast there with 10 people. He gets like 50 views after the fact. The whole channel's got 200 subscribers. He goes, "We've been in this forever." And I go, and Snafu, it's not all about the numbers at all, really, because I've been shadow banned at times. You've seen it, and you know, whatever. It is what it is. And I'm here. I go, I'm here. Other people will come here and talk to you, I'm sure. Maybe they won't because they're not as, I guess, crazy / empathetic as me. They don't want to be seen talking to Snafu Snaps. I've destroyed my online reputation and credibility, knowing that my worldly reputation and credibility or otherworldly reputation credibility is like outstanding. That must be what outstanding means. Like, because I'm actually living this other truth that works for me, I have a freedom online, I feel, to just express different aspects of myself, to play around, to be a fool at times, you know, to embarrass myself, to entertain retarded people, not only in an attempt to reform them and reconcile them to the reality that is their fate, but if not, to just do an entertaining loop, because we're all looping. You know, I'm the Lord of the loop. That's the reality of it. Yeah, where's my Snafu Snaps at? He was on one yesterday. He was like, "Paul's still caught up in that heroin addict, that street heroin addict person mindset. He was really breaking me down and analyzing me.
He loves to just make false claim after false claim, and then
He likes to believe he likes to believe and tell everyone he's better than everyone. I go, no, dude. I've accepted for myself that there's an archetypal set of principles and values here that if we live into them to some degree, makes us usually be doing better in life than other people. Shocking, I know. It's like if you don't rape people, you might be doing better in life. See, I made a Jack Talcott reference. He should appreciate that. You know, he was mad at me because I made jokes about rape. I go, so you can call me a fat heroin addict and say that I should die because somebody gifted me online and you didn't get that. Well, he's dying in a bed. He's dying in a bed, still jealous, hating on me. Oh man.
Bro,
What a
look at
world,
this,
Jimmy.
look at this fucking cheese bagel, bro.
What do you even
Well,
they have cheese and bagels and wherever you are. That fucking that rat hole. That fucking rat hole. Filipino fucking den of iniquity.
yeah, that's one of the
Where are you
benefits.
in Vietnam?
Some folks might say I'm on Vietnam.
What don't tell me you're over there eating pizza too and whatever else. Vietnam pizza and bagels and shit.
Yeah, there's like one guy that can make tacos.
Oh,
There's
come
one guy
on,
that can make
Timmy.
bagels. One guy that can make
You're really
pizza.
you're really going along with that fucking charade? You haven't abandoned that?
Dude, you ever seen the Family Guy when they're like talking about
I would never eat pizza again if I went there. I'm not buying pizza from some Filipino. You can call me racist
so
or whatever.
why-
This is fucking
so why
principles
the
we
soup?
live on.
By the dumpster soup.
Scrazia.
Strazia.
You make me sick. Guy's over here eating Filipino pizza. He's born on New York, and he's Italian. Supposedly,
Dude,
he's eating
this is
Filipino
cheese.
pizza and bagels.
This is like professional
Drugs
Jewish
are you
bagel.
on? What kind of weed are they farming over there to get you to buy Filipino pizza and bagels and brag about it? Sick in the head? You know what happened if the people back home, back east, heard you say that? What are you fucking out of your mind?
Do you ever see that the
He's out of his
people
mind. What are you doing on TV anyhow? Talking about Filipino pizza and bagel.
people in south of Italy will like if they see you like pouring ketchup on a pizza or something, they like the owner will come and scold you and like kick you out and call the cops or something.
There's just certain things that you don't do in life. One of them is order pizza and bagels from Filipino people.
Listen, man, I can't eat that fucking pho and soup and all this fucking. It's
I
exhausting.
think that we have a problem now. I knew that there was there was going to come a moment in time where you and I would meet a bit of resistance. Someone close to me would meet some resistance with them, and I think this might be it. I was waiting for it. I was almost looking for it. And I go, me and Timmy are pretty aligned. There's not much resistance here. This is going to be the make or break thing. I don't know if I can get over this.
There was the first few broadcasts, and then like one day I was like, this fucking guy doesn't shut up. And then you threw me out. I think you only threw me out that one time. But after that, I'm like, oh, I get it. But but besides that, I mean.
Yeah, I mean,
man.
we see what happens when I do Timmy the Jew co-host hour. It usually tanks and numbers get cut in half. So you understand why it's not anything personal. I do most of the talking here because that's what greases the wheels to make the unslavian machine move.
Yeah, but
I watched what happened.
They're sick of you. I held 80 yesterday or the day before. It was a solid
I
80.
get that. You got to understand the dynamic here is I've purposely put myself in a position where I have longevity to some degree because the people it's with a select few. The people who hate me love to hate me. You know, they don't love to hate you. They just hate you. So they go, who is this fucking Timmy guy? And then it's interesting because it's good because then the people who love to hate me go, we want Paul and Slave back on screen so we can call him a fat pig and heroin addict. We love to hate him. Yeah, you don't quite get it done.
That's fine. But not everybody can just fucking sit in the trailer and just talk, you know?
Well, why are you saying it like that?
I'm just saying.
You already said that? Man, the bitterness and resentment's coming out. It's all coming out today.
No, you said
I mean,
before
my
this guy.
close, not everyone can sit in the trailer and be
Maybe that's
fat
how we
and
do
just
something.
talk online all day. I mean, you know,
I'm just
I
saying
get
what you
it.
said.
It's not for everyone. We
That's
all
what
have
you
things
said.
we're good at. Well, we all have things we're good at.
Somebody's
This is my
gonna need
thing.
to talk. You know, inside or outside of trailer, sitting
Give me,
down.
please. I think you've said enough. I think you've said enough here tonight. Okay, we'll do the rest of the talking.
Get this fucking guy out of here. Why is he even here?
Why am I even here? Is this real? That's a good question. You should pause and ask yourself every once in a while. Is this real?
I don't know.
Betting on not completely. It's as real as it's going to get, but not completely real.
Yeah.
Okay. What's this? Now, this is the thing, because I feel like there's Jackie G. I'm going to thank you. You're an amazing, amazing woman, Jackie G. Amazing. Why do I feel like Jackie G is different from Jackie Fox?
Because
Like, I
G
get
and
the
F are different letters.
yeah, but is that like a separate account? Like Jackie Grinder, whatever it is.
Jackie
What's the
Gleason?
name? Galleon, Jackie Galleon. I don't know the name.
Jackie
I'm not going to
Gleason?
say the name. I gotta remember, like when I do the names, to not necessarily say people's names because I don't think a lot of them like that. Yeah, see, don't think so. Don't think so. Exactly. So okay, that's a different Jackie then, and that's exciting, Timmy. Different Jackie G. G
I'm
will
excited.
remain unknown. Thank you, Jackie G, for your contribution. You're amazing. Presuming you're still around because that was a while ago, in fact. All right, let me get the hell out of here, Timmy. I don't even know why we're still on here. Just kind of kicking back, doing the whole Timmy, calling Timmy thing.
I haven't done anything in the past fucking hour.
Oh, listen, I made it easy for you. Hang out, you eat a little bit. I haven't eaten yet. Yeah, and I'd love to go off camera and eat because, again, I'm obese in the trailer, as you just pointed out earlier. Kind of, you didn't say that, but indirectly, I can't because you're going to bore the audience. Because you're going to bore the audience to tears or chase out all the people who want to see me for whatever reason because they're weird, or all the people who love to hate me and want to see me because they're weird.
I mean, there's got to be something else, you know? It can't just be, all right, we get it. What do we do now? That's what all the slaves say. But what do we do, Paul?
Yeah, what do we do? Again, I come on here as a break from all the rest I'm getting, as a break from all the slavery I'm involved in co-creating out of.
I get it.
So I don't need to do anything other than, do this broadcast, get this trailer up and running, get some land, grow some fucking vegetables and fruit and plants, and then figure out how I'm going to consume them and live on them. Because I'd rather eat pizza or I guess I'll turn them into veggie burgers. This way I can somewhat satisfy Lou. Because I like the veggie burger situation if it's done right. And then it's kind of like meat.
I'm talking about the other folks. The other folks are not like that, you know? They're like, I'm in slavery every day, and I come here.
I see. I would object to that. You gotta get a mortgage and sit in the suburbs and scream about anarchy. You gotta take my $3,000 course on how to be the new media. A lot of you folks are just cowards. He'll say exactly what I say here, and then I go, "That's you."
You do that's dualism too much, though. You go all the way the other way, and
Please spend some time on nutrition. What is this? What is this becoming here?
Lou, go to bed.
Me?
No, Lou.
No, it's Godheart now. GG is now telling me spend some time on nutrition. Like, what does that even mean? Well, I can't figure out nutrition by looking around and doing what people have been fucking saying and doing the whole time.
He's saying she's saying obviously not.
All right, Timmy, I'm done. It's a bunch of demented, effective, mental fucking apes here. Is really what we have going on, as I realized. And this is, I see, this is proof that I change my ways at times, among other things. I had a clip that I prepared that I wanted to come right out of the gate, like I always do. When I get a new clip on here, I run to use it before I even have a reason to use it. This time, I didn't even use it the whole broadcast, and I had plenty of ways I could use it. Now I'm premiering it right at the end of the broadcast, because every once in a while I'll do everything backward just to switch everything up. And this is good advice for a lot of you defective mental apes.
You can keep repeating the words and the actions over and over and tell yourself, I'm living. I'm doing it all on my own. I'm doing good.
Yeah. A new Talcott clip to the bunch. We're gonna get that one some usage with all the slaves who want to pretend that they're living. They're doing it. They're doing good. And of course, that being a subconscious mockery of me, like many other things he does, in jealousy and envy, of course. Because, you know, not all of us can say we want to end wars and bring world peace and also sit in a 5-bedroom, 4-bathroom house we're not going to work or do anything to pay for. Not all of us have such lofty goals and ideals that we're able to bring to fruition. So,
You know what's funny? He wants to only do it via his merit of oration when he has none. And he wants to do massive things with his oration. And you're just like, can you guys just not be slaves and don't go to the UN and make a speech?
yeah, like everyone forgot that Colonel Sanders also made the good ass chicken. They thought he was just some fucking guy. Like everyone forgot. You just can't be just some fucking balding guy in a goofy outfit with weird facial hair going, hey, I'm a colonel, but you don't like what? You're not, there's no army. It's just you in a white outfit. And then you show up and go, I'm Colonel Sanders. And we go, yeah, whatever. Show us the damn chicken. Like everyone keeps forgetting. Colonel Sanders didn't actually lead an army. No one cared because he had the damn chicken. You can show up and call yourself whatever you want, good, bad, or indifferent. If you have the chicken, it's a go. If you don't, it doesn't matter what you're saying. So I'm like the Colonel Sanders of rights, freedom, principles, and broadcasting. Because I show up, I make some fucking crazy claims. I may have an interesting way of presenting. I got the fucking goods. 32 spices and additives that are sure to just set your mouth, you know, a tingling with joy and inspiration and motivation. So yeah, you know, just showing up in the goofy outfit making claims without the damn product is just not going to work for us. Okay, I'm trying to help them out with allegories, Timmy. That's the first one that came to mind. You know,
that's good.
Do you notice that how no one like if you just got the goods, like people ignore so much? If you don't have the goods, then people are going to be really critical of you. So like if you're ending world peace and wars and you're doing shit, you're making shit happen, whatever, your hairline is bizarre and acting weird like Brian O'Shea said. You know, whatever, you're not going to pay for your house. You're doing shit. But if you're not doing shit and you don't have the chicken, you can't show up in a weird outfit with weird hair and not paying your bills. People are going to call you out on it. Learn that in life. I think you get it. I think we're learning here. It's like, yeah, it's like Epstein without the island. If you're Epstein but you don't have the island, you're just kind of just another Jew. You know what I'm saying? Just another weird, creepy Jew. Epstein with the island, next level sort of promotion, marketing. You get what I'm saying, Tim? I feel like I'm losing you, or maybe I'm feeling like I'm losing some people out there.
Yeah, I think they're tired of you.
No, numbers are going back up. Epstein with the island thing is working. They're understanding that allegory.
Yeah, some folks say that the Nickelodeon logo is actually Epstein's Island.
Okay, who are the someone saying that? That's you. No one else has said that. I've never heard that.
Somebody said it on a TikTok or something.
Oh, that's where you get all your main information, huh? TikTok. I just got your secret inadvertently.
I like to see what the slaves are consuming.
We should do like a Shark Tank offer here. Timmy, I'll give you $100,000 to scan TikTok for the rest of the year, and then I want 5% back of whatever that shitty digital business you do with those Filipino people.
Dude,
that bought you that house or that hovel.
You're just like my family. Sometimes I hate you. Sometimes I hate you because you're just like them, and it's just like they do the same thing. Wait, whatever you're doing, scam.
Well, that's the thing. They do that because they don't love you and care about you. I love you and care about you and understand you, and we bond over the main thing and the most important thing: the rights, freedom. You know the rest. The you like not submitting to COVID while hiding in the attic like Anne Frank. That is what we bond over somehow, some way. As much as I don't like envisioning you in that position, you like not wanting to pay slave tax. You like, yeah, that's what we could. That's the thing here. And that's what gives us the freedom to say, I don't know about your shitty digital Filipino software business. I don't need to, because fuck that. You're still going to be Timmy before and after and during that. And that's the important thing, is the man of character, values, principle, understanding.
I forgot. I'm sorry. I forgot.
Yeah. Like, hello, it's Uncle Paulie here. You forgot?
Frankie incarnated.
Like, I see you for all the things that your family doesn't see you for and appreciate you for. I appreciate, respect you for those things. They don't care about you or respect you for anything. Your conscience, your awareness, or your shitty digital Filipino software business. So let's get your shit together here when you're dealing with me, all right? Daddy loves you. Act like it.
Cupcaking hard here.
Yeah.
Cupcaking hard.
That woman leave you? She's going to get tired of you at some point. Let's be real about it. Probably already happened. What?
She's solid.
You banging her good or what? Everything good there?
You see the fucking fire I come on here with the slaves? It's no different.
All right, I'm just making sure, you got to
different venue.
Keep this fucking broad in line.
Yeah, it's a different venue. The energy comes out, got to come out in a different way,
Now, I'm gathering she's learned to fake an orgasm pretty well over time, or she getting the real thing, or she like just, I'm asking. I don't know.
Well, you just imagine. You're imagining this.
I'm not imagining. I'm asking. It's like a lot of these. I'm telling you, I've seen the numbers. 50% of relationships, women are not achieving orgasm.
Yeah, but you see the way that I yell at these slaves. So give it to them. Everybody gets it raw from me, and just authentic. So
all right,
take that how you want to take that.
I gotta make sure you're not doing the Michael Cino out here, doing the moose.
No, man.
I can't get these damn lighters lit.
What is that? That because I'm like, that's the thing, right? Like I am like yielding and serene most of the time. And then like, is it just because I'm like full of care a lot of times? But then I'm also like a skinny guy. That's like, is that it? What else is with the chat? What do you got? What else is it? Is it because of?
Yeah, you got a moosey look about you, but I don't necessarily equate. I got to find out though. You might be like a moose creature in disguise.
A moose creature in disguise? I don't think so. I feel like, yeah, there's an aspect of like, I got to get my physicality up better. But besides that, I mean, that's pretty much it.
No, we think you're legit here, Timmy. All right. I wouldn't have you co-hosting if I didn't believe that to some level or degree, right? Not that you have to prove that to me or anyone else.
Yeah,
but you seem rather competent and capable in all areas of your life. Relax, all right? I'm just busting your chops. This fucking guy over here, Just late night on Slave at Raw and Uncut. I'm trying to make it interesting. I'm gonna
Yeah,
bust
no,
your
I
chops
got
a little bit.
No, I know.
This
Here,
is
let's
what
see.
happens when you eat Filipino bagels and pizza. You get real ornery and you try to pretend it's great, but this guy's gonna fold under questioning.
Look, the people like my orneriness. Verily says, nah, I bet Timmy be laying it down. That's right. Lex says Timmy's webinar is a success. He teaches to base the beaver with the baby batter.
That's really creepy. You're promoting that now? You're going to that as an example of whatever you're doing?
I mean,
guys
that's
like
a
that,
rude,
whoever that is saying that, that's really weird and creepy.
rude and
You're on Zoom with
way
him
to describe it, but I mean, I get that.
You know what? I'm gonna go. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go. I didn't really. Yeah, I wasn't prepared for this, for whatever that was.
Everybody loves it. Timmy brings her to police assaulted. Timmy be leaving semi-conscious, waking like an equestrian. I don't even know what that means. Walking like an equestrian. Isn't an equestrian a horse? Something. The horse lady, the lady that rides a horse.
Again, just kind of weird. Like they brought it to another level. Like now it sounds concerning. Like, are you involved in domestic violence?
No. What? What do you mean? You're
They're like
saying
down
that-
there, like he's beating her up. He's putting it down. He's wrecking her carriage, undercarriage.
I just think they're seeing the truth, perhaps.
They're seeing it.
No.
It's translating. This is your time to shine.
No, I mean they've already seen it before.
All right. Well, you got it like that. I guess there's no denying it.
So I don't know. Maybe I do. Maybe I don't. Yeah, keep it for a secret. You know.
All right. So where do we go from here? Are you feeling complete in your incompleteness?
Yeah, I mean, as complete as I can be. You know. It is what it is. What I want to say? Oh yeah, I want to say something to Jefferson. He's not here anymore. Maybe he's listening. Gotta manage that rage, brother. And I've been there before, but yo, gotta manage that dualism about like being like too yielding, and then like going all the way the other way. It's not entirely our fault because like the environment kind of pushes that with the red blue, the Republican Democrat, that like always with the dualism, you know. So, but yeah, we gotta fucking control that shit, and yeah, in those moments, just like pause. Yeah, man, that shit is tough. But yeah, and honestly, like think about those moments that may happen, and just like think about them before they happen, because then you'll be ready for when it does, and then it won't bother you. Shit like that. But yeah, I just want to mention that. I was thinking about that before.
Did you just go? You just went full Talcott right there. I had a thought. You did the whole. I had a thought this morning or before.
No,
you some half-inspired speech, non-speech. What was that? What was the meat and potatoes in that again?
Anybody out of
brothers and sisters, I had a thought. If you're wanting to be ready, then just stay ready, and you don't have to get ready. And I made that phrase up. I just thought of it.
You've been around so many slaves your whole life that if somebody else speaks for more than 10 seconds, you're like, yeah, fuck this guy. This is too long.
That is true. You're onto something there.
You motherfucker.
I'm so dismissive. I'm so dismissive.
I feel like I was talking for 26 seconds. Like, this motherfucker goes on for
that was too much.
26 minutes in a row. I say something for 26 seconds. He's like, what the fuck are you talking about? You a piece of shit.
Well, it's late too. We're 5 hours in.
Yeah, fucking late. Fucking excuses, man.
I started looking around the room. I started thinking of more interesting things I could be doing, like masturbating and rearranging the back of the trailer.
Get the fuck out of here.
And you know, I heard you go full Talcott fucking loop mode on like life advice, life coaching, and I go, dude, we're 5 hours in. Could you quit with the damn life coaching? I know you're born for this shit. You know, the Titleist hat and the hair coming through the hat is like, it's screaming life coach. I must say, you got the look, you got the vibe, you even got the white walled ceiling hovel. The whole thing works. You know, and like if I was gonna go life coach, I go you before Talcott any day. You know, this guy's got something here. He can coach.
I mean, I don't know what to say. I should put up a sign behind me that explains, you know. Exactly.
Could you do anything more for the vision of you being Jewish, by the way, than be right back getting a bagel and then eating a bagel on camera? Then you'll be here tomorrow. I'm not Jewish, dude. I don't know why everyone keeps saying that.
I gotta fucking go into it, right? The fuck? Go into it now. Hey, I might be fucking Jewish. What does that even mean? I tried to look it up. What is Jew? Like I spent like a month trying to figure it out. At the end of the day, it's just like some nonsense, non-existent race, non-race. It's a religion.
Yeah, it's an Italian. It's an Italian that doesn't read. We've been over this.
Oh, look, a slave beacon.
No, wait, an Italian. Italian is a Jew that doesn't read. So a Jew is an Italian that does read.
Look, a slave.
Snafu slave. How are you, sir?
You know, Timmy reminds me of Zedek Princess so much.
You know, he's like the Kurt Angle of loser, failure, metaverse.
Yeah.
Everything is, you know, he's
Timmy,
like the
are
Chris Jericho. You know,
Kind of like a Jewish Timmy.
Yeah, but Snafu, it's, you know what's funny, man? But like yesterday, you were like, "Yeah,
you're
Timmy's so
funny.
awesome. Jefferson's a pussy," and then like today, I'm just like, "Can you chill for a bit?" And then now I'm a piece of shit, right?
Yeah, because you're a Nazi walking Jew. You feel powerful.
But you strike people all the time. Can you?
no, we
can
just
you,
don't. We just don't really have a lot of time, energy, attention for your constant, juvenile nonsense. Yes. That's the thing. Even no, you're doing it now. You just said no. But I'm telling you, yes. And then you led right into why you just got blocked again. No one's interested in your pedo, pogo, marfugal nonsense rap. We've heard it for 3 years now. It's maddening. We all have our limits with the loops. Everyone's a looper here. Everyone's got their loop limit here. Everyone's a looper here, and everyone's got their loop limit. Respect the loop limit, please. This is a loop safe space for folks who want to disconnect from my loop and go on with the rest of your night in life. Go ahead, please. I encourage it. If you're gonna be part of the loop, there's certain things that go on here. I don't want to do pedo.
I'm saying Timmy's
No, you are, and you sound like you're in a washing machine. You sound, Snafu, you sound like you're broadcasting from inside of the trash can. Is what you're not understanding right now.
I'm just taking notes from Timmy.
What? How does that?
I gotta like get it real.
He found the one woman on some street somewhere who was willing to entertain him for a limited amount of time. He goes, "Can I stand next to you and look like I interact with women, please?"
Curly-haired fucking Jew.
Can you get out of the washing machine?
Also, look at his like demeanor. He's like, this is before the camera started rolling.
He's absolutely embarrassing and pathetic with his failed attempts to be media relations. Can you imagine this clown shows up somewhere in a vain attempt to be taken as credible and serious as some journalist? Again, you're a journalist the way my father's an accomplished author, the way I'm an accomplished porn star. Okay?
I should do an interview with your
Get a
father.
clue.
I should do an interview with Mr. Paul Laforda.
You should do an interview with your own self in the mirror. You should do an interview with yourself in the mirror and find out why you're such a loser failure. And then do an autobiography. Like at least pretend that's going to change. Like you should write a book like my father. How to be an inauthentic male who blows in the wind because you're a whistleblower, like you say. You deep throat the whistle. You don't blow it.
On the crew, remember that.
I know the crew, but there's never here. It's always just you. You're the guy in middle school who goes, "I got a big bad crew and they're going to show up any minute," and I just punch you in the face.
No,
and then it all just stops, right? That's like where we're at.
Fuck off. I don't get it.
There's no crew. I'm not threatened. I'm not worried. I've told you to do your worst. Your worst is telling 6 fat women online to strike my channel. Even that's not going anywhere anymore because when they do strike me, they overturn it within 30 minutes. And lately they haven't stricken me at all because they've already deemed you all to be non-credible. Imagine that. Just like the rest of the world. YouTube's legal system and terms of service has deemed Snafu and the rest of the tards to be non-credible. Their vote doesn't count anymore.
Well,
See?
actually, it does.
You played yourself right out of the deviant game you're doing and using. You realize if I struck your channel tomorrow, you would immediately be taken out of here because my word's as good as gold and I don't strike anyone. You're striking constantly. You even created a channel saying you're violating TOS to strike other channels because you don't like them. You're doing a violation of terms of service by using terms of service to take out people you don't like who are doing something different than what you like. That's a violation of terms of service, you fucking retard.
So you're advocating policy enforcement by
Strike his fucking channel. Strike the fuck out of him. No, you know what? It's late night. I'm sick of you. I'm sick of having to hear you and have you force your shitty lifestyle and lie on your channel. Strike the fuck out of him for bullying, harassment, false claims, and breach of terms of service because he's misusing. Strike all you slaves who follow policy and code anyway. I know there's some of you out there. I got an inauthentic corporate beta male who wants to be better out there, and he's already thrown his life away to assist him. I can't do it because it's bad karma. You can. You're still on the path coming out of it. Make one less. This is one less.
Exactly what I say.
Strike the fuck out of him. I can't encourage that, but I also can't stop it, is what I'm saying. So if let's say 10 people decided to strike the fuck out of your channel tomorrow to teach you a lesson on how this works, I wouldn't lose sleep over it, is what I'm saying. I'm not encouraging it directly.
But then he'd come here the more often, though.
Timmy, you're a fucking Jew. You're worthless. Your only power is a Nazi block button on YouTube.
Is it really? I didn't
Yeah,
never done
you're not
that.
even taking care of your own child.
Hey, Snap Food, did you know there was
Go take care of your toddler.
Do you know there was a
Snafu,
donut?
can you just put the fries in the bag? Just put the fries in the bag, all right?
You
We
know
don't
there's a
need the
donut-
back and forth.
There's a donut component to your slavery.
Donut component.
Really? Why do you push up these leaders, Paul? Paul, you know Timmy, we're in a room.
Hold on.
Timmy first would be
Hold
have a
on. We got
first,
Timmy
you
de
and I would have a
Blasio
fight.
here.
You know
Timmy de
was the bit.
Blasio.
You already know
Come
what's
on,
the bit.
man. You're ruining the damn fucking bit. No, get out of here with this. We've heard your bullshit already.
It's not
This
bullshit.
is something new and fun for me right now. Timmy de Blasio. There's a donut component to your slavery. Okay? Now, Timmy, tell us more, Mr. Timmy de Blasio, about this donut and French fry component.
Yeah, if you keep following
Why are
policy
you listening to a Jew?
code, then
That
you'll
fucking-
get a free donut for life every day
Hey.
from oh my goodness. You know, you got Dunkin' Donuts, you got Dunkin' Slaves. So Dunkin' Slave will give you one free donut for the rest of your life if you just get your your donut injection. Are you done? Yeah. What's the problem, Snaps? Let's do some resolution.
Snafu, you need to be medicated, man. It's a shame that you can't afford weed or really anything at this time.
Right. Hey, pal,
Because you could get some fucking weed and mushroom candies from the smoke shop, and you could get kava or something. I don't take that shit, but I mean, they tell me it's good. I know you can't afford that or anything, including the $1,000 repair to your car. Hey, maybe you want to shock yourself, like some kind of disgusting, pathetic animal again.
I want that dog collar shocker.
Okay,
after
Well,
that.
maybe we invest in a new one, and then every time you shock yourself, we give you $1 bill toward
Why do you
your.
push up losers though? Really?
Save a slave.
Well, yeah, this is Save a Slave. We don't have the TCC videos anymore because he deleted them for Looping Slave Society.
Okay, Lubass has his ways and faults, and Lubass is an idiot, but at least Lubass knows how to process an animal, fucking live off the land, construction.
You can say that you're doing good. You can say everything's fine.
You can keep repeating the words and the actions over and over and tell yourself, I'm living. I'm doing it all on my own. I'm doing good.
What the fuck?
That's you.
I need that clip.
You're not getting it. You can rent it from me.
We got it.
You gotta fix your car now. How are you gonna grift like OTW when you don't have any more than 6 fat women who you have to placate to constantly and be a different person over there?
How do you know it's not?
That's the
7
crew. We were onto it. It's
How do
6
you
fat
know it's
women.
not 7 fat women. See, you're
Well,
fucking
Mad
making
Mystic's
shit
not
up.
fat.
She's everything else
make
but
shit up
that.
all the time. You don't know how many fat women or skinny women. You don't
She's
know.
she's vile. She's deviant. She's an alcoholic, but she's not fat. To be
Are we
fair,
considering Timmy a woman?
are
today?
you?
Well, yeah, I always consider him a bitch.
Why is that?
Okay.
In
Timmy,
what way am I a bitch?
Timmy, do
besides
you know how
talking?
beta you are?
Tell me.
And did you feel real powerful with the Nazi block button on YouTube? But like I said, I really
You're doing the thing. You do that. Like today, I showed up at your horrible non-broadcast, and you threw me out just specifically to have power over me to say you did it. Not for the same reasons I'm doing it with you, with that you're rambling about nonsense, going nowhere with this, and this is strictly just a way for you to be seen and heard and get attention and provide little to nothing in the way of content or
this is your way of protecting beta males that give you support.
there's no protecting here. You're non-threatening. You have no power. No one wants to be like you or do what you're doing. There's 6, again, follow me, 6 fat women online who are loser failures like you, who sit around you and enable your sickness and your nonsense because they see the same thing the rest of us see in you, but they're not willing to call you out for your retarded behavior. They're like you're devouring mamas. They keep enabling you and encouraging you while also humiliating you and mocking you indirectly. And you never quite get to be free and independent and develop a better way of living because you're convinced that you got this crew and everything's just great and you're a ladies man and all the rest of it. You're highly insane and delusional and you need inpatient therapy.
Says
is what
the
you're
guy
not
with
getting.
the beta boy fucking supporting you just because you know the
All right,
beta.
it's getting late now. I wanted to eat. I knew I shouldn't have started later and then not because then I want to keep some kind of schedule here. I don't want to be a fat, disgusting, cowardly, grotesque, disease pig like you all my life. Okay.
You have to protect
I
Timmy's
don't.
feelings. You have to protect Timmy.
anybody. And I'm gonna go eat now.
Explaining to Timmy why he's a beta.
Timmy,
and
you have the
to
keys.
protect
Feel
his
free to throw him out. Tell him he's a retard. He already knows that. I'm pretty sure. Remind him that he's losing and failing. That he can't afford to fix his own disgusting car that he lives in.
He won't be honest with you.
Desperately needs
I'll
our
be honest
help.
with you, but I got
But he's too prideful and arrogant to like submit to a process and the truth. So he's gonna like claim he does this all to just say, I never cupcaked, I never submitted, I'm so above and beyond Paul and Timmy and everyone else. I'm the coolest, hippest guy ever, but I can't afford to repair my used car.
Yeah, no, I mean, I would love to discuss with him for a minute. You can eat.
Right.
If you want to
right,
continue.
but you have Paul protecting your beta.
No, he's not doing nothing now. So now I'm talking to you. So can you be an honorable being for once in your life, please, and just have it back and forth with me? Where's the logic when I throw you out because there's something good happening here, so I can protect the thing that's happening, so that something good can happen instead of just nonsense turd throwing? How is that different than when you throw Paul out? When you didn't let Jack Talcott come on, when you were doing an expose about him, you would throw people out the same way for the same reason. Do you not? Your thoughts?
Timmy, we're talking about you being a beta.
No. Just answer the question. You fucking loser failure. Be objective for once in your life about something objective. We're talking about something objective. This isn't about me. Can you give me a good fucking logical reason? Yes or no?
I objectively see you being a beta.
Why? You're incapable. You're just incapable of answering the question.
Out,
how is it different? I don't care. I'm gonna throw you out. I don't give a fuck. That's the thing. You want to endlessly just yap and talk, and I'm asking you to give me logic, and you don't have it. Where's the logic? Please
Timmy,
tell it.
You're a scared coward beta blocking.
Not about me. It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me.
In real life, you'd get smashed out. You wouldn't be talking.
And then we do this. We do physical violence or force when you are wrong. Again, you're a fucking moron. What are you talking about? You're just gonna go to physical force? You're just okay.
See that bitch I'm hanging out with right there? It's something you don't get, right? Oh, Blondie. By the way, check out Blondie. She's cool. She got.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck.
But hey, you ain't doing shit. You're a beta bitch.
Doing what am I doing? What am I doing?
You're not even taking care of your toddler. You're doing nothing.
The wife is taking care of the toddler. Why do I have to say that every time you make the false claim? Why are you so retarded?
Not a false claim. Are you taking care of the toddler? I don't know. I said you're
at
not
this
taking
moment. No, you stupid fuck. Are you? You have to understand logic. This is objective logic.
I don't have a toddler.
I'm not with the toddler right now, then you're not with yours either, right? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about you being a beta bitch. Do you feel?
Again, you're putting this to me again. Do we have to? Do we have to
feel
bust out? Do we have to bust out the picture? Do you feel power because you can throw me out here, and in real life, I would attempt to tell you that I'm going to hit you, and then you're not going to say so
Hear
what?
me.
So what? In real life, what are you going to do? In real life, you're going to threaten me, and if I don't talk shit to you, you're going to hit me. You're going to do physical
Oh
force.
my god, you're me tooing it now.
Go ahead.
You're more than beta bitch.
Oh,
You're
tell
a
me.
coward, beta bitch. Dude, you're showing everyone exactly what I'm saying.
What am I showing?
You're triggered beta bitch, dude. Like
How
that's
am
what
I
you're,
the trigger beta
you're
bitch? When you're illogical, you won't just bring me the
I'm not
logic.
illogical. Your action.
How is me doing this versus you doing it fucking different? Fuck slave. Answer
Are
the
you
question.
raising your voice because you're a little triggered too?
Answer the fucking
people find
question,
it so easy.
retard. I'm the fucking administrator here. You're not. Answer the question or you're in contempt. You contemptuous
Oh,
slave.
now he's going, I'm the administrator.
I am. You on your channel, you are there, you idiot. You don't know how courting or court works. Again.
Oh, he really said that. I'm the administrator here. He's dude beta.
I am.
Paul,
Do
are
you
you
not
proud of
understand
this?
how this works?
Are you proud of this beta bitch? Like,
do you not understand how it works? It's called delegation of authority. Dumb
I'm
fuck.
the administrator. I'll never get over that one, dude. That shit's hilarious.
Do you not understand how this works? Clearly you don't.
Oh my god, I'm the administrator.
Am I not?
I'm the CEO. I'm the administrator.
It's
I'm the
delegation of authority. You fuck slave. In real life, I'd get the security say, "Yo, throw his fat ass out on the street." It's the same concept. Stupid fuck.
Hey, you're proving my point.
Hey, don't give me that. Give me that. Hey, the fucking homeless vibe. Hey. Attention, interest, decision, action.
You're
Yeah, I know.
very easy to profile and read and get triggered.
How are you profiling anything? You can't even do objective logic.
Triggered. 100%.
How am I triggered? I'm just talking loud
Bro,
to
you're
you.
showing everyone how triggered you are right now. Right this second, you triggered beta.
Because you are an unhonorable, non-faithful being. It's how do you not see that? I don't understand with you folks. You folks think that by going around and going and destroying everything good, when a motherfucker stands up and go, yo, throw this piece of shit out, like, he's triggered. So like 1,000 years ago, when like you kind of golem creatures would go around and like try to poison the well, like when I catch you poisoning the well or attempting to, and then we deal with you, right? So when we deal with you, we take you to the court and I say, yeah, I saw him sprinkling poison into the well. You're going to be there at the court going, he's so triggered. And he's lying. I wasn't putting anything in the well. You guys are so triggered. And then you just meet the guillotine. And then what? And it's because what? Because we're triggered that we don't want to deal with you poisoning the fucking well? Make that make sense.
Timmy, you're proving my point. You're a beta coward.
How am I proving your point when you just talk slow and now you're gonna talk slow and go because I got loud, now you're gonna talk slow and act like you got something?
Hey, is this the administrator talking? Can I speak to a manager then? Since you're just
no,
the administrator, I'd like to speak to the manager, Timmy.
No, he's eating.
Since you're just the administrator.
Can you be objective for once in your fucking life?
I want to talk to the manager how you're beta.
No, Channel 3. Sometimes when there's a conquering demon, you have to deal with the demon. I don't know what you're talking about. So when all the little grabblers went around and sprinkled all the wells and poisoned all the wells, and they called it the Black Plague, yeah, what was that, right? So just let them go. You want to do the Batman thing? Oh, Batman, just let them go again. Goku, maybe they'll become better later. I mean, go ahead if that's what you want to do. I'm just saying what they did.
I'm asking for your supervisor. Since you're the administrator here, I request to talk to your supervisor.
Your request is denied, slave.
Oh, so you're a beta bitch coward.
So now I'm a coward. I'm a coward if I bring daddy up to talk to you. I'm a coward if I tell you fuck you. You're a fucking moron.
Ashamed actually to like really promote you as his co-host, like this beta
promotes me for anything, dude.
Real talk, homie. Hey, real talk, Paul. This motherfucker beta is bitch will get you in a train wreck, and you know it. You know it, Paul. Let's just be real. Let's just be real, Paul.
He's a piece of shit. Oh, he's gonna get you into trouble because he's beta. How so, Snafu?
Bro,
How
you
so?
don't even understand. You're not even on a level. Like you're so like when he compared you to Lou Bass, I laughed. I don't necessarily like me and Lou always, dude. Lou At least fucking he ain't beta. He ain't fucking like
Right. Okay. And
he
yes.
ain't
And
sissy
how
boy
am I
beta.
again? How am I beta? Go ahead. Because I get uppity
How am
sometimes.
I beta, dude? Look what you're doing right now. This stream proves you're.
You didn't let Jack Talcott up when you were calling him a rapist. You fucking
Why
moron.
would I put Jack Talcott victimizing victim?
You're making claims about him and you don't even let the motherfuckers speak.
Actually, his own family and friends have.
That guy is not his fucking family. Stop making false claims, you fucking demon. Why do you do that? You're so fucking free. You and you fucking slaves are so free. It's so amazing. Do you guys not get thousands of years ago, you got fucking executed for fucking making false claims? I don't wish that shit to come back, but yo, that shit might come back. You better get fucking right. You can't go around making false claims all fucking day. You idiot.
Hey, you know what happens to beta bitches in today's world?
I'm not a beta bitch. I don't go making false claims and false statements all fucking day. And I sure as shit don't go and act fucking stoic like you. How is it possible you act stoic and make false claims and everybody else that tells you get this demon out of here are the triggered ones because you're making false claims that have yet to be proven because a motherfucker comes up and just says something that clearly has an interest. And I'm not defending Jack, but that dude clearly has a fucking interest in saying what he's saying. Nothing has been proven. You barely prove anything that you fucking say and people just eat it up. They're fucking morons. And again, you wouldn't even let him up. If you had balls, you would just be like, yo, is this true, Jack? What happened? What happened? And just let the thing play out. You fucking moron.
Damn, you're in your fillers tonight. Paul really.
Yeah, I'm tired of demons like you tricking everybody. I'm tired of demons gaslighting, trying to gaslight me my whole fucking life. Oh, he's triggered. How about you're just wrong? How about that?
Paul should really be ashamed of fucking supporting.
Why? Stop talking about Paul. This is just me and you. Me and you are the only people in the room right now.
Right, you got a Nazi mod button, so it's not really me and you because you wouldn't be pressing that button if we were to. Like,
I would. It was a mic in real life, a microphone like this in real life. I'd just be muting it. If we were in the fucking room, I'd have security just throw you out.
I'd have security. So this little beta bitch.
And then, okay, he's gonna go, but if there was no security, he wouldn't talk like this. Yes, I would. I'm not afraid of you. Again, I don't understand. If it was just me and you in a fucking parking lot, are you going to do physical force because I'm talking to you like this? Are you going to do that? Answer the question.
I got
Answer the
security, he says. Dude, Paul should
Where
really.
that? This is a venue. There's security at the venue to throw out slaves like you. Okay, out in the parking lot. Answer the question.
You're such a beta, Timmy. Everyone sees it tonight. You're
No, I would hire security. Again, where are you in life that you don't hire security for an event that you put on? You fucking moron. You're like Trump. What are you just gonna like Trump? Yeah, let everybody go on the roofs, have snipers. I don't have anything to protect, so why have security? Again, now you're being a leftist demon saying having security is somehow beta. You're a fucking moron. You're flipping the good to the bad. It's hilarious.
You're making it sound like an interaction between us two is an event.
No, I'm saying in any venue. This is a venue. There's 112 people here. You idiot. If I'm running the event, I'm going to have security. This is an event. There's people speaking. There's a leader. There's fucking people in the crowd. Yes, there needs to be some level of security. Dumb slave. Again, I ask you the question. Again, if it's me and you in the parking lot, are you going to do physical force for just us talking? Answer the question.
You act like a beta bitch that wants to play some stupid games.
Why can't you answer the fucking question? I don't understand.
Yeah, I answered your question.
You're gonna hit me because I call you a slave.
Hey, we see how triggered you are.
Answer the question. Are you going to hit me because I call you a slave?
Paul should be ashamed.
Are you gonna? This guy is unbelievable. This is why nobody has you around. Verily, hello, greetings.
Hi. It seems like you could use some help.
No, I don't need any help, but I mean, you can talk to the fucking guy if you want to.
No,
it's amazing.
What's going on?
100% of people say the same thing. How is that possible that 100% of the people say the same thing? Channel 3, you're a fucking slave as well. Okay, so 99% of people say, I feel sorry for him. Pathetic. You're a gaslighting snafu. Snafu, where's your shot collar? You're a slave. Timmy's playing. Oh my God. Security could be your own homies. Yeah, obviously, man. Oh man. Yeah, he wants to entrap me. I get it. I understand. Yeah, Verily, what do you got?
So, no, I just want to reiterate my sentiment earlier, dropped in chat. You know, when you focus on like thriving rather than surviving, you know, and you just work, and people see that you're working hard, like they will, you know, they'll invest in you, and it's important to have like a good support system, and obviously Snafu doesn't have that.
Yeah, I mean that has to come from you first, right? And then the support system will come around you because they see that there's actually something to support. But yeah, it grows over time, for sure.
Right, when you apply yourself, when you just like focus on what's important, you know, shit starts to fall in place where it should.
Yeah, that's true. Has that been happening for you lately?
Yeah, I have enough money to, you know, fix the leaks in my camper. I'm really excited to get to work on that. And yeah, I've just been working, and it feels good to be back into the force of like doing anything.
That's good stuff. So, you know, maybe it was good that you know, we had the little dust up, and then you went and did something else, and then that's working good, right? So maybe all is how it's supposed to be, right?
I was rough for like a few weeks. Like I went through 2 jobs in less than 4 weeks, I think. And then, you know, I took this seasonal job, so
Yeah.
um, yeah.
Nice. Good stuff. Yeah. See, folks say no DEI here. Snaps. Let's see. What else? Yeah, I mean, if you know, I feel the past. So, yo, if you're open to it, if you want, if you have free time, join the cold calling crew. Let me know if you want. You can message me if you want to try it. But obviously, if you don't want to, no problem. But you know, let me know if you want to try it. By the way, should throw that out there.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, cool. Let's see. All right, I'll let you back up, Snafu. You have more thoughts?
Verily, are you part of Timmy's security team? Because he's such a coward bitch. Just curious.
I'm sure she's trapped.
No, I really don't think she'd probably. I mean, dude.
You okay? You just had a stroke?
No, I'm
right?
just thinking. Like, honestly, you're such a coward beta bitch, and the girls know it. Verily will be nice. She won't tell you.
Oh,
to your
this is.
face
Let's
off.
do this.
What are
This
you
is
talking
great.
Verily
about?
sees your beta bitchness.
Let's
Like,
do this, Snafu.
Yeah.
Let's see
No,
all
I
the.
definitely said earlier, I was like, if there were more Jews that, you know, acted and spoke like Timmy did, that I'd probably be married, which I don't, you know, I don't believe in that, but whatever.
We'll take that as 1-0, Snafu. Okay.
No, we take it as she's fallen for your Jewish optics. And plus, let's not forget, Verily,
Right.
we've had our issues about her choices and her discernment. I mean, let's just be real.
Yeah, but you see the difference though. It's like Verily comes with a different
You laugh.
energy.
Why are you
She's
laughing?
doing better. She comes with a different energy. I'm like, you know what? Let's see what we can do, Verily. You know, let's chop it up. Let's figure some shit out. And she's like, yeah, let's see what's there. You know, that's I'm yielding. You know, not endlessly just being a piece of shit, just forever, just permanently in a hateful mode like
I
you.
love how you Nazi block because you think you're so powerful, Timmy. God, I can't
I'm
wait till
Nazi
shit hits
blocking
the
you
fan.
because
I can't wait till shit hits the fan because beta bitches like you will learn a lesson. Very well.
again, you
Paul
and
knows
Chris
I'm right.
Costa
Paul
keep
should
doing
be.
that. You guys keep doing that. Oh, when shit hits the fan, you know, in jail it's different. When shit hits the fan, it's gonna be different, dude. Like, what do you think are the values that motherfuckers care about when shit hits the fan? Maybe your track record for the fucking years that you've known that being and you know them and you can count on them for something. Maybe they have some value. Maybe they can do something. Maybe they can orate their way out of a fucking situation. Maybe they can shoot. Maybe they can call the shot. Maybe they can see life. Maybe they can lead something. I don't know. What are you talking about? You think that, oh man, this guy he's skinny and looks kind of Jewish. So once he doesn't have his false veneer of society, he's just going to what? What am I going to do? Just rat on everyone and then be a slave and a rat? Is that what you're saying?
You're very powerful with your Nazi blocking button. So
can you get over it? Like,
yo, your YouTube name is the Snafu Slave Strike Crew. You Nazi illogical slave.
Yeah, we're gonna strike the fuck out of these fucks. But you know what? With you, Timmy, we're gonna pull your public records, take a deep dive.
You said you were gonna do that before, and then you didn't do anything.
Some of them, and we got more of the thing. But we're gonna do a deep
just
dive
post.
because I'm
Just tell
interested
us
about
them
you,
now. Just
America.
tell everyone them now.
You know,
what are
Ohio.
they?
We're gonna find out what we want to know. You fucking.
Why didn't you do this before?
No, you know what's funny is you try and discredit. Here's the thing: Paul should be ashamed having a coward like
Stop
you. As
calling out to your daddy.
No, you're gonna boot me, but it's true.
Shut the fuck up.
It's not working, Snafu. You're a really bad bullshitter and manipulator. I wouldn't fall for this for three
really?
on the street or
in the
anywhere else.
yard, homie. This motherfucker, dude.
There's no yard. I'm not living in prison politics world.
It is a yard.
Weren't you the one who told me that I was like heroin gangster wannabe boy who like can't leave behind the fantasizing and glorification of the streets and fake gangsterism? That's you again. There's no yard. Luckily, I guess faithfully, I'm trying to do busyness off of never going to prison. Well, as much as I like fear that, and as much as I uphold the law and rights, and as much as at times I may expect to have to deal with that, the whole point of what I'm doing is to potentially avoid going to prison for not doing loss, injury, and harm or doing wrong. So I'm not living with you or in your world where you don't want to make it in the free world or just take care of your own fucking responsibilities and accountabilities because you want to genuflect to some fantastical yard that you were never a part of. Like you were walking the yard, checking people and punking people and, you know, running shit. Like you're not, dude. It's not translating. It's not coming across. Okay, so just abandon that rap.
No clue. You've made statements that are false.
I don't buy. I'm an hour away from you. Like, I already gave you an opportunity to come here and to get done whatever you need to get done. Motherfuckers who are about something and talk the shit you talk, it would have already been done and over with. You'd have already been down here and we'd have had more content. You ain't about it, so just cut the games.
Well, no, the content is showing and exposing that you support pedophiles.
Again, bro, you just want to be seen and heard and talked to. You're desperate for attention constantly. You're desperate for attention and to be seen as okay, so why are you here? If we're fucktards and we're all cowardly and we're all not as good as you and tough as you, why do you keep coming back to places you don't? Why do you keep coming back to places where you're not wanted and you don't want to be with anyone because we're all beneath you? Why do you keep coming back?
Well, Timmy's a fucking Jew. Like, I mean,
why, when we all ask you to leave, do you not leave and stay gone if we're all beneath you? It's reeking of you really wanting to establish your dominance and be a part of something, and it's just not working. Well, you're gonna go full black woman on me now? You full mama spirit just came out of you after acting like a yard walker. You're gonna go mom's Mabley on me. You're gonna go
proud having Timmy. Like you're
gonna go Aunt Jemima on me, Snaps. As soon as you hear the absolute truth and you have nothing to say.
Do you really feel proud having debated? Like when you said Timmy and Lou is not even compared to Timmy.
Will you seriously get a fucking hobby or a life or a job or a mate or something other than harassing me and others all day online, projecting your vomitous personality? Will you please get a fucking life?
Frauds, you push up Jews.
Will you please figure out a way? You know what's really sad? I could even get him help to pay his shitty fucking bill for $1,000, and he would still shit on me and disrespect me and try to fuck this broadcast up. You can't help a scumbag like this. That's the sad part about this.
Stick to the truth, yo. I see the optics are there. You've been cupcake with predators, pedophiles, traitors, frauds, criminals. I stand by
I'm
what
going to do
Timmy's
whatever
doing.
I want, and nothing you say or do is going to change anything I'm doing. So just keep running your
It
fat
just
mouth
shows
and
how
wasting your
much you're
time and
okay
energy.
with that. It shows who you're
Just
compliant
keep
with.
running your fat mouth and wasting all the last bit of air you have left before you leave up out of here.
I'm just saying, you should feel ashamed having this coward beta bitch as your
I'm not
co-host.
interested in what you
And then
believe
when
is
you said
shameful.
that
You're
he
one of the
and
most shameful pieces of disease shit I've seen on here, and that's saying something. Out of everyone that comes on here, betas and non-betas and all the rest of it, you're one of the most shameful pieces of shit has just a guiltless, conscienceless state of beingness, right? You are everything and more that you project. So I don't know what makes you think that I'm going to or anyone here is going to appeal to your judgment of what's shameful and not. That's you. Out of everyone here right now, you beat everyone in every judgmental standard.
So you say, so you say.
You're constantly lying. You're constantly making false claims. You're constantly projecting. You're constantly needy and codependent. You're constantly hollering and in everyone's face. You don't go the fuck away. I haven't met a dirty bitch like you yet on here. I seriously, I haven't. It comes in all shapes and sizes, and you're like, you've got everyone beat. Yet you're going to somehow be the arbiter and the decision maker. You're beyond delusional as well. That's why I get some entertainment out of you, because you're one of the biggest lazy, procrastinating, unresolved pieces of shit here. But you won't go away, and you're like willing to try to convince all the rest of us that you're better than everyone while you say I'm doing that. So it's rather entertaining. And now he ran from the back. Remember how you said to me earlier? See, you ran from the back. You're too scared and cowardly to take your 3 minutes in the back and let me respond, and then have you come out and loop some more. So there you go. I hope you got enough looping heroin. And now we have Joshua now. It's just incredible how like there's some weird energetic exchange that goes on regularly here. It's fascinating to observe.
Your thoughts, Fairly?
Chaos.
Hi,
How are you, Joshua?
I'm good. Hey, Paul, I want to say sorry to what I did.
What are you sorry for?
I got mad
Got mad when?
when I get, stressed. Everyone keep funny jokes on me.
You're saying what now? I got to turn you up. I can't hear you. Say again?
I don't know.
You got nothing to be sorry for. You didn't do anything wrong.
I don't know. Is that what that Zebra?
What now?
I just saw Zebra picture.
Snafu, yeah, he's you don't want to, that's the thing. A lot of folks who come here come from broken homes and homes where people are not don't have their shit together. I don't know if anyone completely does anywhere, but it's really bad here with some folks, and I might be some folks even. So just look at what goes on here and then just take it all in and then try to figure out something about it. I don't even know what to, just try to figure something out about what to do and not do in your life, right? Maybe potentially don't be, I'm not saying be like me either, but definitely don't be like Snafu Snaps, right? Is one thing I think we can conclude. It's one lesson that we've learned here. Yeah, don't be a loser failure, sit on the internet all day for free, hating, lying, not being able to pay for your own shit, take care of yourself, delusional, saying that you're part of things you're not. I worked with Alex Jones and all the greats. I'm integral part of the job. I'm big, I'm bad. Don't do that.
Okay.
It's sad. Yeah, it's sad and embarrassing. Would you agree it's kind of sad and embarrassing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I totally get that. He gets it. We get it. I get it.
That's it all. If you're a hater,
Right.
that's it all.
Right.
Dance it all.
That's the thing. There's the door, but then they just leave and they go around back. They don't actually leave. They just go and they lay down out back, and then you trip over them in the middle of the night, right? You go to the bathroom, you see something outside, you go, and then you trip over them
Because like you told them to leave, but they never actually leave. They just go around back and lay down because they have nowhere to go. That's the sad, sick part about it. They have nowhere else to go. You know, Snafu and the rest of the folks who mill around here and just constantly live in hate, have no friends or family or ambitions or goals that they had. They have nowhere else to go and nothing else to do. Yet they refuse to love their daddy. It's the weirdest thing ever. You know? That's also kind of pathetic and embarrassing, wouldn't you say, Joshua?
What?
I was just, you forget it. I don't even, you know what? I get it. You're not wanting to like, because you get it, I get it. It's pathetic and embarrassing, but you don't want to really kind of like hurt these people's feelings. You're a lot more diplomatic than I am. I get that.
Yeah, got that. Small.
But like, we could admit that it is really pathetic and embarrassing, though, right? Like,
Yeah.
yeah, okay. See? Okay, but I'm learning. We're learning here. He's teaching me, Joshua, like others. Listen, Holly boy, be a little bit more diplomatic. You don't have to call them complete loser failures and infidels and irredeemables and grotesque swine.
True. That's true.
Right. I could have a bit of a nicer way, more euphemistic way of putting it. Like disgusting cretin. That's kind of like not as bad.
That's true, isn't it?
What if we play the completely reverse game, and we all imagine just if letting Snafu do 100% of whatever he wanted? How amazing all of our lives would be if Snafu decided to be our daddies, right?
No.
Everything would get better instantly.
Yeah, I mean, it would be like you get 3 hours a day of like a conspiracy video you have to watch, and then you learn about all the satanic pedo stuff, and then I guess that's it, right? Like I guess.
Timmy, you fucking Jewish son of a bitch! You just inspired me. Bring this piece of shit back up here because I'm gonna let him host the broadcast and take over. As soon as we give him whatever it is he wants, he'll have no idea what to do or say, and he'll just leave on his own. It'll work perfectly. You're onto something, man. Go ahead, Safu. Come up. We're going to go to the back. You're going to take over and host the broadcast. That's the moment you're going to realize you have absolutely nothing as far as character and content, and you'll leave on your own, and then we'll be done with you. Fucking genius, man. Every time.
Yep.
Timmy gets it.
He gets it.
Watch this, Joshua. You want to talk about pathetic and embarrassing? Wait till you see this.
Okay, show me. Go on. Put him on.
Well, we got to wait.
Okay.
He's got to convince himself that he's got something to say. He's got to like trick himself into it. It'll be rather quick. He'll believe that he has something to say. He'll come up here.
I think Tommy does this all the time. He chats all the time.
Yeah, he has absolutely nothing to say. He knows it. He'll pretend that like he's not a loser failure and that I'm not better at everything than him. Soon as I like go, okay, Snafu, you can have it. Nothing to say, going nowhere. He'll know it. He knows it now. He just won't cop to it. But as soon as he'll show it, right?
Yeah.
It's genius. I've done it before.
Hey Paul, do you like what I put on my thing down? Do you know the white thing?
Yeah.
It says summer fan.
I don't even know what that means.
It's like people get summer there. Like it's like really hot there. Like
No, it's not pedo pogo optics, is it, or anything like that?
no.
All right. I can't have that.
Nope. Not today, guys.
All right, come on. Final word. I got to get the hell out of here. I don't have to, but I want to. I'm over it.
Oh, are you finished?
Yeah, I think I'm done. I'm feeling complete in my complete incompletion.
I was late then.
Thank you.
All right, guys. I'm gonna go now. Peace out, guys.
Bye, all Joshua. Right. We appreciate you, Joshua.
Rest in your bed, bro. Cause you need it.
You as well. And don't talk to strangers, especially ones who look and smell like Snafu Snap. Stay away from them.
He's kind of stink though.
Yeah, he's gross. Grotesque.
All right, final words. Okay, so we've got the donut. We got the donut bonus. You know, if you're a really good slave, you'll get 2 donuts a day at Dunkin' Slave Donuts. You know, just follow all your codes and policies, daily. Read all of them, you know, and you even get a coffee sometimes, you know. And then, you know, we got another word from
Timmy, you
one
don't
of
see
the,
this guy back there?
oh yeah, we got Vincent De Leon back there. You know,
You know, like, is that a real person? Can we get hands up or something? All right.
see what he's got.
Go
What do
ahead,
you got,
Timmy.
Vincent?
Screen him. See what he wants.
All right, Vincent. Can you give me a fuck you sign? All right. How can we help you, Vincent? You're not going to show us your ding dong, are you?
No.
What if
Is
we
that-
ask nicely?
Is that something that's happened before? I mean,
Unfortunately, yes.
okay, no, there will be no dingling slinging in this place, man. It ain't gonna
All
happen.
right. Thank you. What can we do for you, sir? We're almost at the end here. What's up?
Oh man, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to join you at the end. I didn't realize you were live. I didn't see you till like 5 minutes ago. But the snafu guy got me all like, you know, mahogany and stuff, man. I was like, dude, that's some pretty funny stuff. So, what do you guys normally do? What's your stick? Like, how do you guys do your podcast? What's the gimmick? I guess.
The gimmick, sir, is that there's no gimmick at all. It's just about the fucking foundational ways of living, man. We talk about law, legal. We talk about relationships. We talk about how to not be a slave, and all of that comes with it. So there's enough content for you know each day. We're here every day, and yeah, open panel. Did you just see us on your slave slab flicking by?
Yeah, I mean that's pretty much what it is, right? It's a slave slab, right? They basically lure you in with kittens and dogs, and the next thing you know, you're watching some dude talking about a Karen in a McDonald's window. So it's like it's pretty much everything that there is on YouTube, anyways. But I mean, I've got a channel. I haven't been on there recently, but I've got a channel. But normally, what I talk about is pop culture, politics, stuff like that. The growing war on, I guess, masculinity and the destruction of the family home. That's the kind of stuff I talk about. So I don't know.
What's what do you think is the solution for that, sir?
Fathers in the homes would be a really good step up. Stop trying to de-escalate masculinity and call it toxic when it's just men being men. We need definitely more fathers. Daddies keep the daughters off of poles type situation. I mean, you can't argue with the increase of women. I don't know what I'm not up on buzzwords or whatever, but woman power stuff, like how they destroyed Star Wars. I try to reach people in several different ways, and one of my theories is that they kind of infected us through pop culture type stuff. Like one of the most recent ones would be Dune. I don't know if you guys watched the new Dune. Don't.
No.
If you haven't, don't. There's no need to. There's no need to watch it.
But is it the problem is external, or is it the problem us?
It's both. I mean, we allowed it to happen. Men rule the world as far as like just the capability of being able to allow something to happen. That comes down to men. So if you want to point the finger at who allowed it to happen, it would be fathers. Fathers allowed their daughters to create OnlyFans in 2019 when the pandemic came. That was us. We allowed that to happen. But I mean, ultimately, everybody has responsibility, right? I mean, you can't just say it's just the dad's fault. You have to, at a certain point, say, hey, look, you knew what was right, you knew it was wrong.
Now, you wouldn't be some kind of agent, would you?
Agent of what? Chaos?
I don't know, man. I mean, the chat folks are saying he's sneaky. Somebody's saying he's a cop. I don't know.
No. Actually, I've been asked if I was a cop before. I carry a bunch of weapons on me whenever I go everywhere I go. I'm in Texas, so I'm actually allowed to defend myself. I've been asked it before, but no, I'm a Marine, former Marine. So that's probably where the vibe comes from.
Oh man! All right. So the genocide and slavery in Afghanistan and Iraq. So was that for freedom or?
I never actually got to go to the GAN. I was just in the sandbox. So Iraq was my only theater. But yeah, man, that was me. That was us. We were actually the first ones in and the first ones in. So yeah. So I was back there. How old are you?
That's irrelevant, sir. I mean, it's a bit unfortunate. So are you proud of what you did?
I'm proud to serve my country. I'm not proud of everything the government's done. No.
You really feel like you served your country?
Of course, I'm infantry. So
How did you
kinda-
serve your
kinda have
country
to-
exactly? By in what way? By going to
All right,
Iraq?
I'm gonna keep eating because this isn't gonna go well. I can already, it's not hard to see where this is.
Well, let me ask you this: Are you against the military as a whole, as a purpose? I mean, I can obviously feel the negativity coming from you.
There's.
So I mean, like,
okay,
are you? Well, let me ask. I'll let you talk. Let me ask. So
let's
like,
wait. Hold on. Let's qualify it because you can't just say against the military. It's not about that, right? We're not doing anything masculine.
It's not negativity against the military. It's you guys have toxic positivity over something that's not redeemable, right? So let's call it what it is.
So what is not redeemable? Be specific.
It means that specific. Okay, you go around the world warring with people you never met for centralized bankers and psychopathic politicians' interests. Is that specific enough?
True, but not complete. But yeah, that does happen.
It's pretty much the whole story because you're not protecting folks from terrorist, foreign, and domestic because the same people who employ you and pay you to do their wars are the same terrorist, foreign, and domestic. I don't see any of you booting up in order to revive rights, freedom, principles, and spiritual faith. That's me, while the rest of you, that's me while the rest of you claim stolen valor for serving your country. You served a corporation and the devil. You didn't serve America or its people or its values, just so we're clear.
Okay, so you're saying that me personally, you're making a direct.
I'm saying every one of you, every one of you. It's impersonal. Every person who suits up to do the will of politicians and bankers is duped and deluded and doing stolen valor. They've not served their country. They've served a corporation, the devil, and their own interests. That's the reality of it.
Okay, so I mean, and this is just me just assuming this right here, guessing right here. I'm going to go ahead and guess that nothing that anyone says from any branch of the service is going to change your mind. Can I at least steel man that?
Pretty much because I've had folks. Because I've had folks.
So I'm not. I'm not going to attempt to change your mind. So just so you know,
I've had folks. I've had folks from all branches tell me that I'm conscious and aware that they know the on the ground scenario. They agree with me completely, and they don't relish their non-service. They look at it as a potentially a learning curve or a learning process in their life. I'm not looking for anyone to be shameful. Many folks are ashamed.
I mean, we don't know
of their non-service.
I mean, think about it. Most of us go in when we're 17, 18, 19. We're kids. We're stupid. Okay, we go in because we're fed this. Oh, we got to go in. We got to serve our country. We got to do this. We got to do that. And that part, yes, of course, I'm proud of.
Right, but you're not 17 now. But you're not 7.
Let me finish. I will let you speak as soon as I'm done. I promise. Okay. So we go in thinking that. That's how we go. Now, when you get in, you start seeing the stuff that you don't realize. You don't even know. You have no clue that it's going to happen.
We don't know it. Horrible.
You're not taking accountability right now. This is a common problem with you and the ilk you come from. It's a bred problem.
What I'm saying either. You're just
you're finished before you started here. That's what you're not getting.
What I'm going to say.
Well, I'm telling you, you're finished. I'm telling you, you're finished before you started here, and you're displaying your. This is your syndrome. This is where you come from. This is your people who bred you.
So
lack of accountability.
Tell me what I was going to say.
Again, you're not listening to what I'm saying while telling me to shut up on my broadcast and to listen to what you're saying while saying you're not going to change my mind. I know you're not because you're displaying your syndrome and your dysfunction right now.
I'm not trying to.
You're not 17 years old now. You came in and said you're proud of your service to your country. I just said a whole bunch of stuff. Then you just pivoted and completely shape-shifted into a different person to appeal to. This is incredible, Timmy. It's incredible thing to witness these people. They're ultimate cowards in empty suits. Doesn't matter who they killed, how much they were shot at. They're vapid, empty, fake people.
Is all you have.
They have no principles and values. They're just yapping. He just went from, I'm proud of my service to my country, to, we were just young and dumb and full of cum. We didn't know any better. Which is it?
Full of cum. I never said full of cum.
I said that. Which is it?
But again, all you're doing is making statements.
Again, all you're doing is showing why you joined to begin with, because you come from a family of no responsibility and accountability, and you're sitting here right now doing it.
How do I come from a family of no accountability?
I guarantee you this is who and what you come from if I was to look into it. No accountability, no responsibility, telling people, I'll let you talk after I'm done. Dumb-splaining, slave-splaining. I already know everything you believe in, why you did what you did. I've heard this all 1,000 fucking times, and you're all the same.
Okay, so
There's
say
not
what I
a
was gonna
hair's
say.
breadth bit of difference between any of you, and you think you're going to
not making
reveal
any
something to
argument.
me.
You're not making any argument whatsoever. You're just spouting off a bunch of babble about how you
I'm
feel.
just, yeah, there you go. As
Facts
I
don't
talk
feel
all the truth,
feelings,
you
bro.
characterize it as babble. As you're babbling, you
babble.
want to believe it's the truth. Isn't this fascinating?
I'm just telling you something that is fact. You're just making up stuff as you go.
No, that's
the
me.
difference.
I'm telling you something that's fact. You're
It ain't
babbling and
feelings.
pointing to what you're proud, non-proud of, because you don't know who you really are and what you're here to do in this life.
This is all you're doing.
Do you know Theo?
What would you like me to do other than tell you who and what you are, because you don't know?
You don't
haven't figured it out
understand what
yet.
anybody is. You haven't even given me a chance to explain anything whatsoever.
Your
You're
words
automatically
reveal
assuming
who and what you
can't
are.
even
You're
shut up for
first.
5 seconds. Dude, look
Okay,
at you.
let's
You
try
can't even be
again and let's
quiet.
see if you can comport yourself to what you think I
I'm not
want
gonna
you to
try
say to
explain
try to
anything
relate to
that
me.
I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna try to justify anything that I've done, and I'm not gonna try to change your mind. That's not what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna
What are
explain
you going to
how
do
this goes.
exactly?
Did you serve? Yes or no?
I'm serving every day.
No. Did you serve in the military?
That's
Right
not
now.
service. You're doing it
Okay.
again.
So the answer is no. So you don't know what it's like inside. You have no idea.
Why would I need to go into another institution and be part of another?
Maybe experiencing something for yourself would actually.
No, I
explain
don't
something for
need to go
yourself.
into the sewer to know
you
there's
do.
shit in there.
You would need to know. You would need
I
to know
don't need to go into the sewer to know it's full of shit. No, I don't.
Shit. You would need to know what chemicals to use to clean up the shit. So yes, you would need to know. Because if you didn't,
Again, I'm not. But that's the thing. I'm not interested, other than beyond
That's
looking
the
at it
point.
for what
Dave,
it
that's
is.
fine. That's fine. As long as I got you to say it out loud. You're not interested. You're not interested in hearing anything any of me or people like myself are ever going to say. You don't care.
No, that's the
fine.
thing.
That's
I'm not.
fine. That's absolutely
It's
fine.
not
You admit
about.
it. It's okay. It's okay. I get you now. I understand.
Calm down, sir.
You're
Calm down.
stonewalling and gaslighting like you people always do.
I'm not
not
gaslighting. You
interested
literally
in
just said you don't
inauthentic
care.
corporate males who have a channel, non-channel, who are proud of their service till they realize we're not here thinking you did service. Then you want to backpedal it and become someone else.
I've never once even wanted someone to say they're proud of me in my service. Ever. I haven't even insulted you.
Tim,
On this
you're
episode.
not getting it. You're not getting it. You're not getting it. You're not getting it. It's cookie cutter. Every one of you guys comes online and sits in front of your bureau and your wardrobe with all your crap behind you. Then you point to it and genuflect to it. Then when it's not well received, you try to relate to the common man who hasn't served.
And I said,
Dude.
more likely than not, it's probably because I was in the military. And yes, I'm proud that I was.
Right,
in the military.
you guys, that's your banner everywhere you go. That's your
I didn't
identity.
bring it up. I didn't. Bring
I'm
it
not
up. And
interested in
it's in my background. So is Star Wars,
inauthentic
dude.
corporate males constantly have to fly their banner to know who and what they are and what they're part of. It's archetypal.
No, you're taking a specific.
You guys wouldn't know what to do without your symbols and flags and regalia and tradition and bullshit. You wouldn't know what to do with yourself.
You don't know anything about me or other people.
Yes, I do. Who are you going to vote for?
All right. Okay.
Who are you going to vote for this
I'm going
election?
to vote for the person that's best for the job.
Trick question. You're going to vote at
Regardless.
all. That makes you a dumb slave. I do know you. I just asked you a trick question. You fed right into it. You admitted you're going to vote at all for a master and a daddy. You're an inauthentic, corporate, duped out male. You're here to get freed. Timmy, he doesn't get it. Help him out. I don't have it in me. I'm 6 hours in. I can't do the.
I'm going to ask you the same question. Who are you going to vote for?
Okay, Vincent, let's do this. Let's just slow it down, all right?
No, hey, I'm the one that started it, bro. He started it, man.
I kind of did, and then it's just
so here's how it works, dude. You can yell.
So hang on, don't do that. We're leading the broadcast here. You're at the guest, so please defer to the fucking guest if you want to talk to us. If you don't want to do that, then just fucking go. Look, man. So we believe that if you vote, you're choosing a slave master. They're both shit. So by you picking one, you're opting in.
I said I'm going to vote for the person that's best for the job.
Okay, so who's the person that's best for the job in your opinion?
Unfortunately, right now it's Donald Trump. Unfortunately.
Right. Okay.
But I mean, then again, I haven't voted before too. I mean, so like it just depends, man. And to comment back to what you said a minute ago, I wasn't the first person to cut anyone off. So I follow the golden rule. I follow the golden rule, bro. So I treat people the way that I want to be treated. So if
again,
he's gonna cut me off,
you don't deserve all respect just because you walked in the room.
Why
so if you're just going to keep talking, then somebody's going to interrupt you because
Not even if I served in the military and got banners and flags behind me, I don't deserve respect right off the bat. Entitled? No, I'm not getting it.
I don't have a flag.
Am I going to get it today?
I don't have a flag, dude. Behind me.
Whatever that is behind you. I didn't even ask. You brought it up.
No, he just said flags behind me. I didn't say that. He did.
You said
it looks like some kind of a dildo. It looks like various sets of sex toys and dildos for a large mangina.
I've got the crow behind me. Is that a dildo? I've got the crow.
I'm just saying, it looks like a collection of toys that a large mangina would use to fulfill their wildest dreams. I don't know. I can't relate to any of that crap.
I don't see how Anthony Hopkins is like a mangina.
I'm just waiting for one of you punk-ass beta boy cowards who fly these flags and steal valor to actually stand for rights, freedom, principles, and faith, and not keep voting everybody's fucking rights away.
Do you know what still valor means?
Yeah, I know exactly what it means. You're going to mansplain it to me now? Because I'm too dumb to figure it out?
Well, that's so sexist to say mansplaining. Second of all, if you know what still valor is, then why are you saying that I'm still valor?
Because, again, I'm tricking you and I'm proving why I can't be in any conversations with folks like you because you can't pick up on what's going on.
I got that.
It's stolen valor, not because you weren't actually in the military, because you folks think being in the military is a valiant activity and a virtuous activity. So I'm saying it's stolen valor because you did a diss.
Why would it not?
You're not even listening to what I'm saying. Timmy, take over again. The beta male can't shut up to understand while he's asking questions.
I love the insults, man. I love the insults.
Yes, it adds the spice to the broadcast.
I mean, I'm just saying, dude. Like, I still haven't insulted him one time.
That's fine. That doesn't matter.
Like, I love that, dude. But
that doesn't matter. Where's the valor? Okay, so where does the valor come from in joining the military today? Or 20 years ago.
Okay, I mean, I'm not talking about today. I joined the military, over 2 decades ago.
Same to me, it's the same thing. Okay,
I understand.
Where's the valor?
You have no respect for the military at all. I totally get that. But the valor for us comes from just serving our country. And I understand.
How are you? Just go through the
I'm going to answer.
Just wait. How are you serving your country?
We follow orders. That's how it works. That's
so
what
is
you guys
that
don't understand. That's what you guys don't understand.
So the founding fathers were like,
or we break the law. If we break the law, we go to jail.
What's the story of the founding fathers breaking away from England? Was it following orders of the king?
Of course it wasn't. Of course, the Boston Tea Party is a huge, massive story. Okay, so breaking away. But again, and those men, of course, granted, when you're 23 back in those days, you were basically leader of the entire, your entire family. But those guys were coming into a very bad situation, which we are going into. And if you guys would have let me actually talk, I would have told you this. I agree with you guys on a lot of what you just said. Okay, but man, when I was in the Corps, man, I didn't know my head from my asshole. I mean, that's just the way that it was.
Okay,
But now going back and looking at it, I mean, man.
I got bad news for you, sir. You still don't know your head from your asshole. I'd be willing to work with you to show you the difference, but you won't stop.
That's your opinion, and I respect
your opinion. That's the thing. It's not an opinion. It's factual. I could prove it to you if you'd let me, but you won't because you're too busy defending your indefensible position.
You don't know that I have an indefensible position because you don't know my position. Sorry, bro.
You presume that a motherfucker who does what I do the way I do it can't know you upon appearance, and I can because I already proved who and what you are before you spoke. I knew you were going to vote for Donald Trump, and I know what you're going to support because I know how you think and believe because I know who indoctrinated you and trained you, and I know how they did it. And I've dealt with hundreds and thousands of people like you're still babbling and saying I'm doing it. You're babbling while I'm talking because you're not a good listener. You're a good order follower, but you're not actually listening and hearing and processing and interpreting properly.
Right. Please continue.
So who? Okay, those the African.
I haven't actually answered any questions.
Hold on, Vincent. I know we're dynamic here. You know those Iraqi child soldiers that you saw and the African child soldiers. So were they valiant?
I wasn't in Africa.
I'm saying you're aware of child soldiers, right? And the ones in Iraq and the ones in Africa. Are they valiant because they're fighting for something that they believe in? Are they valiant soldiers?
They believe they are.
Okay. is what they were doing right? When you guys had the orders to shoot on sight whenever a little child would run at you, you know, were they doing what's right, or were they full of valor and valiance, or were you right and you full of valor and valiance, or
Well,
is everyone
the victors
wrong?
write the history, man. I mean, that's just the way it works. So
who was right and who was wrong?
Well, I mean, if they're running at a group of people and the child has been brainwashed by his father since the day that he was old enough to understand that he's got to carry that bomb and go kill all those guys.
That's you.
Then he
That's, you just described you while describing the enemy. You just described you inadvertently. That's what's so great about this game here. You're going to learn to love it.
All right. Now,
He was in his.
as,
He was
as,
on his.
as I was about to say.
He was on his hometown, on his home street, and you were the invader, doing the exact thing that you just said he was doing. You were 10,000 miles away from home.
Following orders.
The wrong orders
How
to
is it the
do
wrong
evil
order?
and genocide.
How is it the wrong order?
It was to do wrong. Wrong is what's not right. You
All
did
right,
genocide and slavery and conquest.
If you can't explain with your own conscience why the orders you followed were correct, it means you followed orders without knowing whether they were correct or not, which makes you a bad person of no conscience. That's another one of your problems.
I'm so glad you said that, because I was actually known for disobeying orders.
Your
Sorry,
pension.
bro.
You just
No,
said
I said
multiple
I
times
said we have to
your
follow
only
orders.
pension was I followed orders,
No,
and now you
I
don't.
said
follow orders.
we have to follow orders, which is true. And I was actually known for not following orders. And I disobeyed several orders that I was given because there's a legal loophole, which I beat twice, lost 2 times, beat twice, that says that if we get an order that we receive that does not follow into the parameters to which we are supposed to follow orders, we can fight it and we can disobey it. Now, I lost twice and I got 2 NJPs, but I also beat them twice. So, yeah, you're going to get orders that you don't want to follow, and you have to break them.
You forget the part that you were there in somebody else's nation, in somebody else's land,
I'm not disputing
doing conquest.
But again, it's not like you can say no.
What do you mean? Are you not a man?
You do realize if you say no that you do receive punishment, correct?
You just said you didn't follow some orders.
And I received punishment.
You should have.
Yeah, because I disobeyed an order. It was an unlawful order, but I did disobey it. So
congratulations, you picked one of the orders to not follow, dude. Like,
well, I mean, your basic orders aren't, hey, go kill that kid in the street over there. That's not how it works.
I get that, but by the virtue of being there, the virtue non-virtue of being there, you're fucked either way, dude.
May I ask you a question? I mean, obviously, I'm at a complete disadvantage here. I got that, but let me ask you a question, and please, both of you answer this, okay? Because we actually agree on more than we disagree on, believe it or not. How do you think it works? Like, let's just say, for the sake of argument, that you guys, or that you know of a friend that has to go overseas to go to war. How do you think it works?
Why does he have to go? We have.
Okay, I understand that question, but how do you think it works? Like, how do you think like the whole system works for the men to get transported over there?
For the whole system?
Yeah, like from start to finish. How do you think it
Step
works?
one, you have a dissolute, fearful, confused slave that goes and gets tricked and actually doesn't really have any vision and doesn't know what's going on in his own life. Goes and talks to one of these army recruiters, gets a promise, a bunch of shit. Oh, you just do a tour and you go and do this. You'll have some elevated position. You'll get to see the world. Maybe you'll go and meet blah blah blah, right? And then this fucking kid will do zero historical research. Will fucking understand nothing about the employer that he's going and literally selling his soul for and signing a contract that literally says, I will be a slave, right? And just gives away his entire life for nothing.
It's not his entire life. It's 4 years.
You sign a contract that says, I am a slave and I will do anything you tell me and I will go and die for you.
It doesn't say you're a slave.
It might as well. It might as well say that.
There are some correlations. I will not dispute that. But you're also not a slave, okay? What you are is you're conscripted once you volunteer. We don't have a draft, but once you voluntarily conscript yourself, yeah, you have to follow orders. That is true.
Yeah, that's called consent. I can go to a boxing ring and choose.
This is why you have a problem in life, because you keep qualifying shit and making ridiculous excuses.
I don't have a problem in life.
Conscripting is the same thing as saying voluntary servitude. So why are you just like splitting hairs. And why is it so hard for a lot of you guys to just say, I was gullible and stupid and duped out. I'm still acting gullible, stupid, and duped out. I did wrong. I was a part of wrong. Everyone's pimped out and hoed out. Let's actually stand for rights, freedom, and principles and faith. Why is this so difficult? Why do we have to do all the semantics in the word game? It's not slavery. It's conscription. It's not involuntary servitude. It's voluntary. Okay, it's still a form of slavery. You're asked to follow orders and then told to follow orders.
So let me pay you a compliment, okay? Like, you have a very well practiced way of speaking. I wouldn't say that. That is like,
because I live my information completely. I'm not a wavering, gullible, duped out, lukewarm beta male.
I'm not a wavering, doped out beta male either.
No, you are though. That's what I'm saying. Take the word for it that you are.
That's because that's what you're trying to implement.
No, that's because that's what the facts show over and over again. It's by virtue of the facts.
Let me ask you this.
What does a beta male do by definition? Follow orders. Hello, you spoke it.
You don't have any facts, dude. Right,
that's what beta males do in life. They follow orders and say, I did service.
Okay.
That's what they do to the T.
But again, you're choosing a very small portion of my life that doesn't exist anymore.
You chose it. As soon as you hung the shit up behind you, as soon as you hung that crap up behind you to genuflect to, as soon as you came in here and you said you were proud of your service, I already know I got you in your gullible, duped out arrogance and ignorance. It's clear to see and hear.
So because I'm a proud person of part of my life, that automatically chooses who I am.
You're proud of something you should be ashamed of. It proves who and what you are as a spirit.
Why would I be ashamed of it?
Because you were gullible, duped out, disempowered, and following orders without your conscience. And when you tried to use your conscience and be godly, you got punished for it because you're their slave.
You're right. I mean, it's
I know I'm right. It's what we do here. You're wrong. It's what you do here and people like you. It's just the pattern, man. Get with it.
No,
we'll get over it. We'll get past it. You'll be better. You'll do better. You'll thank us for it at some point.
What you don't understand, what you are incapable of understanding, is what you're projecting right now is your feelings and your emotions. You don't get that. You don't have the capability of seeing it from my perspective, which is okay. There's nothing wrong with that. All right, and I don't have the ability to see it from.
Why do I have to see anything from anyone else's perspective to know whether it's correct or not?
I just said you didn't have to. Literally just said.
So why bring up something that didn't have to be done, nor is it beneficial to be done?
I'm about to say that I can't see it from your perspective either.
I know. I know. You have no idea what it's like to be inspired, empowered, faithful.
If we both just agreed that neither one of us can see it from the other person's perspective because we're both basically incapable of doing it, then we don't really have an argument.
We don't have an argument. I'm doing a live expose about some folks like me who are conscious and aware and can see the truth almost from day one, and folks who can't see it even to this day, even though they've been through hell.
Let's test that. Let's test that. Let me ask some questions, all right?
Go ahead.
I've been a good sport, right? I've sat here, I've let you yell at
Potentially, I'll give you that, yeah.
I've let you say your words to me, and I still have not insulted you one time.
Again, you're not getting it. I don't know why you keep appealing to this idea you haven't insulted me. You've insulted yourself, your own intelligence, the truth, the God of this creation, the country, the land, and everyone here within the sound of your voice. So if you want to keep saying because you didn't call me a fat fuck or something that you didn't insult me, I mean, we need to higher our standards here of insulting intelligence and the truth.
Here we go. All right. So I'm going to ask you some basic questions.
I also haven't insulted you yet. I've just described your condition, which seems to be factual, but it may change as we go along. My perspective may change on it.
I mean, look, man, your perspective on life is different than mine. I'm not going to say it's not. So, all right. So I'm guessing that you are at least aware of Biden being president. Correct.
President of what? A corporation?
Yeah, basically. Okay, that's agreed upon.
Right, actually, and I don't want to be part of that corporation.
He's a mouthpiece, okay? And basically, every time that we have to elect someone, we basically have to choose between a plate of diarrhea.
We don't have to elect anyone or choose between anything because I'm not in and of the corporation.
Okay, so, but at a certain point, someone does get elected because the people go out and they vote. All right. So now I just want to ask a couple questions to see where we kind of stand on things, because I guarantee you, me and you are going to agree on some of these questions that I'm going to ask. All right. Okay. So what is a woman? PT.
What is a woman?
What is a woman?
I guess the complementary incarnation in this realm of a man.
I guess I'll answer in the antithesis, right? I'll answer in the
Give me the
inverse.
definition of a woman. I already like you, dude. Just give me the definition of a woman.
I guess a woman would be what the first 3 letters includes, which is womb. So a man with a womb will do for now.
Okay, the definition of woman is what? If I were to read it from a 1970s dictionary before people started changing the definitions of shit, what would be the definition of a woman? What would it be? Like, I mean, give me the basic one. Give me like your mom. Is your mom a woman?
A being with the womb, yes.
Okay,
You also agree. Yes, we also agree. Transsexuals are somewhat mentally ill. Yeah, we get the rap, dude. We know what you're gonna say. You're a Trump tard. We understand what 80 million or 100 million Americans.
I'm not a Trump tard, dude. I've never voted for Trump, bro.
You said you're going to.
I'm going
we get
to.
it, dude.
He's the best one that's available. And I didn't vote last time. I didn't vote for Biden or Trump last time.
But also you brushed over when he said, "Why do we have to vote?" You said we.
Yeah,
have to vote.
when I say we, I don't mean us three. I mean, like, the people. Okay. Like,
why does anybody have to vote?
Well, I mean that's not really kind of the direction I'm going, but I mean, America as a whole was founded on the principle of us being able to vote for who we wanted to rule us.
That's the thing, though. It's not, and there's actually
it's not anymore. It's right. You're right. You're 100% right.
Well, no, that's the thing. It never was. And if you go back in history, even the founding of this land, there was complete disagreements in the Federalist Papers and other documents where half of these people got up and left because they said, we're not going to do another limited republic with democratic aspects where you get to turn over the powers of governance to a bunch of incompetent, incapable, corrupt slaves and call it a democratic republic. So even the founders didn't agree on how to govern self because it comes down to governing self, and any impediment from that is a diluting of the supposed true American values. So it's never been established that we were supposed to choose people for a corporation to decide what happens with our fate and our life. That's ridiculous.
That's semantics. I'm asking you what the presidency is supposed to represent.
I'm not really too sure ultimately, because nowhere in my life is this apparent to me or evident that I need some other guy out in the middle of nowhere to run my life or anything going on day to day on the ground.
Wait, hold on. Wait, are we saying that you two are anarchists?
Again, anarchist just means no masters, no slaves. Like
fair enough.
We got our first titleist of the day. That's why Timmy wears the hat, because you guys are very predictable. You need a word that you misunderstand to try to draw a correlation to who and what.
Okay, then
we're a true free. I'll speak for me. I'm a true free American. I'm what you and Donald Trump and everyone keep voting for, but won't become.
Okay, all right. So, what is a true free American? What do you believe in?
It means that your statute and policy and code is given the force of law through the consent of the governed. That means you have an ability, even in this system.
So you're a constitutionalist.
You could argue that the Constitution has amendments, and somewhere within 11 to 4.
That's where I fall into. I fall into a constitutionalist.
Right, but you're not listening. You're waiting to speak, but you're not actually listening, because I would have just illuminated for you that if you call yourself Mr. Titleist a constitutionalist now, there's 11th to 14th Amendment, which establishes congressional citizenry. That's what most folks have opted into with contract, is calling themselves congressional citizens and voting for a corporation. That takes them away from their natural rights and the preamble and the foundations of the Constitution into the later amendments, which is could be argued is corporate overthrow.
No,
so we have essentially,
you're not wrong on that. Like the 19th Amendment, that was total bullshit. I mean, like the mere fact that they had to make a new amendment to change the way that voting happens when they knew without a shadow of a doubt that on average a woman's going to vote for the left because, well, let's face it, the first 158 years of our country we had a Democrat president, with Lincoln being the first Republican president, and look at what changes he made. I mean, it seems to me every time we have someone that does try to shake up, it does try to shake the ground, JFK, whoever it might be, we end up something happening to him. The president,
because it's never meant to be. You're trying to roll a boulder up a hill. You cannot make America great again by having a bunch of order following cowards who won't become great and observe truth and uphold the law and exercise their rights.
We just
going to have more and more corporatism, fascism. That's all you're getting over and over.
Holy shit! That's literally. That's exactly what I think. Wow, we just found something weird.
But you start with talking about this top-down thing. You're talking about the president. I don't give a fuck about the president. That's the whole point.
Right. We probably agree on
let me-
core values. If I was to spell it out and you were to like take through your actual language and refine it, we probably agree completely on core values, or at least a lot of things. How we're going to get that is where we're like miles apart. And that's why you were brought here, because all Republicans are brought here to go to the next level, to go from being blue pilled to red pilled to black pilled, as they say.
I'm not a Republican, dude. Not even.
Well,
close.
I'm saying people who align with the right side of this system, who have to understand that.
I don't align with the right side of the system.
Okay, if you had to say, you wouldn't say that you're more. Okay, I don't even know, Timmy. He's shapeshifting again.
No,
He's this very mercurial shapeshifter.
No, you asked me a specific question.
You said if you had a vote, because you do, and you're going to vote, it's going to be Donnie. That makes you aligned with the. But I thought you said you're going to.
Yeah, it says if I had to vote for someone right now, I'd vote for Donald Trump. He's the best one.
Right, because he's the one closest to speaking what seems to be common sense, while he's not living it and promoting it, and nor is it going to make it happen.
I would say that he lives it and promotes it more than anyone else in quite a while.
By locking everyone down, doing warp speed, saying we'll take the guns, and then go to court, encouraging everybody to take Luciferians.
He technically never said he was going to take the guns, but
So now you're being an apologist for Donald Trump, but now telling me you're not a Republican or a Trump tard. It's amazing. You guys always got excuses for him. You're always in a.
I'm saying
he did say, "Let's take the." You want me to pull the clip up now, and then you'll look at me with this blank look.
Yeah,
he said, "We'll take with certain people, certain special cases. They always qualify to get everyone on board to tiptoe more towards slavery. With certain special cases, like crazy guys like Paul Enslaved, who are sob sits.
Are you going
to take the guns first, and then we go to court?
Are you going to?
That's what he said. And guess what, bud? During his administration, they did take the guns that I had and attempted to railroad me. And I had to use a trust and rights and upholding the law to get them restored. So Donnie wasn't there. Daddy Donnie wasn't there to take me to the fair to change my underwear. It was me and God and the truth and trust and equity and the damn paperwork.
How many guns do you own?
I'm not going to get into answering anything on record specifically, Officer De Leon.
I own a lot of guns. I'm a very big gun enthusiast. Okay, so I own a lot of guns.
Right.
All right. So I would never align myself with anyone that would want to take away the Second Amendment, ever.
Right, but that was him. He at least on some level said that he's not willing to follow due process in some senses, because it would just be more convenient to just take the guns and go to court later.
What he was talking about, which I did not agree with when he said it, was he was gonna basically pick out people that had like mental disorders, bullshit like that.
Well, yeah, guess what? That's everyone basically.
Yeah, you can't do that. You can't. And this is someone who's actually telling people how to shoot. You can't do that to people. It'd be impossible. It'd be impossible because we'd have to create a group to do this and a group to do that and a group to evaluate this and a group to evaluate that. And to be perfectly honest, the system we have right now actually works pretty good. All right. If you committed a felon, you probably shouldn't have a gun, more likely than not. And depending on what state that you're in, some felons can actually get their rights to guns back, which is actually a good thing. Because some people, even though they have committed a felony,
that's not how rights work, dude. You don't just give them and take them away based on what the corporation's doing this week. You have inherent rights under God.
I said courts. I didn't say corporations. The court system.
Right, but the courts don't get to take and give back rights. The courts get to uphold the law and protect people's rights, whether they're incarcerated or not, for being a threat to the public repeatedly. To presume that because somebody got a felony, whether it was drug related or whatever else, that they shouldn't have guns after they served their time for potentially harming no one other than themselves. It's just bizarre logic. It doesn't follow.
Well,
there's no reason to believe that because someone's been convicted of a felony that they should be stripped of their rights, which you can't do anyway because rights are there under God.
That's a different conversation, but
I don't believe in the idea that people are given title by the corporation and then stripped of their title and therefore their rights.
You do believe apparently in inherent rights.
Yeah, those are God-given, and the Constitution even explains that there's like a creator here, creational force, gives us all.
It's also written in the Constitution that if you break the law, there's penalties.
Right. The problem is law is defined as loss, injury, and harm, or potentially owing a debt and deciding to skip out on it and not pay it.
So if
anything else is not a crime.
If an armed robber holds up a liquor store and he goes to prison for 5 years, which is a normal sentence for that, 3 to 5 for armed robbery, he probably shouldn't have a gun when he gets out.
What makes you say that?
He was convicted of armed robbery.
Right. So according to you and your logic, which is very unchristian of you, if someone's done wrong in the past, they're irredeemable.
I never said I was a Christian.
I'm not saying you said you were. I'm just saying
that
that
was unchristian of me. Don't assume.
I know. I'm doing a tongue-in-cheek thing, right? I'm just saying bottom line is
fair enough.
to presume that everybody's irredeemable because they may have done wrong in the past means no one has any rights anymore because most people, if not everyone, has done wrong in the past.
But most people don't hold up liquor stores with a loaded.
Dude. If you go by that
again, you're
logic,
not like you're qualifying it. So okay, so Paulie Boy was 17 years old. He listened to too much gangster rap. He had a drug problem. He held up a liquor store, went to prison, reformed himself, came out. He doesn't get his rights under God.
I can destroy that argument with one simple sentence. You ready for it? All right. You have a 5-year-old daughter that was arrested, all right, by a dude. He goes to jail. He gets out. You gonna let him around kids again?
Emotional.
You just appeal to emotion. He's violating laws of logic right and left.
No, I'm not violating. That is literally
what does one have to do with the other? You just conflated two ideas.
How many laws of logic are there, smart ass?
Again, I'm a man of good faith and honorability. I'm a man of forgiveness and repentance and reformation.
So you
I
would
extend.
let a CM around your child after he.
Why are you comparing someone who has a pension to do sexual predilection and behavior to someone who may have chosen a bad path in life and is redeemable and repentant and reformed?
They're both villains. And
that's you. You went and did.
Okay, well, I'll go one step further.
They both did something illegal that caused harm to someone. Yes, we can at least agree on that. Okay, so I'm just talking about correlation. Okay?
Dude,
there's no correlation there. You just took. There's plenty of young people in their lives who put a gun in someone's face, who didn't know the proper way to live and the consequences, reformed themselves, and have never done it again, and should not be stripped of their rights and title of American.
What was the first thing I said? I said in some states, it should be this way in all states, but in some states, there actually is a way to get back to the pack to get your right to have a firearm. Texas is one of them.
I'd have to sit here for another 100 hours just to get you to clear up your language and how logic actually works. You can't give someone their rights and take them away.
That's not the way it works. A person doesn't go to
Part of the reason you can't learn is because you keep yapping when you don't know what you're talking about, and it makes no sense. Do you realize I'm someone who goes to court regularly? Do you realize I'm someone who pretty much teaches and leads in the
regularly? If you go to court regularly, what is a normal rate that a person gets out of prison and goes back? Can you give me a percentage?
You're talking recidivism rates. That's, again, you're qualifying the statements.
Okay.
Just because 70 to 85% of people reoffend, just like people who do heroin, 75 or 85% of them
you probably shouldn't give them heroin again, right? I mean, and you probably
but you don't deny them their freedom to go get heroin because you don't put them in a box.
I didn't say that.
You are saying that. You're denying their rights to choose and to be. That's what you're saying because
I'm saying that a person that shows violence and continuously shows violence should not be given an easier way to choose violence. I mean, that's not that literally follows the laws of logic.
You're also it's a double violation of laws of logic because you presume that because someone wrote up a code to keep everyone safe from their own God-given rights means they're not going to be able to go get a gun.
One law of logic, man. Name one. Just name one. Give me one. Give me one law of logic.
Not to multiply hypothesis more than necessary. If we want rights, freedom, and principles,
so you're going to break ad hominem logic, but you're not going to break that rule of logic when ad hominem is literally one of the rules of logic.
What was the ad hominem that I attacked the man with?
Dude, you've been attacking me all night with that.
No, you're perceiving a description of your condition as an attack. That's another one of your problems.
Well, what would you call it?
I'd call it a description of your condition that's accurate and based on facts that are explainable, demonstrable, repeatable, discernible, definable, experiential.
Which you have absolutely.
You're appealing to your feelings and how it feels. You're not appealing to whether it's true or not.
You're not appealing to whether it's true or not because you don't know.
Okay, I know because you know and I don't, right? You have so much experience in life.
That would be correct.
You have so much experience in upholding rights and freedom. You have so much experience at court and with the law. You don't. You have experience following orders and talking without listening. That's obvious.
That was literally 4.5 years of my life, dude.
Again, it's overlaid in who you are as a character and a person. That's what you're not getting.
The ironic thing is I'm probably the older one in the conversation.
What's ironic here is you're extremely ignorant and arrogant and doing ageism, titleism, and a whole bunch of isms to substantiate.
I'm the arrogant one. You're literally going to say
yes, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're making no sense. You're genuflecting.
You don't even know how many freaking rules of logic there are, but you're going to quote logic at me and say that I'm the arrogant one. You don't even know how many rules of logic there are.
So we're playing gotcha games and questions?
No, I'm not saying gotcha games. I'm saying, dude, you're the one sitting here talking to me as if you're talking down to me. You've been doing that ever since I said I was in the Marine Corps. I said one thing about myself, and you immediately assumed a whole plethora of different things about me, which we have already proven that you were wrong about several of them.
The bottom line is you came into this interaction trying to indirectly promote your channel, non-channel, which you're probably starting up.
I didn't
you
want to
use
anything. I wanted to come
You're not
on
even letting me finish any one of my statements.
Because you're wrong. I didn't want to come on.
I know, but everything I'm saying, you're saying I'm wrong, and you're not letting me finish it because you want to gaslight me that you're right and I'm wrong. The difference is you're wrong and I'm correct and true, and you have nothing to base any of your perspectives on other than your order following service that you hang up behind you as your credibility base. You have nothing else to base your standing of. What have you done or been or accomplished or practiced that leads me to believe you know anything of what the fuck you're talking about?
Well, give me an example first. Give me
an example, like upholding rights and freedom and the law, like going to court and getting results, like changing your own life and other people's life, like actually being free. Like that's examples and results.
All right. I mean, do you want me to go with helping people out in life?
No, that's what you guys always appeal to, that you gave some homeless guy $1 last week. I don't give a fuck.
I don't give homeless people money.
I asked you about your accomplishments, achievements, practices, or understandings or professions that would lead me to believe that you know anything of what the fuck you're talking about.
Well, okay. First off, that's 5 different subject matters. All right, so pick one.
And you're not going to answer any of them because every one of you inauthentic corporate beta males never answers anything directly.
Hey, look, Omega, dude, seriously, just pick one of them and I'll answer it. All right, Omega?
Why do I have to pick one of them when you could just talk about who you are and how you live and what you do that leads to results that are
to meet you on common ground?
It's amazing. Go ahead, Damsel Medic, because you were in the military and you've seen a bunch of inauthentic corporate male douches like this who will never answer a direct question. Talk when someone else is talking when they should be listening because the person they're talking over inherently knows more than them.
So it's 2 against 1 now? Cool. Let's go.
It's not 2 against 1. There you go with your appeal to emotion again. You're a victim and you're being attacked. We're all standing on our own too. We're all responsible. You're not here with your buddies anymore, even though she was in the military when you. This is what's amazing. All you wounded warriors are the biggest punk cowards when your buddies aren't around. Didn't you shoot people and get shot at? 2 against 1 now. Like I just tagged in Damsel Medic to DDT him. She's a grown woman. I'm a grown man. You're a grown man. She was in the military. She's one of your compatriots, apparently. And as soon as someone's going to hold you accountable to your bullshit, your nonstop rattling off bullshit, it's 2 against 1. No, it's you against you. Get out of your own way, dude. Wow. Bomb drop.
I mean, dude, like seriously, like it's actually.
I mean, dude, like seriously, I know, dude, seriously, like wow. Imagine if you just stopped all the bullshitting with yourself and everyone else and took actual radical authenticity and accountability.
Name one thing that's actually bullshit, that would actually be pretty impressive.
You've been lukewarm and wavering and shape-shifting and bullshitting your way through this whole conversation.
I haven't changed anything that I've said. I stood on every single thing that I've said. I'm still proud to be a Marine. I'm still proud to have served.
I know, because you're incorrigible. That's your arrogance. You're going to leave this conversation. You're going to pretend to be relatable and be a normal, regular guy and be like patient and caring. And you're going to leave this conversation. You're going to leave this conversation the same way you came into it. Devoid of any understanding and wisdom and common sense.
Seriously, like
I already know it. Why do you think you guys don't get it? Hey, HMFI Steve and the rest of you, the reason why I come into conversations, the reason why I come into conversations with guys like this who I read their energy right off the bat is I know they're not going to listen. I know they're not really here to learn or understand or care about truth. I know they're going to attempt to bullshit their way through this to look better, and I don't give a fuck. I'd rather disrespect them based on the truth. They're not respectable. I'd rather hold the mirror up and show them who and what they are and just let them know other people know and then give them an opportunity to do and be better. Everything else after that, I don't give a fuck because he's wasting his and my and everyone else's time here to be seen and heard and be the next online DJ. It's another Midlife Bro Logic. It's another HMFIC Steve. It's another one. It's another Jack Talcott. Another military service tard who you can't figure out exactly who and what he is because even he doesn't know. You can't pin him down on anything because he won't answer any direct questions. You ask him to substantiate his position and who and what he is in life and what he's known for. He's got nothing, but he pretends he's holding aces. It's the same thing every time. And at some point here, we're going to get down to a conversation of what do you do for a living nowadays? We're going to get crickets. Or we're going to get more evidence of who and what he is as a character. Should we get to that now? That should be interesting.
I mean, I love how you mute the mic just to go.
What do you do for a living? Can we go to that part?
I have a small construction company. I deal with storm restoration. I'm actually a specialist in the field. What do you do for a living? I think you work in the court system, right? How long have you been doing that?
Well, I wear many hats at this point.
No. I answered my question. You answer my question now.
Is that how that works? You're setting the terms and conditions?
Yeah, sure, man.
That's not how it works. I'll do whatever I want here.
Okay, fine. If you're going to do whatever you want, then, I mean, again, you've stated several times that I haven't answered any questions. All I've been doing is answering your questions. That's all I've been doing. Okay? You won't answer common basic questions. I've been
I live for a living.
I've been incredibly polite. Okay?
I live and encourage people to live for a living.
No, you don't. You don't encourage anyone to live, man. All you do is make fun of people. That's all you do.
I'm encouraged. I'm just making fun of you. Okay.
Yeah, that's all you've been doing the whole time.
So you're a victim again?
Tell me. No, I'm not a victim. But tell me one thing that you've said to me that's been encouraging, and then give me an example of something.
You're a slave.
Please.
I told you were a slave. That's encouraging.
That's encouraging.
The quicker that you realize you're a pathetic, cowardly slave who's bullshitting, the quicker you can stop being that.
That's exactly the point, though, right? That's the point.
No, that is the point. If you were a drill instructor and your drill instructor said, "Hey, punk-ass coward slave, shut up and listen because you need to better yourself," would you say you were attacked? No, because there it was following orders. Here you're being attacked and victimized.
So you don't want to.
But you're going to vote for Donnie.
So you don't want to tell me which I said if I had to vote or if I
said that I do many things. One of the things I do is what you're looking at here. I broadcast, but I don't get any income and revenue.
You were specifically in the court system. What do you do in the court system?
Right. I already explained it to you. I uphold the law.
You didn't
I exercise rights. I uphold the law.
Are you a cop? Are you a lawyer? Are you a
No.
judge advocate?
I'm not an institutionalized. I'm not an institutionalized order follower.
So you don't do shit.
Oh, so if you're not an institutionalized order follower, then you're not in the game.
You what you do for a living.
You're playing gotcha games. You're playing gotcha games.
I'm asking you a straightforward question.
I just told you. How many times do you want Damsel Medic? Would you like to explain to him in military speak? Can you speak militard and explain to him that he thinks in his world, if you're not an attorney or prosecutor or cop, you're not in the game. You're not in the.
What's actually really good about this, and I hope the people that watch you actually see this. I mean, but at the same time, you said earlier,
the people who watch me are going to see this. What do you mean you hope they're going to see this? This is another ploy that you do while you think of the next thing you're going to say is say shit that makes no sense. The people who watch me are going to see this. You don't have to hope for it.
There we go. Okay. I was, for some reason, I couldn't talk. I don't know why. It was weird.
Because I'm tired of listening to you babble while you claim I'm babbling. We're having the same experience for very different reasons. You're not interested in the truth. I'm not interested in your lie you're living.
At least I can answer questions, man. You can't answer questions.
You're not getting it. There's no questions that you could answer that could change who and what you are.
Are you unemployed?
Whatever you want it to be to feel better about this interaction.
I want to know. I want to know.
I don't get any income and revenue. Everything is off of private interactions and free trade.
That's actually somewhat of an answer. Okay. All right. Well, I mean, way to use the capitalist economy. That's nice.
Right.
So, but one other question I have for you before the lady speaks, of course. what have you ever done in your life that's brave, that you would consider brave? You personally.
I would say, like I just explained to you, pretty much the only thing I think here that makes me.
I want an actual example. I heard what you said. I want something.
Right, but you're stopping me from explaining to tell me what you want me to explain.
Fair enough.
Right, so upholding the law, exercising rights, freedom, and principles in a venue where it seems everywhere you go they're collectivizing you and trying to govern you with code is pretty much the main thing of what I do here, and what I believe makes us all potentially somewhat redeemable with what we've created.
So there's not like a
it's
specific...
caused me to have to become more faithful and get out of my fear space, if that's what you're asking.
Okay, but no, I'm asking you to pinpoint a specific time in your life where you did something that either meant you bodily harm, someone else bodily harm, or even a situation where you had to sacrifice something in order to proceed forward.
I'll try again, because it's like I answer you guys and then you don't.
No,
you don't hear me. I left my job. I left my apartment. I went to go live in a tent on the land to start a broadcast, travel freely without license, registration, insurance, and plates. Went to jail over and over again for not wearing a mask and all the rest of it. Decided to exercise rights and uphold the law, and have gotten experience at the courts that have led me to be able to show other folks how to get remedy at the courts and uphold the law and exercise their rights and not be criminalized and governed by code. It's been a lot for me to be challenged and in that fear, because they threaten you with hundreds of days in jail. They threaten you with potentially killing you on the side of the road and a whole host of other things. And the game's not over, apparently, till we leave out of here. So I not only did it, I'm having to continue doing it because it's a product of being a man in this realm, especially at this time. So it's probably never going to be done and over with till I leave up out of here or till they put me away forever.
So your examples of bravery. I'm going to just repeat it back to you so that I understand it. Okay. So your examples of your bravery is things that you've done for yourself in order for yourself to survive. Is that correct?
No.
Okay. That's what you just said. I mean, you
that's what you want it to be, because you're trying to pigeonhole me to a bullshit outcome.
I'm not trying to pigeonhole you. I'm trying to.
That's what you wanted to hear. My definition of bravery is doing what I didn't want to do. That's better for everyone else, including me.
But it didn't do anything for anyone else. It only did it for you. That's what I'm.
That's absolutely not true. I have dozens of other people.
So who did you help?
You're not listening. You're too busy yapping and playing gotcha games. You don't actually want to know. So we put Denver on the map for traveling freely, and now everyone over there does not get stopped or get ticketed or hit with policy and code and gets to travel around freely.
That's actually really cool. That's all I wanted.
Right.
I mean, seriously.
So while you are serving murderers and fascists and spreading the disease, I'm over here working tirelessly, one person at a time on the ground, to undo what you and others are creating that you keep calling service.
How am I working for?
Because you're order followers in policy and code. Can you try to keep up? Order followers of policy and code are the bane of all of our existence. Always have been, always will be. Did you try to keep up, please?
I'm not the one that has to try to keep up here. I promise you that. All right.
I promise you are. You're lagging everywhere in life.
Hey man, look, I have my own company, dude. So
I don't need a company.
I'm my own boss, bro. I'm my own boss, man.
I'm my own boss, bro.
No,
I don't need a company.
You don't have a company. You don't have.
I don't need an LLC company to do busyness in the private, dumbass.
Okay, I mean, then what would you call success? Are you married? Do you have kids?
We're going to married and kids now. You just said a company.
I'm asking you if you're married, if you have kids.
What's your version of success we can nail down to judge everyone by? Because you keep hopping around to whatever's convenient for you.
I mean, if you're asking what
I don't need a company.
I mean, if you were to ask me honestly what I think a successful man is today, a man that would have a good woman, have good moral values.
Got it. You don't have it. So I got the first two. Continue.
All right. Have a good couple of kids. Know how to raise them right.
Don't have that yet.
But you want them, right?
When I'm ready, they'll be provided. Okay. That's how this works in faith. I'm not going to dump a load in some beta female. I'm sure maybe you have. Sure, maybe she's taking half your shit as well. I'd guess that if you did. Dude, oh man, divorce, huh? Was it rough?
Dude, I've never ever been divorced.
Okay.
Look, Look. I'm.
So tell me
trying-
more about this company, because now you've just presumed that I'm poor and broke and that I don't generate value because I don't have.
I never said.
Well, then why do you make
I never
statements like
said
you're
you
the
didn't
only
generate-
one in life
Why
living?
do you assume everything is negative whenever I say it?
It just doesn't make any sense.
Neither do
And
you.
No,
you
I don't make any
assume
sense to
everything is
you
negative.
because you're not able to comprehend what's sensible. You're not making sense to me because you're not being sensible. Do you think that I would come here and do what I do if I didn't have any value and wasn't generating value in my life and doing everything you're doing?
Of course,
and then some.
Yeah, of course I would. YouTube's 70% men. And the majority
Right,
of those
but you're
men,
too dumb
and
to
the
figure out
majority of
who's
those
who and what's what, right? You
and
can't
the
figure that out by
majority of
being in a
those
room with
men
someone for an hour?
are on here just rambling on, just like you are.
Okay.
I mean, seriously,
Every
it's just the way
time.
it is.
It's like every time.
Yeah.
Well, what's the commonality in every time?
The
You're always
commonality every time is you guys think you're the only one who woke up today and put a pair of pants on and generated some value and have a living going on.
Hey, look, dude, I'm not the one over here projecting.
Here's the difference. I get value being here, letting you make a clown out of yourself. You got to climb a ladder and do a roof tomorrow. We can argue over who's more in a power position and a value position, but I don't think you're going to win that one either.
You honestly think that this?
You don't get to get value for doing this here, and you're never going to, except from your military wounded warrior buddies, and that's going to run out at some point.
So,
because they're going to realize you got nothing to offer.
I'm the clown, really?
Yeah, because you just said with arrogance that you have a company. I don't have a company. You just said it with arrogance.
I'm proud of the fact that I have a company. Yeah.
Right. I'm given value to sit here and allow you look like a clown.
Okay, but
who's in a more position of value and power right now? While you claim it. This is your problem everywhere in life. Guys like you claim the power and value to the dumb bitch at the bar and everywhere else, but you don't have it to show. It's not there. You claim it, but you don't have it.
Let me give you. I can't get a word in edgewise, obviously, but let me try to.
You don't need to get a word in edgewise. You're boring. You're here for non-tent. You're here to be the expose and the clown of the day for the moment. That's your position. You're doing great.
Guarantee I'm not the clown.
Tell me all about how you're going to get up tomorrow, climb a roof, and repair storm damage, and you've got a company, and I don't. You're a fucking moron. You are an absolute fucking arrogant, ignorant moron. I don't want to be you for $1 billion fucking dollars. I don't want to be you.
Hey, hang on, wait a second. So I'm a moron because I have a job? Is that right?
No, you're a moron because you just said arrogantly you were in a position of power and value, and you're beneath me in what I do.
I never said that I was in a position.
You're here looking for power and value online, and you're not getting it. It's amazing. You're here looking for it. You're not getting it, but claiming to be in that position.
It's not amazing.
As if I can't go right now and hire 3 Mexicans and start a storm repair company. Are you kidding me? You got to be kidding, right? This has to. Am I being punked? Ashton Kutcher, come out. It's amazing. How much are you in debt for the house you don't own that you're in right now?
Hey, Timmy.
How much are you in debt for it?
Timmy, I'm not in any debt. Hey, Timmy, let me ask you a question, man. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you agree with PT usually?
What? He's calling me PT Burnham because that's what my name is. He doesn't know.
I
He doesn't know my original.
I don't know your name. Like, what? On
That's
a scale of
okay.
1 to
I'm
10
not knowable. I'm not memorable. I'm very in the back channels of YouTube. I'm not memorable, and I'm not.
It's okay. It's okay.
Dude, in this conversation, like it might be 10 out of 10, man.
Okay, so you're on a board with. I mean, so neither one of you like to have a tax-paying job. Neither one of you want to have.
No, absolutely not.
As far so yes, so anarchist is a correct term. That is correct.
No, entrepreneurial is the correct term.
No, an entrepreneur would have to follow some sort of system. And
that's me. I created the system that I follow or became aware of it under God. I'm actually my own boss. You wouldn't know what that's like.
You didn't create a system.
Right, I did. I get to be Paul Unslaved every day and value shows up. I monetize my own enslavement. You monetize your own enslavement. We're completely different in that aspect.
So you follow the capitalist ideal, basically.
You can call it whatever you have. Again, titleist, you can call it whatever your limited chimpanzee brain doesn't understand.
Right? We have definitions.
Again, capitalism. Where's the capitalizing? I am value able. I put out value in truth. I change my life and others. I have information that changes other people's life. I work it and live it. It works.
what information.
It's
you have that touches
exciting and
people's
interesting
lives.
as well. We're back to the court thing. Try to keep up.
No,
Among
no,
other
the,
things.
the only experience you have in court is you go into court for your own crimes. So what
You're
value?
not. This is incredible. He's doing a
What
talcott.
value do
My
you?
rights are my rights. They're not his and everyone else's as well.
No, you're not
You're
a
a
lawyer.
special kind of
You're
stupid,
not a
huh,
lawyer.
Junior?
You're not a judge. Okay, you're not a court-appointed
I'm
attorney.
what you would call an activist if you were actually active.
So you're an activist. That's what you call?
No,
it?
that's for you to. I'm not saying that. I'm saying something you might be able to get a hold of here, Junior.
I wouldn't have. Trust me. You're junior to me. I promise you. So
You
what I'm
want
saying-
it to be that way. I'm your daddy. I'm doing and being and living everything you could only hope to have and be and live.
So do you identify as Antifa then? I mean, what?
Here we go again. The
Why
Trump
you-
right back to his old ways. Am I Antifa?
Why do
I
you need
just
a
said
title
I was
for
going to
it?
You gotta
roast
be
and eat an
something.
Antifa
You
member.
gotta be something, man.
In your peach and Brandy brain, I gotta have some title you can get a hold of because you don't understand what being a free, versatile,
Marine.
dynamic man is. You wouldn't know what that is.
Because he's a Marine.
So
he's
I
a
know,
Marine.
they're all the same.
He's still a Marine. You ask him if he can give it up and call it former. if he
Without a
wanted to.
title, without a status,
He can't
without
do
some
it.
kind of description,
No, I
he's
mean, we're-
lost.
we're
He needs
always
more
former
orders to
Marines.
follow.
No, we're always former Marines. That's just the way it works. But
Again, I'm what
but you're
you
a
just
Marine.
tried to be.
Not a
I woke
man.
up today, I spoke whatever was in my heart, and value showed up.
well, I do
So
that every
whatever
day.
you just tried to brag there, some position of power and value, I've
I speak
somehow
my mind
attained
every
it.
time. No, you asked me specifically what I did for a living, and I told you, and then you try to turn it into some kind of like insult, which it wasn't. So, and to answer your question, yeah, of course, I'm a former Marine. I mean, I haven't served since 2004. So, I mean, but the corporate.
But you
things you're
can't give
talking
that
about,
up. But you would never say, I regretted any of that.
There are things I've done that I do regret, of course. Yeah. Is that what you're asking?
You regret joining?
I don't regret joining, but there
Yeah.
were things that I did that I regret. Yeah. So, but I mean, but again, again, I don't know what your name is. You made fun of me because I said JT, but or PT. Sorry, but PT. I do agree with you about the corporations, man. I mean, me and you could probably talk about pharma all day, okay, in the medical industry all day long, and probably agree 100%. Okay.
You do know that that was part of your war that caused more of that.
Hey, it wasn't my war, but
Yeah, you were part of it too, because if you were in 2004, you definitely were part of
I'm
it.
not accountable.
But it's not my
I'm
war.
not looking for accountability.
It's your
I'm
war
me.
when you actually sign up and actually go.
I take accountability
Just
for what
following
I did.
orders, said the Nazi. Every time throughout history, just following orders.
Dude, don't throw words like that around.
Well,
But
that's
it's
you,
the truth.
fascist, Nazi, corporatist. That's the reality.
It's the truth.
No,
we weren't going there to save
she was
people.
there. She was in it. She saw everyone dying.
Look, you're going too far.
Yeah.
You're
Oh,
going too
even when
far.
your own people say it, your own people in quotes say it. Yeah, it's just block
We
it
didn't
out.
go there
wall
to
it up.
save anybody. Who did we save?
I didn't go there to save anyone.
What? That's right.
I didn't go there to
So-
save a goddamn person.
That's right.
Yeah, because it's all about you everywhere in life.
But you'll keep a felon
I went over
without
there
a
to do my
gun.
job.
But you
I
were
went over there to
sticking
do my
guns in
job.
faces for years, right?
I mean, I don't know what branch. I don't know what branch of service you were in, but just because you're military doesn't mean
Incredible.
you agree with me.
Medic.
It's day in and day out here. It's incredible
All right. So
what
were
I
you
witness
Navy
here.
medic or was you Army medic?
No, Air Force.
Air
Baghdad.
Force. Yeah, Air Force medic. Okay, so
Baghdad.
you're in Baghdad. I was in Baghdad too. So, but just because you're in the military and the Air Force doesn't mean you're going to agree with me.
I
Doesn't mean
didn't
I'm
say
gonna agree
that.
with you. All right. Yeah. So I mean,
No.
we're gonna have difference of opinion, obviously.
But you say you only served 4 years, and you said it wasn't that big of a time for you.
No, I said it was a very small amount of time in my life.
Small amount of time.
Yeah. It was
But
4 and a
it's
half
like
years. I was
four
a
and a
part- I was
half
a part of
years
Stop
though,
Loss.
and you
I was
got
a
a
part of
sign
Stop Loss.
behind you, and you got a sign behind you that says Marine. So
part of
you
my
actually
life.
announced it as you came in, by the way.
I was asked if I was a cop, and I said it's
No,
probably because I was
you
Marine.
announced it by
They
what's
asked me if I
behind
was
you.
a cop, and you mean by the plate?
You got a Marine
And what's
globe and eagle there.
and what's in front of the plate? It's actually
So
a joke. It's actually a joke.
It may be. I don't care.
It's a joke. Ha ha. It's hilarious. It's totally not a
care.
way for you to announce
You
your
still
association.
celebrate it every day of your life.
Incredible, man.
You celebrate it every
Cognitive
day of your
dissonance.
life.
It's just
I
incredible.
did say it's not cognitive dissonance. You probably can't even define cognitive dissonance, asshole.
I know, because you're so much more intelligent than me and well-rounded.
Yeah.
But
I
look,
knew you
Other
were
than
a
your head and
Marine
your
before
face.
you even said anything. Yeah.
What's in front of the sign? What's in front of the sign?
Doesn't matter. I'm talking about the Marine thing.
All right. But regardless, yes, of course I'm proud of being a Marine, and nothing you guys are going to say is going to change.
That's
There
fine.
you go. That's my
fine.
point. That's all that the point was going to be made here with you is that you're incorrigible, you're ignorant and arrogant.
Your only point is that you're judging me based off of one aspect of my life.
You're not
No, I'm
getting.
not.
I know the real you
No.
that you hide
You
away
don't
on
know me
camera.
at all, bud.
I
Just like
do,
don't,
bro.
Just like I don't know you.
I
I
do,
know
bro,
aspects
and
of
that's
you.
why I act the way I do, because I'm waiting for the real you to come out.
No,
And I'd
dude.
love to get around you and let the real you come out, and we can have some fun.
So what's the real me?
The real you that likes to oppress, the real you that's tyrannical, the real you that's an order-following conscious slave, the real you that's proud right before the fall. I love when you guys come across and try to act civilized and polite now, when you'll do evil at the drop of a hat, when you're tyrannical, when you lack conscience, when you're corrupt, when you defend your horrible decisions in life. You're nothing more than a fake-ass thug who pretends to be civilized because you're an inauthentic corporate male. Then there's the other side of you, the real you that we get when it's time to get a check or to follow orders. The real you that comes out when you're with your wife and children and you're alone. We know that side of you.
Did you get the jab?
No, I didn't get the jab. Did you?
No.
Wow. Are we supposed to bond over that? That you finally did something right in your life? That you didn't completely cuck to the system?
I finally did something
Daddy's
right.
proud of
I
you.
finally did something right.
But you got all the jabs while you were in service, so you don't win, sir.
No, we didn't get all of them. We actually refused.
You got some. More than one?
Yeah,
Yeah.
some.
I mean,
what
dude,
the hell?
boot camp-
Here and there.
I mean,
Hey,
in
Daddy's
boot
proud
camp-
of you. You didn't
in
get the
boot camp, you
mean
don't have a
jab, the
choice.
Luciferes, right?
Like literally, they hold you down while you get him in boot camp. So
All right, let's unleash,
Actually,
unleash
that's
the warthog suit
that's not true. They do not hold you down. Since I was one of them giving everybody.
No,
Give me a minute, Snaps.
He was raped now.
No, damsel,
Yeah.
let me. This GI Joe fucktard. Listen, dude, I support veteran fraud and all this, but if you can't accept,
I support veteran fraud. Do you realize what you just said, you fucking moron, with your bullshit raps and catchphrases? This is another, and when I say another, don't take offense to it. This is my main retard here. So if you think you feel bad, at least you're not this guy. 3 years of this crap.
I don't feel bad at all, dude.
I'm sure you don't. You're too arrogant and egotistical to even know how foolish you look here today. That's a good thing about you guys' ego and false persona. You never realize how ridiculous you look and seem in life. It works for you till it doesn't.
Can you have a conversation without using buzzwords?
Buzzwords?
Yeah. Can you have
What does that mean,
conversation
buzzwords?
Yeah. Can you have one? Can you have
What's
an
the
actual
buzzwords?
conversation? Everything
You're not getting it.
You're not getting it.
I've developed a non-versation technique here that is like unwavering and unceasing and hasn't failed yet. I
failed several
inevitably
times
am able
tonight.
to get every
What
one
are you
of
talking
you,
about?
as much
Dude,
as you
dude,
won't
I-
answer and show
I-
what you are on
no.
record to show everyone else.
I'm the only person that's actually answering.
My catchphrases and buzzwords work perfectly to get everyone out of their hole and show them for what they
all
are.
over the screen tonight, man. Literally, I've been
I'm
kicking the shit
pioneering
all
like
night, dude.
sociology and psychology and broadcasting all
You
at
don't know
once,
the
here, whether
first
you
thing
know it
about
or not.
psychology.
Again,
studied
Sigmund
psychology.
Freud was a cocaine addict drunk until he died, and then his letters were released, and all of a sudden, he was the biggest thing since sliced bread. It's going to happen with me. Wait for it.
Are you
okay?
are
You
are
have no
seriously-
idea what's going on here.
Are you seriously telling me that you think you know Sigmund Freud?
Hey, do
I
you know
didn't
what
say
this
that I
Statue of
knew
Liberty
him.
is?
I said that I'm potentially am him and beyond him, as the Christed being in Scripture said. I'm capable of whatever that being is capable of and more.
You're saying that you're capable of being Sigmund Freud.
Not actually being him, as in the sense of like having the mustache and the glasses and being him.
I'm talking about being like well-known.
I'm saying I'm capable of being able to analyze myself and others and be able to somewhat pioneer an interaction or a process where
fair enough.
what's actually real is shown away from what everyone wants to be real and wants to show.
Completely wrong about me
Hey,
all night.
Vincent, do you know what the Statue of Liberty is? What is the Statue of Liberty to you?
I mean, Statue of Liberty is
It's Michelle Obama, okay?
It's a really ugly statue.
Do you know what the goddess of Ishtar is? You dumb fuck? Hey, do you know what the goddess of Ishtar is? Okay, you're literally proud of worshiping satanic orders, right? That's what you're proud of.
What? Where did Satan come in this?
The Statue of Liberty. Why don't you go type on what Ishtar is? Why don't you look at the symbology?
Did you hear what I said, Stefan? Did you hear what I said?
What'd you say?
I said it's a gift given to us by the French, and it's an ugly statue.
And what is it? It's the fucking. It's made for liberty and GI Joe and honorable. Dude, it's the goddess of Ishtar.
That's not what it was made for.
It's the goddess of Ishtar. Your orders are coming from satanic elites, bro. You were used. You were manipulated. You should realize that, yes, you should be proud of as a citizen. You thought you were doing the right thing. You were about the people, but it's not. That's why these guys are giving you shit, bro. You were duped, and you're proud of being duped and working for satanic fucks who are given satanic orders.
No, I never said that.
Yes, you are.
No.
That's what they're trying to help you here. I think they're a bunch of retards.
No, I actually,
I think Paul's a retard. I think Timmy's a retard.
That's
Damn,
you.
I don't have much to say. But you're lost, bro. At least these guys are trying to say, do you not see that you're being part of a satanic system with orders?
That was
from
2004, dude. That was 2004.
It doesn't matter.
All right?
Why do you keep doing that?
It does matter. It's a huge
deal. So if you rape a fucking people,
you're proud of it. It's on your wall. You're proud. It's part of your life.
Of course,
you
I'm proud.
embrace the fact. Why don't you embrace the fact of what they're trying to say? Because we need more motherfuckers that have been in service, but realize this is some bullshit, traitorous, satanic bullshit you guys have been doing. That's what they're trying to say. We the people, right? That's what Paul's saying. I don't need a business to do business. I get what these fucktards are saying. That's why I fuck with them. People like you, bro, are lost, man. You're lost because you still believe in the G.I. Joe.
So I'm the one that's lost in the sauce, and you guys have found this enlightened, absolute, wonderful.
Go look up what the Statue of Liberty is with Ishtar.
I actually know what the Statue of Liberty was actually originally built for. Do you? I mean, I know what it was built for. Like,
you weren't there.
I want you to wake up a little more, bro.
It's in a history book, guys.
Oh my God, it's in a history book, so it must be true.
Oh wait.
Okay.
Then what do you base life on? So you don't believe in science?
Hang on a second. Why didn't you read the history books before you joined the fucking military?
I did.
Why didn't you read them?
I did. It was a huge history book before I went in.
Right, and okay, so whatever it says in there is just true objectively.
Yeah, that's what we're taught. Yeah.
Okay, so it's what we're taught.
But again, you don't really know. You don't really know. Well, I mean, there's a lot of stuff you guys don't even know happened that actually happened.
Right. Okay, you're going to tell us about what happened and what didn't happen. Okay,
yeah,
so
of course
how do you know?
Because I know more than you. Yes.
How do you know if it's true or not?
Let's see here.
Yeah, you don't.
Museums, actual articles, pictures,
once again, this is a real person. This is a grown, real man who's supposed to be in charge of something and running something.
So,
competent, capable with discernment.
You didn't
what are you
follow.
guys trying to say? What are you guys trying to say doesn't exist? What are you trying to say?
They're like the same people who go, dinosaurs got to be real because I saw bones in the museums.
Butler.
Dude,
that's the level of logic and deduction and reductionism we're dealing with here.
You don't believe in dinosaurs?
I didn't say whether I'm not in the business of believing.
Well, then
I'm in the business of
exist. You don't have an argument then.
Again, I don't need to argue hypotheticals.
So then, no history is real, and everything that exists is
you
just
should
right
stick to what you can prove and can't prove, and the majority of what you guys spout you can't prove, and what you think you can prove only reveals the fraud you're living.
So what is it I can't prove?
Anything.
Can you prove dinosaurs existed? Can you prove dinosaurs existed?
You mean the bones that we dig up out of the ground?
Again, you just did it. You just did it. I said, can you prove dinosaurs exist?
What are they? What are the bones we dig up out of the
I can't
ground?
answer it. I don't claim to. It's the same way. Do you think the earth is flat or round? Let me ask you that.
It's round.
And there you go. You just made another definitive statement. Can you prove it?
Yes.
Can you prove it?
Very easily.
Prove it.
Okay.
And the debate that's been happening for thousands of years, big brain, bald genius.
There's not
prove
a debate.
it.
There's people that are stupid, and there's
That's
people that are
you.
informed. All right.
Stupid, presumptuous, arrogant, ignorant, willing to make false claims as absolutes and not think through their fucking speech and statements. That's you.
So you're a flat earther?
No, just because this is how retarded you are. It's whataboutism. It's this or thatism. Just because I don't definitively make the statement, the world is round like a ball, doesn't make me automatically the other side. You're a tard. You're not able to use Aristotelian logic. You're not able to hold the concept without accepting it or denying it.
So basically, nothing is real. Nothing.
So basically, what can you prove? You're willing to make a bunch of grandiose absolute claims with no proof. What can you prove?
It's pretty well known the world is round, bro.
Is government inherently good or bad? Answer it. I love this game. Let's show how much of a fucking foolish tard you are.
The government's lawful evil.
What now?
Government is lawful evil. They use laws and registrations.
The government is lawful evil?
Would you shut the fuck up and let me respond?
No, I won't. You're boring and annoying, and you're disempowered everywhere in life, and you think you're in a power position. That's your arrogance.
Just about to freaking say it, and you just had to cut me off.
Right, because I'm really not interested in you or anything about you. You're boring and disempowered.
Evil, dude. The government is lawful evil. They use laws.
What does that mean, lawful evil?
I will fucking explain it if you learn how to shut your cock holster. Seriously.
Well, I'm going to get you to teach me that at some point.
There you go. All right. Now, freaking lawful evil basically means that you use the laws, restrictions, skills, whatever it may be that's in a government or multiple governments or a constitution for the benefit of you to do whatever it is the fuck you want to do in the name of said laws. So you basically
any of that make any fucking sense? Any of that coherent and conscionable and to anyone else other than him? Makes total sense to him. He's a genius. He knows it.
I'm not a genius, dude. I've got a regular IQ.
Might is right. Is that what you're saying?
That's the thing, though. And this is what I love. Now, I pivot just seemingly from humbleness and humility right to what you'll perceive as arrogance.
Don't pivot. Just be who you are.
This is really me somehow, some way. It's mercurial at times. There's aspects.
Whatever this is, whatever this
persona So you just admitted now you have an average IQ. I totally believe that. You're hovering maybe around 100 IQ points. It explains why we can't break the glass ceiling here that looks like your bald head. Wow, we can't go any higher and above and beyond. I'm not average IQ. I'm hovering around 130. It means I can see about 30.
Dude, you're not 130. You might be 97.
Why are you telling me what I am on? You're doing the arrogance again.
Would you like to take
the test for the first time and I'll reveal my 2 test results that were done officially?
Show me the 2 test
with brain scans and everything else.
No. I want to see. IQ can only be taken.
This is so fascinating to me.
IQ.
I'm stuck in around surrounded by guys like this who think they're smarter than me. Do you know what this is like, people?
Dude,
some of you here know what it's like to be stuck in around with a bunch of tards like this who can barely talk or make any sense, who think they're smarter than everyone. It's incredible.
You seriously think you have 130 IQ?
I didn't say I thought it. I said I'm on record twice. I've been tested 4 to 6 hour tests.
No, you're a liar. It doesn't take.
Where's your authority to say that now?
Right there, right there. That proves you don't have 130 IQ. It doesn't take 4 to 6 hours to test.
Right? Whatever it was over the course of a couple of days, an hour and a half a day.
You would remember if you had 130 IQ.
I was about 12 or 13 years old at the time.
Dude, you take it when you're like 3 to 5.
What now? So now you're just it's a you know what's sad is some woman dealt with you and you gaslit the shit out of her and ruined her dating life for probably years after. You're all the same. You're the worst kind of scum in this realm.
By the way,
you just make shit up as you go along. You just say shit and you say it with some false bravado confidence. And there's a bunch of people out there who willingly believe this crap that you spout.
Dude,
you're a danger to yourself and everyone else around you. No one takes IQ tests. They take it when they're 3 to 5. What are you saying? What the fuck are you even saying? You're just here for your own self-indulgent mental masturbation to be seen and heard. You're such a deviant freak. It's incredible. I wouldn't get within 10 feet of you in real life. You disgust me. You have a grotesque look about you, a grotesque energy. You're a shape-shifting demon. You pretend to be civilized, polite, and nice. You got an evil smirk, duping delight about you. You're a Babylonian deviant. I wouldn't get within 10 feet of you in real life, and you can't run a fucking lemonade stand. I guarantee your company's a failure and full of losers like you. I'd bet anything on it.
Yeah. Is that it? Is that all you got?
Imagine showing up to work every day and this fucking loser, weak, lying failure is your boss daddy, and he's got to lead. He's got to keep morale high and lead, right? And do business.
Show everybody. Can you grab them and show everybody, please? The 130 IQ. You said you have it, so I want to.
You're beyond fucking embarrassing and pathetic.
That's what I thought. Okay, guys, it's after
That's
midnight.
what you thought.
It's after
That's
midnight.
what you thought. That paperwork that I saw from years ago that's in my father's fucking closet somewhere, because I don't have it right here to show you. It didn't happen.
You said you had proof. You said, yeah, I just figured you had it on you. So, yeah.
Right.
But it's after midnight.
Well,
for
you'd
me,
have
guys.
another reason if I pulled it out and showed how I photoshopped it and lied about it, right? To substantiate your own insecure ego.
I would
You'd
wanna
have
see the
another
actual,
reason.
I would want to see actual paperwork, but it doesn't.
Dude, I got to tell you, for everyone else who's been here for years, who's witnessed these interactions, it's already clear where we're at. We can do a roundabout. It's obvious in this last hour interaction, you're hovering around 100 points and I'm hovering over 120. It's obvious by our interaction and the levels of consciousness and connections we can make or can't make.
Well,
That's what IQ is. It's about
you're
making connections and
incorrect.
abstract thinking and spatial relations. You don't have that.
My IQ is higher than 100. But
Hey,
You
your
don't
woman
have
said it's
critical
bedtime.
thinking skills. You're not good with
Well, I
spatial
said it.
relations
I
and
said
abstract
it
thinking.
I
You're
have
not
to
good
be
with
over-
relativity.
See, I actually have a
Hey,
job.
Vinny, your girlfriend says it's bedtime, right? Your girlfriend wants to go to bed.
No.
Vinny, come
but,
to bed.
But I do have
Right?
to go to bed though.
Yeah, your girlfriend telling me.
Hey,
to go to
but
bed.
dude, we went for a solid like hour and 20 minutes. That wasn't bad. And by the way, to answer you guys, I haven't been on live in almost a year. So
Yeah,
this
we
wasn't
don't.
a- this-
we don't.
this-
care
This
about
this
your-
wasn't about a show. I know you don't give a shit, dude. You don't have to say it. But yeah, this wasn't about that. Actually, I came on it because of snafu. That's why I came on. So, but anyways, God bless. Do good things. Take care of yourselves. All right. Seriously.
Banana Nicole Smith, come on up if you got something. I mean, it's been 7 hours. We should probably fucking end this. How about you shut the fuck up, Banana? How about that? You're real snippy down there in the chat, little girl. Wow. What the fuck do you say about that, folks? Jesus.
Disappointing.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much just the daily average guy. And if some daddy came back and some general said, "Oh, we got to do Warp Speed Part 2, all slaves, reorganize, and the Mpox is getting everybody. We got to go from town to town." Him and all his buddies, because Trumpy told them to do something, would be right back there again.
If you're wondering why I've developed this affect or this aspect to me in my persona at times, it's precisely that, because I've been surrounded by guys like that all my life who somehow have themselves and everyone else convinced they're doing better in life because they have some goofy wife and children and some house in the suburbs. And they're more than willing to tell me and everyone else at the barrel of a gun what to do and be and how to live. So if you're wondering why I act the way I do at times and why I approach these people the way I do and present the way I do with them, because I'm sick of their ignorance and their arrogance. I'm not going to beat around the bush. I'm not going to pretend. I don't like them. I don't respect them. There's nothing really to like and respect. And you can't get a straight answer out of them because they're wanting to and willing to play a competitive game in which they can't compete. You know? And then like when faced with the odds that they're going to lose, they bow out and they try to feign, civility once again. It's like, let's just be really real and honest with ourselves and each other that the majority of folks are cowardly and slaved out, that their performance is pathetic and embarrassing at this point. There's a list of reasons why. If you ain't on that list, you're in great company. But for the rest of us, right, who didn't exactly have a stellar example of mother and father to go by, we got some work to do. So for all the folks who got it figured out, hey, lesser of two evils, let's vote. I got my own company and my own business. Of course, I pay the slave tax and all the rest of it, right? You got life down. You got it all together, But for the rest of us who weren't shown real values, principles, honorability, how to be co-creative, how to be free and truly caring, we got work to do. So just feel good knowing that you got it all together. Your life's on track. And the rest of us, we really got to get our shit together, Just it's been from day one. You couldn't write this shit. It's so right out of central casting and archetypal. Again, my father, that guy, the rest of them, they wonder why I'm short with them. I even give them hours of my time at a time, but I'm short with them. I'm abrasive. I'm obnoxious at times. I just speak right to the fact. I'm sick of looking at them and hearing them. And I'm sick of right below the surface or directly the condescending attitude that they're going to come in the room and they know something and they got it together. You don't.
and it's oozing out of you. Every answer with these people, they want to say, do you think you could be Sigmund Freud? No, I think I could be as good or better when it comes to identifying certain aspects of self and what's created it and how to solve it. I could be equally as good, if not better. That's how life works. So, hey, let's get out of the inferiority complex masquerading as superiority complex, and let's actually become something valuable and credible and co-creative with results that we can celebrate, or at least say, hey, we're solving some problems with ourselves and with each other. Stop with the excuses and justifications, please. It's so fucking weak and pathetic and embarrassing. Telling, even just every line for line, you can't even go over it and recap it. Oh, I was 17 then, but I'm still proud now. That's not how that works. You're 17 and you get tricked to being duped and raped and getting your soul broken and losing it. You probably shouldn't be proud of that. You don't have to be ashamed either. Hey, it's part of your journey. But again, telling me I can't understand cognitive dissonance while you're displaying it really doesn't matter if I can understand it or not. It really matters whether you're displaying it or not. So once again, it is stolen valor. I know that confuses you folks because you went and did slavery and genocide while the rest of us, some of us, a few of us, were upholding rights, freedom, principles, and spiritual faith and trying to undo the mess that you've created while claiming you're proud of what you were duped out of. That's the cognitive dissonance, just on all levels. Final words, Timmy and Damsel Medic. Just another day at Unslavia Inc., where the inmates get to run the asylum, pretend to be the teachers when they really need to be the students. You know how this goes here. It's inversion land.
Yeah. Go ahead, Damsel.
Yeah. It's always open for repentance, at least. I mean, he could maybe get something out of this. I hope he does. But he seemed pretty, I would say he's got one on slow state even on this one. So.
They're all vying and competing for biggest, like we're doing Biggest Loser here, like reality show. They're all competing and vying for biggest loser, failure, drifter, nihilistic waste who appeal to their emotions or false authorities. Every time, what's the cornerstone of cognitive dissonance? Well, I'll tell you, it's appealing to your emotion or false authority. You did that the whole broadcast. So for those who don't think I know what cognitive dissonance is, can't spell it or define it, I can even give you the qualifications of it. Appealing to your feelings and false authority when there's a reality, a cause and effect truth right down the middle. But it's what you all do, right?
They just can't see it.
But, I love it. It's fascinating, like they're saying in chat.
It is. It's an incredible watch. And then I would have to say O'Shea's interaction with that one gentleman in Colorado. We're on Colorado. So
yeah. He doesn't realize I just had an interaction again yesterday with Timmy and Brian, who got a government worker on here who said, oh, I know it's all slavery and mafioso, but hey, they take care of me. Or you take care now. And then tried to leave with some false strength civility while admitting he's part of doing immoral, illogical, unethical, evil acts because he's selfishly taken care of. That's all these people are, one after the other. And they masquerade as some philanthropic, entrepreneurial, self-made startup guy, just like HMFIC Steve. They're all the same. They take their military pension money, the 100 or so grand that they got, 200 grand that they got, sitting around a base the majority of the time, jacking off or shooting little Arab boys in their hovels. And they go start some shitty construction business. Then they go stomping around town and at the gym acting like they've made it and they've arrived. And displaying their regalia to everyone who walks in the room with them so they subconsciously or consciously know, hey, this is who I am and what I'm a part of. Look at you, big boy. I look forward to the day where you take all that crap down and stop genuflecting to symbols of your own slavery and start being the change and exemplifying the truth and light and God within you. Imagine that. You don't get a sign and a degree and a flag with that, though. We leave symbols to the symbol-minded. Isn't that the case? As Mr. Carlin once said?
Yeah, I would hope so. But, yeah, I know that he hasn't studied his history because the top Marine of the First World War was Smedley Butler, who came back and most decorated and highest officer and all that before World War II even started. And he said straight up, it's a racket.
War is a racket.
A racket. And he hasn't read or listened to his speech on war is a racket. So if you're still listening to this, Vincent, I would hope that you would actually go listen to that and actually get something maybe out of it because he's a Marine talking to Marines, and he knew he was a thug. And he wasn't just a
Well, the
small area
craziest part
thug, a
about it
worldwide
is
thug.
these folks can even consciously, that's a quality of the cognitive dissonance. They can even consciously admit they're not proud of what they did, but they're always going to be proud of being a Marine. That's how you know they're Stockholmed and culted out. Just like with their mommy and daddy. When you talk to someone about their mother and father, it's always going to be my mother and father. I'm always going to level them. Don't talk bad about them. Just completely culted out and appealing to emotion instead of saying mommy and daddy had some faults. This is why it was wrong and went wrong. This is how we avoid it in the future. They will not be able to bring themselves. They've been so tortured and soul broken and re-engineered. They almost cannot bring themselves to just admit, I'm not proud of what I did. I'm not proud of who and what I served. I was a duped out pawn slave. Now I get the rest of my life back. They just can't do it. They got too much of that pride that they're all so fond of. That shit goes before the fall. You'll realize who and what you served and what you've been a part of at some point, dummy. When they take everything that you got from the inside out. Incredible. They go back to the same places that they lose their power every time to proclaim their power.
No, he cannot give up the Marine thing easily. The Marines are probably the hardest guys to get to see this at all because they get so brainwashed those first few weeks telling them that you're forever a Marine once you've done this. Once you go through our initiation rite, then you're one of us forever. And they tell them that. So they have a very different outlook than the other branches even. So they don't
They
drill us
take
like
their
that.
soul.
Yeah.
They take
In
their
the
soul through
Marines,
sorcery and rituals.
and then you got to remember, so we've got Admiralty law, and what are Marines? Marines are the soldiers for the Admiralty law on the ships.
And let's be clear. A big reason these folks can't turn away from their wicked ways is because when a man goes to war with other men and has to fight to survive, there's bonds that are built there that are almost unbreakable. I'm not even down on that. You want to keep your bonds with other folks who at some points you had to neglect all reason and logic just to stay alive for that day. Those are your team members, right? You guys had to survive together. Okay, you built a bond, right? But what you were doing, where you were, and what you were a part of probably never should have happened. So when folks want to say support the troops, that's how you really support the troops, by making everyone aware they never should go back to these places and never should have been there to begin with. So don't give me the bullshit about how I don't know what you folks go through, even if I didn't know directly on the ground, which I do to some degree, about camaraderie and bravery, as you say, and loyalty and forming bonds through adversity. I'm well aware. That has nothing to do with the fact that I'm willing to admit that the people I was around were garbage. What we were doing is garbage, and it needs to change and not happen again. They're two completely different statements, right? And that's not cognitive dissonance. That's the ability to analyze different aspects of yourself and what went on. But to say one thing and then do something completely different or deny the reality and the inference of the cause and effect is delusional. If you're not proud of what you did and what you were a part of, you shouldn't be proud of the motherfuckers who put you through it. If you are, that's fucking Stockholm Syndrome 101. You could be proud of your journey in a sense if you want to be. Like, you could argue that the energy that I put out at times is I'm proud of my journey and where I come from and where I'm going and where I'm at so far. If you want to call it pride, right? I'm confident and faithful, and I see the light at the end of the tunnel. That's something more than a train coming for the first time in my life over the past, 5 to 10 years, just long game process, but that's not the same thing as a false pride, right? Where you want to genuflect to some illusion and delusion that's not part of our reality. And it's not beneficial to the individual or anyone else or healthy to continue to justify and make excuses for wrongdoing, illogical and unethical behavior. Give me the final word. I want to get the fuck out of here. We're going on 8 hours. It's out of control.
Yeah. Well, I just want to say, yeah, I'm proud of the journey I've made through my learning of what I had made mistakes on. I'm proud of where I'm at because of what has happened in the past. Because I may not be the same person if those things hadn't happened, but at the same time, I'm not proud of what I did or what I participated in. But I'm glad and proud that I moved beyond it and didn't stay cycling in the military veteran world is very easy to get sucked back into. So I just warn my veteran buddies out there, please don't do that. Just got to see how brainwashed we were and that we chose it and we put ourselves there. and we're responsible for it, and we participated in things we should never have been involved in at all. And that's all I can say about it, is that we got to do something different and change and move forward and use that experience to better ourselves. We can do it. But a lot of people
Yeah,
are
like
just not.
imagine if we formed some real bonds through adversity, and instead of running around all over the place and following orders, we follow God's orders in order to use that free will to follow our conscience and uphold the law of the land. This is what's so ironic. All you, and I'm going to trigger now, whatever, I've been doing it the whole time. I always do. You bitch ass motherfuckers who want to talk about all this pride you got for these institutionalizations and duping. I'm waiting for you motherfuckers to join me in something you could actually be worthy of celebrating. Yeah, we upheld the law. Yeah, we exercised our rights. Yeah, we're traveling and speaking freely. We're not voting for masters. We're not paying the slave tax. We're actually in busyness for ourselves and the truth under God. Free trade, free experience. Imagine what it's going to be like the day that you bitch ass motherfuckers who had no problem shooting and being shot at. If you could do that, you could do anything, I would think. I guess courage and bravery comes in all shapes and sizes and colors, huh? The same motherfuckers who had no problem shooting and being shot at, shaking their boots when I tell them you may have to stand at court and explain yourself and your activism. They don't want no part of it, and I don't get it. I go, these are my people. If anyone's closest to my people, these are some of them. And nope, I can't get them to bridge the fucking gap. I can't get them to put their boots on and lace up to do what's actually rights and freedom based and to interfere with the tyranny and the terrorism and the treason going on here and to be recognized at court. Imagine what's going to happen when we can all walk hand in hand, arm in arm, and make America great again by being fucking great again. All right, I'm throwing you guys out because you're going to keep getting me going and going and going. We're going to keep looping and feeding off this energy.
You,
I'm
Paul.
throwing you out.
Thank you.
I appreciate you, Medic.
Much love, damsel.
All right.
All right,
Much love, Timmy. Much love. Get the fuck out. I'm ending
Much
this.
love. We're gonna take it out of here with just to remind you that there's also a burger component.
Right,
to
burger
slavery.
component, a burger element.
Yeah, burger.
I think he did say component.
No, you're right. You're right. He did say. I think you're right. He did say element.
He said
There's
both, a
burger.
component and an element, because he said there's a burger component and a fry and a donut element or a fry element. He said both.
Yeah, so if you sign up to be a military slave today, you're getting access to a donut per day and also a burger element as well for life. So you can be 49 years old and Spokane, Washington, and collect $300 in a free donut, and then you can stay in your 5-bedroom and pretend like you didn't do genocide and slavery. All right, until next time, folks. Bye.
All right. Let's just give the proviso, the bottom line. No, I'm not love bombing and gaslighting. I'm actually being serious that I have a care, if nothing else, for that being who was here joining us, the bald man, the life within him, the truth within him, the soul within him. I resonate with that. I reflect to that. I see that's one and the same. I have a care for that. I believe, again, call me crazy. I get it. Call me crazy, but I believe God and the universe is working Talcott style. Something bigger is going on here. And every so often, one of them type of guys comes through here. And there's a reason. They're brought here to see and hear certain things, to question, to do introspection and reflection, and to come to a greater understanding of what they're here to do and be and not here to do and be. I really believe that. And I've even seen evidence of that. It's not like I'm out here saying I'm a life coach and this is what I want to be true. I've had them tell me, hey, we believe this. Now we understand this. Thank you for doing and saying this. We didn't understand it at the time, but now we realize this is all part of a bigger journey and walk here. That's just what I and others are seeing on both sides. So I got to go with that, right? Forgive me if it comes off as arrogance. I speak with authority, and I presume that I've been chosen because I've chose it and it chose me to do this walk and this work. And this is what this walk and this work looks like, challenging people's beliefs and their faith. Questioning them on who and what they are, what they're about, letting them do it to me, us establishing certain standards and ideas so we can walk forward and move forward and do and be better. That's what fellowship is, especially when it comes to men, or males, if you will, right? We got to do the testing and challenge. We got to do the chaos and controversy. We got to beat our chests a little bit. We got to check egos and figure out who's in a power value position inherently or false wise, because usually one of the two or both exist simultaneously or mutually exclusively. Yeah. Interesting process, fascinating process to be part of. I'm going to thank once again the contributors and supporters in front of and behind the scenes. You are a blessing. And we share value and energy here and inspiration and knowledge and all the rest of it. And it's a beautiful thing, even in its ugliness. I see the purpose, I see the meaning and the value, and I see the reflections more and more and the synchronicities more and more. So I'm in a good position. I feel good about it. Hopefully, faithfully, that man and everyone else sees the bigger picture here of what we're doing and can intuit, if nothing else, that I don't have malice in my heart, right? I act like a dick. I act like an asshole. I turn up. I put the heat to everybody, but I really don't have malice and hate in my heart. I really don't want anything bad to happen to these people. I'm not a violent man either. You know, it's an ego thing. We get in these rooms with each other, and I go, I got something to show you. I think you're here to see it. And they go, no. I'm going to teach you something about how life works. That's not what this is. You know, you can call that ego and pride. You know, I just said it's partially ego. This is my sense of self at this time. It's not a false self. It's not a false persona. It's, if nothing else, if it is an accentuated aspect of self, it's rooted in a core belief system and value system and based on results and a record of competency and capability and consistency, if nothing else. So with that, I'm going to take my leave. I'm going to get the fuck out of here. Back tomorrow, somewhere between 12 and 5 MDT. Like the guy said the other day, I'm like the cable guy. That's the way I do a broadcast. Astounding ethic, right? Like I stumble to the living room, which is the middle of the trailer, you know, and I have to do a broadcast. Oftentimes I'm late to my own broadcast. But yeah, I like the cable guy. I go, hey, I'll be there somewhere between 12 and 5. Just kind of, you know, pencil me in for the rest of your afternoon. Somewhere in there, I'll be there. All right, folks. Seriously, I love you, but what's more important is if you don't love the truth back, rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, the law of this land, I'm probably going to tell you at some point you're a beta bitch and to go fuck yourself. And you guys know that. We're okay with that. Paul, I'm bound on the way out. Say goodnight to the bad guy. If you could take religion and a spiritual process and make somebody activate a part of themselves that they didn't know was there, you got something there. And I think that's all of what we're doing in all ways, is trying to reunite and reactivate those parts of ourselves that we've had cut off or we've had dormant to try to survive in this sick and twisted dynamic. The spiritual practice, right? Certain things like I do here, just meeting with people daily, talking it out, doing a simulation, right? Imagining certain things. Maybe a form of meditation, you could argue. Will reform the perspective, will reform the way we think and feel and how we act and live if there's truth there that resonates. So that's the modality I prefer, because I think anything else is kind of a shortcut and really it's just a tool meant for extremes that, you know, even then you still have to come back to your life and learn how to live it. It might just be that everybody should have some experience in their life that takes them out of themselves and it forces them to surrender over to something so they can learn the art of surrender in certain situations. You know, how do we learn to really live and thrive again? Cool to have structure, habit, procedure, process, certain levels of responsibility, accountability that lead to success. How are we going to love again? How are we going to live again? How are we going to thrive and co-create, have community, right? So I see both aspects in self, and I see a lot of those same aspects in others that come forth in these spaces. But again, it's a slippery slope in a world of religious dogmatics, when the other side of that is actual nihilist, infidel, worldly scum who really want a whole population on drugs, right? It's a slippery slope, because one side's going to call you the devil, the other side's going to say, yeah, let's do that, so they can take drugs all day, every day, and claim it to be the all. I can't, that's why I can't support it and promote it, because I know what it will turn into.
You can keep repeating the words and the actions over and over and tell yourself, I'm living. I'm doing it all on my own. I'm doing good.
God of all media.